Welcome to Top 100 Best-Selling Audiobooks, bringing the greatest books of all time to life, in full. Hello dear listener. If you're here, it's probably because you're as passionate about books and the knowledge and wisdom they bring as we are. So you might also want to own this book or any other from this podcast in physical form, either to add to your personal library or to gift it to a friend. That's why we've included a link in the description, where you can get it at a discount and with shipping to almost anywhere in the world. Also, if you make your purchase through these links, the editors of this podcast will receive a small commission, which helps support us in continuing to upload more and more audiobooks for free. Let's make the world a better place through books, together. Pigeon, Publishing House, presents The Pilgrim's Progress. Author, John Bunyan. The Pilgrim's Progress. John Bunyan, 1628-88, was born in Elstow, a village near Bedford. He went to school in the village and became a traveling brazier or tinker, like his father. His portable anvil still survives. In 1644 he joined the Parliamentary Army, and served in the garrison of Newport Pagnell, a Buckinghamshire town, until 1646. He married in 1649 and had 4 children, though the name of his first wife is unknown. As part of her dowry she brought 2 popular books of devotion, and these, along with a series of experiences, triggered a complex conversion experience, not fully resolved until 1653, when Bunyan joined a separatist congregation in Bedford, whose pastor was a former royalist captain, John Gifford. Soon Bunyan began preaching and engaging in controversy with other religious groups. He wrote his first book, Some Gospel Truths Opened, 1656, against the Quakers, and the Doctrine of the Law and Grace Unfolded. 1659, his most substantial theological work. Soon after the Restoration he was arrested for unlicensed preaching in the village of Lower Samsell and, because he refused to stop preaching, remained in prison in Bedford for 12 years. His account of his trial was published posthumously in 1765. Bunyan kept himself and his family during this period by making tagged laces. As well as books of poems, he wrote an anonymous attack on the New Prayer Book, and, most importantly, Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners, 1666, a spiritual autobiography. On his release in 1672 he became pastor of the Bedford Nonconformist congregation, which continues today as Bunyan Meeting Free Church. He was imprisoned again for about 6 months in 1676. He continued to write, and to preach in Bedfordshire and London. In 1678 he published the first part of the Pilgrim's Progress. It became an immediate bestseller, running through 12 editions and being translated into Dutch, French and Welsh during Bunyan's lifetime. Since then it has been translated into more than 200 languages. Its counterpart, The Life and Death of Mr. Badman, 1680, was less successful. Bunyan's next venture into allegory, The Holy War, 1682, is epic in scope. The second part of The Pilgrim's Progress came out in 1684, partly in response to a number of imitations and spurious sequels. A book for boys and girls, one of the earliest examples of literature for children, was published in 1686. Bunyan died in 1688 from a fever contracted while riding from Reading to London to try to effect a reconciliation between a father and son. He left a number of works in manuscript, many of them published by Charles Doe in his folio of 1692, which also contained the first, brief, biography of Bunyan. Roger Pooley teaches at Keele University. His Cambridge PhD thesis on Bunyan was partly supervised by the late Roger Chirac, the editor of the previous Penguin Classics Pilgrim's Progress. He is the author of English Prose of the 17th Century, 1993, and a number of shorter pieces on Bunyan and other 17th century figures. He has co-edited The Lord of the Journey, A Reader in Christian Spirituality and The Discerning Reader, Literature and Theory in Christian Perspective. He is an active member of the International John Bunyan Society. Acknowledgements. I am grateful to a number of libraries where I have consulted material, particularly the John Rylands Library, the Bodleian Library, the British Library and Keele University Library. I thank the New York Public Library and the Bodleian Library for permission to reproduce illustrations from their collections. I also thank the Research Institute for the Humanities at Keele University for assistance towards the cost of reproduction, and my colleagues at Keele for covering a period of research leave. My fellow members of the International John Bunyan Society have been an invaluable source of stimulus and encouragement over the years. I remain indebted to the great Bunyan editors, George Offor, Roger Chirac and Richard L. Greaves, and more recently, to the editorial work of N. H. Keeble and W. R. Owens. The late Charles Swan first taught me Bunyan and continued to encourage me as a colleague. I am sorry that he is not alive to see this. Finally, I thank my family, particularly my wife Helen, for giving me the time, space, and a gentle push to finish the work. Chronology. 1628 born in Elstow, Bedfordshire, the first child of Thomas and Margaret Bunyan. 1630s attends local school, and then follows his father's trade, as a traveling brazier or tinker. 1644 death of mother and sister Margaret, his father remarries. Joins the parliamentary garrison at Newport Pagnell. 1645 probably present at Siege of Leicester. 1647 demobilized. 1649 marries first wife, her name is unknown, and lives with her in Elstow. Beginnings of long conversion experience. Trial and execution of Charles I. 1650 first child, Mary, born blind. 1653 joins John Gifford's congregation in Bedford. 1655 baptized and admitted to full membership, begins to preach locally, moves to Bedford. 1656 first printed work, Some Gospel Truths Opened, against the new Quaker movement which was active in Bedford. 1657 a vindication of Some Gospel Truths Opened. 1658 a few sighs from hell. First wife dies, leaving him with 4 children. 1659 marries Elizabeth. The doctrine of the law and grace unfolded. 1660 arrested and imprisoned for unlicensed preaching in Lower Samsell shortly after the restoration of Charles II. 1661 tried in Bedford, remains in Bedford jail because he will not undertake to stop preaching. His wife's appeal to assizes is turned down. Profitable Meditations, his first book of poems. 1662 I Will Pray with the Spirit, an attack on the New Book of Common Prayer, published anonymously. 1663 Christian Behavior and Prison Meditations. 1663 4 a map shewing the order in causes of salvation and damnation. 1665 The Holy City, the resurrection of the dead in 2 poems, Ebel and Geriasm and One Thing is Needful. 1666 Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners, an account of his conversion. 1672 elected pastor of the Bedford congregation, before being released from prison and licensed to preach. Charles II issues Declaration of Indulgence. A defense of the doctrine of justification by faith, an attack on the Bedfordshire latitudinarian Edward Fowler. 1673 Differences in judgment about water baptism, part of a dispute with some London Baptists, and the barren fig tree, or the doom and downfall of the fruitless professor. 1674 Peaceable Principles and True. 1675 Instruction for the Ignorant, a Catechism, and Light for them that sit in darkness. 1676 Father dies. Saved by Grace and the Strait Gate. 1676 7. Imprisoned for 6 months during a crackdown on nonconformists. 1678 The Pilgrim's Progress and Come, and Welcome to Jesus Christ. 1679 Treatise of the Fear of God. Licensing Act expires. 1680 The Life and Death of Mr. Badman. 1682 The Greatness of the Soul and the Holy War. Thomas Sherman publishes his second part of the Pilgrim's Progress. 1684 Bunyan's Own the Pilgrim's Progress, the second part. 1685 Makes a deed of property to his wife. Charles II dies and is succeeded by the openly Catholic James II. Revocation of the Edict of Nantes means influx of Huguenot refugees into London. A discourse upon the Pharisee and the publican and questions about the nature and perpetuity of the seventh-day Sabbath. 1686 A Book for Boys and Girls. 1688 Dies of a fever after getting soaked riding from Reading to London. Buried in Bunhill Fields, London. The Advocateship of Jesus Christ, the Jerusalem Sinner Saved, a discourse of the building of the house of God, the water of life and Solomon's temple spiritualized. 1689 Publication of the Acceptable Sacrifice in Mr. Bunyan's Last Sermon. 1692 Charles Doe publishes a folio edition of 12 new Bunyan works. Introduction. New readers are advised that the introduction makes explicit details of the plot. Bunyan's Life and Writings. On November 12, 1660 John Bunyan went to a farm in Lower Samsell in Bedfordshire to preach to a conventicle, a group of Christians who had gathered into a congregation outside the usual structures of worship. Charles II had been restored to the throne in May after 11 years in exile, and though he had promised liberty to tender consciences in his Declaration of Breda, made before he returned, in practice the established Church of England was reasserting its power. Bunyan's own congregation, which had met in St. John's Church in Bedford during the 1650s, was now meeting in private homes. When Bunyan arrived he was told that the local magistrate, Francis Wingate of Harlington, had issued a warrant for his arrest. In his own posthumously published account, Bunyan responded to a suggestion that they cancel in these words, "By no means, I will not stir, neither will I have the meeting dismissed for this. Come, be of good cheer, let us not be daunted, our cause is good, we need not be ashamed of it, to preach God's word, it is so good a work, we shall be well rewarded, if we suffer for that." 1 The tone is characteristic, the biblical phrase, "be of good cheer," John 16:33, the defiance, the confidence and the tenderness towards his fearful fellow Christians. Bunyan was arrested, and, after defiantly refusing to stop preaching, remained in prison for the next 12 years. At that stage he had published 2 works of religious controversy with the Quaker Jeremiah Burroughs, A Few Sighs from Hell, which detailed the torments of hell for those who did not believe, and The Doctrine of the Law and Grace Unfolded, his defining theological statement. Yet it was prison that turned him from the sort of talented controversialist and preacher that the Puritan movement had often thrown up before into a writer with a compelling authority. To begin with, it was a matter of survival. He made a large number of tag laces to keep himself and his family, but he also applied himself to poetry, profitable meditations and prison meditations, both published by the radical London bookseller Francis Elephant Smith, a popular manual, Christian Behavior, and a pictorial map shewing the order and causes of salvation and damnation. But there is something else about Bunyan's early prison writings, more of the last will and testament than the religious potboiler. He thought he would die in prison. He must have been immensely strong to survive that long in jail without succumbing to jail fever. He was also aware that the laws against nonconformists were increasing in severity, and he might be hanged. So there is defiance, too. The anonymously published I Will Pray with the Spirit, probably 1662-3, the first edition has not survived, is an attack on the reissued Book of Common Prayer and the legal compulsion that went with it. Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners, 1666, his account of his conversion and calling, is another self-defense, which is also a defense of nonconformity, addressed to his congregation in Bedford. The first part of the Pilgrim's Progress was not published until 1678, when Bunyan had, apart from a brief interval from December 1676 to June 1677 when he was imprisoned again, been out of Bedford jail for 6 years. Nonetheless, it is clear that it has its origins as a prison document. The den in the wilderness of this world of the very first paragraph is glossed in the margin as the jail, and that is one key to its power. This is not just because Bunyan was imprisoned for his faith, or, more precisely, for refusing not to preach again because he was unlicensed. In such circumstances, a refusal to compromise is bound to become a touchstone of character. Whether his hero Christian is facing the big bullies, like Giant Despair or Lord Hategood, or the more insidious temptations of credit and good fashion promised by Mr. Worldly Wiseman, he has to keep on the narrow way. The Pilgrim's Progress, then, is a nonconformist text in the widest sense, as well as in the highly specific context of restoration. Nonconformity. Bunyan is continuing the Christian radical tradition that begins in the New Testament with Jesus overturning the tables of the money changers in the temple, Mark 11 verse 15, and the apostles imprisoned for preaching, Acts 5. Theologically, he remains within the Reformed theology of Luther and Calvin just as it was going out of favor with the intelligentsia. As Christopher Hill has pointed out, Calvinism, which was, earlier in the century, the prevailing orthodoxy among the bishops in the Church of England, was slipping down the social scale. Point 2 Bunyan's view of the Church was even less popular. When he was arrested for unlicensed preaching in 1660, it was under an Elizabethan law against conventicles, but the legal position was about to harden further. During the first half of the 1660s, a whole sequence of punitive laws, conveniently if inaccurately called the Clarendon Code, came into being, voted in by a parliament whose anti-Puritan zeal seems to have exceeded that of the restored Charles II. In 1662, when allegiance to the new prayer book was demanded of all parish clergy, a clear divide opened up between conformists and nonconformists like Bunyan and his congregation. Nonconformity turned from a viewpoint into a legal category. Puritanism, which for the first 80 years of its life had operated largely as a movement for further reform within the Church of England, was now placed firmly outside it and, indeed, largely drops out of use as a descriptive term. Bunyan himself regards it as a rather pejorative term used for the godly in times past. Bunyan in the 1660s was regarded as subversive, certainly by the Bedford gentry who tried him. It was not that he incited his flock to rebel, and his service in the parliamentary army was not held against him. It was because he did not accept their authority, any more than he accepted the authority of the Church of England. He claimed authority from God, and God's word in the Bible, which he claimed to discern as well as they. Christopher Hill argues, the very claim that preaching was his vocation was subversive. His vocation was being a tinker. Mechanic preaching had been the cause of all the trouble in the 1640s and 1650s. Now was the gentry's chance at last to put the mechanics back in their place. 3 So for 12 years Bunyan was kept in prison. The very first paragraph of the Pilgrim's Progress, which identifies the jail as the place where the author slept and dreamed, takes for granted that the wilderness of this world is the condition we pass through, in prison, or in other largely hostile places. The city of destruction has to be left for good, even if, for the duration of the first part, that is where his wife and children are. His true companions, faithful and then hopeful, will face death with him. There is really no prospect of returning, though obstinate, and then pliable, do so early on. Christian has to guard against false pilgrims, those who would distract him from the true way. Such single-mindedness was no doubt reinforced by his long years in prison. But we need to go back further to find the roots of Bunyan's courage. Bunyan had joined the parliamentary army in 1644, when he was 16, and he served in the garrison of Newport Pagnell, not far from Bedford. His first book was published by a bookseller in Newport Pagnell as well as in London. He left the army in 1645 and attempted to rejoin in 1647, possibly for financial reasons. As far as we can tell, he did not join out of ideological zeal. There is some evidence that he fought at the Siege of Leicester, and he might have been summoned to Ireland, but, in the end, he did not go. The army was a formative experience for Bunyan, although he is, understandably, relatively reticent about it in Grace Abounding, written in prison and when he was concerned that he might be executed. The one event that he dwells on in retrospect is that a man who had volunteered to replace him during an assault at the Siege of Leicester was killed by a musket ball, the post-conversion. Bunyan saw this as an example of God's providence. Only with the Holy War, 1682, do we get explicit descriptions of a siege and armies marching which might be drawn from experience. Sir Samuel Luke, who was in charge of the Newport Pagnell garrison, was not a radical, although the young Bunyan might well have heard radical ideas being debated, either among soldiers from the Eastern Association and the New Model Army who passed through Newport Pagnell, or in the town itself, which appears to have been more receptive to new ideas. He did not stay in the army long enough to hear leveler ideas. For example, point 4, however, we can see some of the ideas of William Irbury and Captain Paul Hobson, both of whom preached controversial sermons to the Newport Pagnell garrison, emerging later in Bunyan's work. Point 5, and there is a striking parallel between the trial scene in Vanity Fair and the leveler Richard Overton's The Arraignment of Mr. Persecution. 1645, especially in the satirical naming of the corrupt jury. After leaving the army, Bunyan married, probably in 1649, although we do not know his first wife's name. She brought with her a dowry, not of cash or property, but two popular religious books, Lewis Bailey's Practice of Piety and Arthur Dent's Plainman's Pathway to Heaven. Influenced partly by these books, partly by his wife's own piety and partly by his own delight in going to church, in the vestments and so on, Bunyan began to take a greater interest in religion. On his own admission, he had been a great swearer in his youth, and had been more likely to read popular chivalric romance adventures than devotional texts. But church-going was not enough to settle his soul. Bunyan's spiritual crisis, according to his account in Grace Abounding, was precipitated by a sequence of events. Bunyan had heard a sermon on Sabbath breaking, which he managed to put out of his mind. However, as he was playing a game of tip-cat on the village green at Elstow that same Sunday afternoon, a voice did suddenly dart from heaven into my soul, which said, "Wilt thou leave thy sins, and go to heaven? Or have thy sins, and go to hell?" 6. From that moment, Bunyan was buffeted by his conscience, and began to search the Bible for some answers. Texts from the Bible started to have an almost physical weight to them. It was, very largely, an individual journey, and only later did he have much to do with Christians who might guide him through. It was not a straightforward journey to conversion, although it had some of the elements of Puritan conversion stories. But it is difficult to point to a moment of conversion. For one thing. Point 7, Grace Abounding is a psychological document of great vividness, so much so that many of his psychologically aware readers, starting with William James, have tentatively attempted a diagnosis. In his summative work on Bunyan, Richard L. Legreves suggests that he was suffering from depression. Point 8, more recently still, John Sneap, a counseling psychologist, and Arled Sink, a distinguished Bunyan scholar, have suggested that Bunyan's initial struggle was with obsessive-compulsive disorder rather than melancholia or depression. They go on to suggest that episodes in the Pilgrim's Progress are evidence that writing was one of the ways in which Bunyan was released from despair, and, perhaps even more so, reading the scriptures in other books such as Luther on Galatians, or Fox's Acts and Monuments, popularly known as Fox's Book of Martyrs, helped him find a way through. Point 9, we might want to recognize that there was something extreme about Bunyan's experience without pathologizing it, or dismissing its challenge, and diagnosis at this distance is, inevitably, prone to error. Like so many spiritual autobiographies by sectarian preachers in the period, Grace Abounding is also an attempt at self-vindication. Here is the man who has not been to university, but who has a command of Scripture that is not just intellectual but comes from profound spiritual experience. Here is the prisoner of conscience who speaks like a prophet to an unjust world. Here, also, is Bunyan on the cusp of modernity, though, as Galen Johnson has carefully argued, his is not an absolute, autonomous notion of personal liberty. Rather, his conscience remained imprisoned to the same Jesus Christ who made it free, a notion of the individual which has a much longer history. Point 10 Bunyan's appeal is not to his subjective rights, but to his personal grasp of the objective truth of Christ. The end of grace abounding is not triumphant, or even defiant. These things I continually see and feel, and am afflicted and oppressed with, yet the wisdom of God doth order them for my good. 11 An important component of the development of the Pilgrims' Progress is Bunyan's reworking of the experience he set out in one way in Grace Abounding, and of his prison experience more generally. The first part contains a number of episodes that recall Grace Abounding. However, as Michael Davies and Milo Kaufman have both shown, it is Hopeful's account of his conversion rather than Christian's which reads more like Bunyan's. Point 12 There are other episodes, like the man in the iron cage and Christian's terrifying walk through the valley of the shadow of death, which recall Bunyan's temptation to believe that he had committed the unforgivable sin, or when he thought that his own voice had sold Christ. The time that the pilgrims are locked up in Doubting Castle by giant despair before they remember the key of promise that will let them out corresponds to Bunyan's own periods of doubt, though some of his lasted much longer. The 3 days the pilgrims suffer is, of course, symbolic of the time Christ was in the tomb between Good Friday and Easter, and the fact they are put there by a giant takes some of the sting out of it. Everyone knows that giants in stories are scary and might eat you, but they are also stupid and can, ultimately, be tricked by the resourceful hero. The immediate impact of the corresponding Grace Abounding episodes is that Bunyan was never sure if he would come out of his despair, and only occasionally did he get the spiritual advice or companionship he needed. In The Pilgrim's Progress, Christian has a sequence of advisors: Evangelist, the inhabitants of the interpreter's house, and the shepherds in the Delectable Mountains, for example. They are not with him all the time, and so he has to rely on his sometimes faulty memory. Memory is a key Christian virtue in both parts. He also, eventually, has companions on his journey, first faithful and then hopeful. But there are a number of false advisors and false pilgrims as well, and these pose as many dangers to Christian as the opponents like Apollyon who stand in his way and openly threaten him. Godly fear and slavish fear. What marks Bunyan's most successful writing is his ability to convey spiritual truth with the force of felt experience. His friend and fellow minister George Cockayne wrote in the preface to the acceptable sacrifice that Bunyan did experience in himself, through the grace of God, the nature, excellency, and comfort of a truly broken and contrite spirit. Point 13 It was his particular gift to convey that experience through a variety of genres: autobiography, sermon, treatise, and fiction. A respect for his gift can even be found in that scourge of Christianity, William Empson. His poem Courage Means Running, which starts with Bunyan, puts it this way: Much afraid went over the river singing, though none knew what she sang. Usual for a man of Bunyan's courage to respect fear. Point 14 Much of the power of the Pilgrim's Progress comes from its many and subtle confrontations with fear. Empson is alluding here to the final scene of the second part, where the pilgrims cross the river of death. However, it is the first part that conveys the feelings of fear more tellingly, and they are often positive. As Hopeful says to Christian, I do believe, as you say, that fear tends much to men's good, and to make them right at their beginning to go on pilgrimage, page 152. When Christian fights Apollyon, or when he crosses the valley of the shadow of death, we see how intense Bunyan's account of spiritual and psychological struggle is. Elsewhere he rejects the wrong kind of fear, the slavish fear that Christian and Hopeful experience when they have a vision of the heavenly city from the Delectable Mountains. Christian is almost overcome with fear at the moment of death, a great darkness and horror that causes him to doubt that he will be received at the gate of heaven. Eventually he recovers, and encouraged by Hopeful's "Be of good cheer, Jesus Christ mocketh thee whole," page 159, he makes it to the farther shore. Bunyan, then, has a pastoral theology of fear. In that last episode, he also goes against a lot of Christian thinking about dying. It is not always the case, he argues, that Christians face death serenely. You cannot tell whether a person is going to heaven by the way they die. The strongest Christian can have last-minute doubts, or simply be overcome by physical pain. Mr. Badman, in The Life and Death of Mr. Badman, Bunyan's original sequel, dies like a lamb. Wiseman comments that if a wicked man dies quietly, his quiet dying is so far off from being a sign of his being saved, that it is an uncontrollable proof of his damnation. 15 The pilgrims at the end of the second part make a good death, but, interestingly, it is those who have suffered the most psychological and spiritual hardships who have the easiest passage. The problem of slavish fear, as far as Bunyan is concerned, is that it makes people take more notice of their reputation among others than of their standing with God. As Hopeful puts it about those who are awakened but then fall back, they have slavish fears that do overmaster them. I speak now of the fears that they have of men, page 154. For Bunyan's heroes, the fear of God counters any passing fear of men, even if that involves loss of reputation, imprisonment, and death. It enables him to strike a note of tenderness just as authentically as the sternness, and the uncompromising either slash or of judgment, that make up his theology and his journeying. The roots of Bunyan's imagination, theology, and the Bible. It is difficult to exaggerate Bunyan's debt to the Bible. It operates at every level in this text, structural, tonal, and theological. The text is stuffed with biblical quotations and allusions. More than any early modern text, it marks the entry of the English Bible into English literature. It may be one reason why Bunyan's text is less appreciated now, as biblical literacy becomes rarer, at least in Britain. In this edition, as with most modern editions, I have tried to draw attention in the explanatory notes to some of the biblical references that are not glossed in the margins, but that is only part of the story. The Bible supplies the overarching idea of the text, and we need to understand something of Bunyan's particular theologically informed way of reading the Bible. There are two main biblical sources for the idea of Christian leaving his home in the city of destruction and setting out for the celestial city. The first is the Epistle to the Hebrews. Brainerd Stranahan argues that no other book in the Bible made such a deep impression on Bunyan. It seems to have occasioned both the most anxious and the most comforting moments of his spiritual life. 16 in particular, there are a couple of verses in chapter 11 that seem to supply the idea for the plot. By faith Abraham, when he was called to go out into a place which he should after receive for an inheritance, obeyed, and he went out, not knowing whither he went. These all died in faith, not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, and were persuaded of them, and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. Hebrews 11 verses 8 and 13. Certainly Christian leaves home without knowing exactly where he is heading, and confesses that he is a stranger and pilgrim. The passage alludes to Old Testament figures, and indeed Christian's leaving is a kind of exodus. 2.17 Then there are the journeys and trials in the book of Acts, with some quite precise parallels, as when Paul takes the place of Stephen after his stoning in Luke's narrative, so Hopeful replaces Faithful after the Vanity Fair episode results in Faithful's death. 18. The Bible gives Bunyan something of the plot and the central images, but it goes beyond that. Fragments of verses from all over the Bible appear in the dialogue, particularly when Faithful is debating with false pilgrims like Talkative or Ignorance, or when he is being instructed by Evangelist. At some stage Bunyan is supposed to have composed a concordance to the Bible, although it has not survived, and he clearly used one, judging from the abundance of references in his non-allegorical works. One method Bunyan uses a great deal to make sense of the apparently obscure or contradictory is typology. To find the meaning of the Old Testament, a Christian has to look for the gospel sense of it, as Bunyan does, for example, in Solomon's Temple Spiritualized, and in some of the Pilgrim's discussions. The assumption is that the Old Testament often anticipates the new. Typology is linked indissolubly to prophecy, as Paul Korshin puts it. 19 It is also linked to allegory, as a reading procedure. The figures and events of the Old Testament can be turned into gospel by reading them allegorically. Bunyan's theology is biblical. too, though it is grounded in the biblical theology of the Reformers, particularly Luther. At its simplest, it is a theology of grace. It is summarized twice over towards the end of the first part, first in the account of Hopeful's conversion, which mirrors that of Bunyan himself, and secondly in the dispute with ignorance. Ignorance has good thoughts, so he thinks, because he thinks of heaven. Christian and Hopeful, echoing Calvin, though there is no evidence that Bunyan read Calvin, argue that thoughts of heaven should first of all drive one to realize one's sin, and in particular a necessity of Christ's personal righteousness to justify thee before God. This sacrificial notion of the gospel is central to the Reformed tradition, and it is at the heart of Bunyan's major theological statement, The Doctrine of the Law and Grace Unfolded, 1659. The contrast between the condemnation offered by the law of Moses and the release offered by grace in Christ rumbles through most of Grace Abounding, and is therein the image of the burden falling off at the cross and the episode of worldly wiseman in the Pilgrim's Progress. Point 20. Allegory, romance, and fiction. The Pilgrim's Progress presents itself as a dream narrative, and, like many such from medieval and early modern times, it is allegorical. For the reader, this presents a special challenge. Allegory was a mode of reading before it became a mode of composition. It began as a means of recovering an acceptable meaning from apparently unpromising texts, for example, of perceiving Christian truth in pagan works like Ovid's Metamorphoses, and as a means of making spiritual sense of parts of the Bible, such as the Song of Songs. Is the best way of appreciating the text always looking beyond it to another level of meaning? Or, as Carolyn Van Dyke puts it, do we have to engage in unremitting translation from apparent to actual meaning? 21. For many critics in the Romantic period, this proved the inferiority of allegory, its artificial and secondary character as literature, compared to the symbol. Allegory is mechanical, art in the service of a concept, and thus not truly art, or at least, not the best kind of art. Nowadays, in the wake of the post-structural accounts of language by Paul de Man in particular, allegory can be seen as no more than a special case of what all literature does, saying one thing and meaning another. For Alan Mitchell, if Bunyan had rejected the literal in favor of the imaginary, he would seem modern, but by having the literal and the imaginary depend on each other for their very definition, Bunyan is clearly postmodern. Point 22. The verse author's apology which prefaces the Pilgrim's Progress, apart from its value as an account of the work's genesis, does demonstrate a certain anxiety about the acceptability of the allegory to his friends, who were clearly of two minds about it. But their anxiety has nothing to do with romantic concerns about didacticism. First of all, Bunyan appeals to the Bible. Am I afraid to say that Holy Writ, which for its style and praise puts down all wit, is everywhere so full of all these things, dark figures, allegories, yet there springs from that same book, that luster, and those rays of light, that turns our darkest nights to days? Bunyan is reluctant to compromise the central Reformation assertion, that the Bible is clear as well as truthful. But there are parables and metaphors in it, used by Christ and the prophets. That these are dark figures is nothing sinister, simply an early modern commonplace. Spencer famously characterized allegory as a dark conceit in his letter to Raleigh about the Fairy Queen. Donne remarked that dark texts need notes. The act of reading allegory is no more than an act of unwrapping, or opening a box. It is interesting that Bunyan's description of reading allegory itself resorts to further imagery like opening boxes, or kernels in nuts. Personification allegory like Bunyan's is not, in fact, so very difficult to read. It does not demand the same level of multilingual and multi-level decoding from its reader as the Fairy Queen, for example. It might help to know that Apollyon means destroyer in the Bible, but hopeful is hopeful, talkative is talkative, and ignorance as well, a rather special case of ignorance, within the theological understanding of the period, but ignorance of certain matters of eternal consequence nonetheless. Naming is characterizing, for the most part. For the heroes, and, later, heroines, part of the key to a successful journey is keeping to the path, and that produces its own levels of allegory. After all, This is a journey from the city of destruction through the wilderness of this world to the celestial city. It is a narrow roadway, and needs to be kept to. Leave it, and you are in trouble, as Christian and faithful are when they stray down Bypath Meadow and end up in the dungeons of Doubting Castle. Equally, the true pilgrim has to enter in the right way, as Christian does through the wicket gate. Formalist and hypocrisy take a shortcut, and put their trust in custom, laws and ordinances, but as soon as they hit the hill, deculty they take less steep roads, which end in destruction. He stumbled and fell, and rose no more, page 46. So it is not just the people on the way who need to be perceived allegorically, it is the way itself. Bunyan felt the need to defend his approach, not, of course, against those who might doubt the artistic integrity of the book, but against those of his Christian, shall we say Puritan, friends suspicious of metaphor, anything that lacks solidness. In the author's apology for his book, Bunyan begins by saying that he did not consciously choose this approach, it just happened while he was writing something else, probably a book called The Heavenly Footman. To put it in romantic as well as Christian terms, he was inspired, though he, perhaps revealingly, describes it as a fall rather than an elevation. And thus it was, I writing of the way and race of saints in this our gospel day, fell suddenly into an allegory about their journey, and the way to glory. In trying to describe the moment of composition, Bunyan seems torn between being deferential to the puritanical criticism that he has just written something for his own amusement, mine own self to gratify, and trying to persuade his readers that, providentially, he has stumbled onto something special. By the time he reaches the conclusion, he is far more assured, this book will make a traveler of thee. In other words, Bunyan claims that his allegory about a pilgrimage will make its readers into pilgrims. Allegory is particularly suited to religious writing. It springs from a sense that the world is not the whole case. On the contrary, there is a reality beyond this world, and this world is best interpreted as a sign system of spiritual truth. Protestantism began with a suspicion of allegory as a technique of reading the Bible, but Spencer's The Faerie Queene and Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress and the Holy War rediscovered its potency. Thomas Luxon, who takes a skeptical view of Puritan theories of representation more generally, suggests that allegory is a mode peculiarly suited to finessing the issue of the real, allowing Bunyan to substitute spiritual experience for reality. Point 23. There is a parallel to this in Gordon Teskey's more general theory of allegory as a kind of poetic violence. The greatest allegorical poets do not simply transform life into meaning. They exacerbate the antipathy of the living to the significant by exposing the violence entailed in transforming the other. This leads him to observe the uncannily familiar characters of Bunyan, who seem to be being turned into writing by a force that bends all their actions to suit what they are called. Point 24. Allegory, from this sort of position, is an expression of ideological or theological violence that is needed to make sense and order of the world. We might add that it is the violence of judgment, the other side of Bunyan's courage in the face of hostility and his own doubts, the conviction that there is a way to hell, even from the entrance to heaven, for those who do wrong or are wrong. Allegory, then, is the principal mode of this narrative, but generically it is more complex. The journey as a whole is like a quest narrative, a heroic romance. Christian and Greatheart are often portrayed as combatants in armor. Their armor, like that of Spencer's Red Cross Knight, can be traced, in terms of its allegorical significance, to the picture of the Christian's armor that Paul gives at the end of the epistle to the Ephesians, and take the helmet of salvation, and the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God, 6:17, is just one example. The way they use the armor, in combat with giants and devils, owes more to Bunyan's pre-conversion reading in popular prose romances like Bevis of Hampton and Richard Johnson's Seven Champions of Christendom than to biblical combats. However, whether Bunyan had any major sources for this work other than the Bible is unlikely. Long ago J. B. Uware, one of Bunyan's best editors, suggested a comparison with de Guileville's Pèlerinage d'Ilhom, translated into verse by John Lydgate. There is no direct evidence that Bunyan read either the French, or that he knew how to read French, which seems extremely unlikely, or the English version. However, this does point to the way in which Bunyan picks up on a more general sense of life as pilgrimage, which is as much a part of Catholic Christianity, which encouraged pilgrimages to particular holy places, as of Protestantism, which did not, and might be said to have internalized the idea of pilgrimage as a result. He was undoubtedly influenced by Fox's Acts and Monuments, which he seems to have read in prison. It gave him a view of church history, and a means of understanding suffering and persecution, which pervades a number of episodes in the Pilgrim's Progress, most notably in the trial and death of Faithful and Vanity Fair. 25. Although, like most Puritans, Bunyan read the Bible through the eyes of St. Paul, he draws widely on the Bible and also responds to the different literary qualities of the biblical books. The Pilgrim's Progress shares with the Synoptic Gospels an informal, even laconic narrative style with a sharp satiric humor. The targets in both cases are hypocrisy, the vice to which religious people are most susceptible. There have been numerous attempts to locate the sources for people and places in the allegory. While scholarly caution is needed, modern readers should remember that many prose fictions of the 17th century are undoubtedly Romans clef. There are a few figures in the allegory who might be tentatively linked to Bunyan's contemporaries. Mr. Worldly Wiseman, who misleads Christian early on in his pilgrimage, is often linked to the Bedfordshire clergyman Edward Fowler, criticized by Bunyan in his A Defense of the Doctrine of Justification by Faith, 1672.26. Lord Hategood, who condemns Christian and Faithful and Vanity Fair, has elements of Justice Keeling, or Keeling, who examined Bunyan after his arrest. According to Bunyan's account, Keeling threatened him with exile and even hanging, though most of their exchange in Grace Abounding is about the Book of Common Prayer. Keeling had been imprisoned from 1642 to 1660. He was then elected MP for Bedford in the Cavalier Parliament, where he was involved in the drafting of the 1662 Act of Uniformity. After Bunyan's trial, he was knighted, and became a Chief Justice of the King's Bench. He had a reputation for bullying juries, fining and imprisoning those who did not deliver the verdicts he wanted. Hategood has no need to bully the Vanity Fair jury, they are only too willing to condemn Christian and Faithful. Hategood is a conflation of the kind of judicial persecution Bunyan himself experienced, and had read about in Fox's Acts and Monuments during his imprisonment. Evangelist occupies the same structural position in Christian's conversion as John Gifford, the pastor of the Bedford Church, did in Bunyan's, but beyond that it is difficult to know, as so little about Gifford survives. In the second part, Valiant for Truth may be an allusion to the Welsh preacher Vavasorpawl, 1617-70. The evidence for a link between Bunyan and Powell is largely circumstantial. However, it is possible that Bunyan was one of those who completed Powell's biblical concordance after his death. A memorial volume, The Life and Death of Vavasorpawl, 1671, attributed to Edward Bagshaw, concludes with some acrostic poems, one of which begins Valiant for Truth on Earth. The business of establishing precise connections between characters or topographical features from 17th century Bedfordshire or London and those in Bunyan's allegory is occasionally tantalizing, but by and large adds very little to our understanding of the allegory. What they might do is help us to understand that a text which has had an enormous readership across social classes, countries and times is rooted in personal acquaintance and pastoral experience, as well as in Bunyan's intense, inward spiritual struggle. The two parts, Bunyan, Women and the Church. If The Pilgrim's Progress is a fictional reworking of some of the narrative and themes of Grace Abounding, the second part, published in 1684, probably not until January, which would make it 1685 in new style dating, is a more direct revisiting of the first part. There had been spurious sequels published before. In Bunyan's mind, the first true sequel was The Life and Death of Mr. Badman. 1680, a dialogue between Wiseman and Attentive which charts the sins and downfall of the reprobate Badman. It was nowhere near as popular. Indeed, one of its successes is that it makes an evil character so unambiguously unsympathetic. Of the surviving would-be sequels, the best known is that by the Baptist writer Thomas Sherman, T.S. on the title page. Although this makes no attempt to imitate Bunyan's style, it does create some new characters in the vein of the first part. Sherman's publisher John Bunyan wrote too. The Pilgrim's Guide from the Cradle to His Deathbed, 1684, and In Hue and Cry After Conscience, or The Pilgrim's Progress by Candlelight in 1685. The preface to Bunyan's second part attacks those that counterfeit the Pilgrim and the condescension of those who deny Bunyan's authorship of his masterwork, with its European reputation. So, in The Pilgrimage of Christiana and her sons, Bunyan is vindicating his authorship. He had already confronted those who said The Pilgrim's Progress is not mine in the advertisement poem in the Holy War. He is also answering one of the questions Christian is asked in the first part: why did you leave your wife and children behind? In the first part, as Neil Keeble so neatly puts it, to be a pilgrim is to be a man. 27. Not just that, play the man is what the pilgrims have to do in the face of danger. There are no female pilgrims. However, not all the female figures in the first half are enemies or temptations. Indeed, it is Charity, one of the damsels of the House Beautiful, who quizzes Christian in some detail about his failure to convince his family to join him. However, she concludes that they have shown themselves to be implacable to good, page 56. Fortunately, they have second thoughts. The second part echoes the first, and they travel the same way and encounter many of the same places and figures of help and hindrance that Christian did. The differences illuminate both parts. We have already noted the importance of the loneliness of Christian in the first part, which gradually changes with his two companions and the advice he receives from Evangelist and others. In the second part, Christiana has her 4 children, all boys, and Mercy, a genuine pilgrim companion from the beginning. They are conducted by Greatheart, and later by Valiant for Truth as well. The party of pilgrims continues to expand. In other words, it is a church pilgrimage, rather than an individual's. Once Christiana and Mercy have been given into the care of Greatheart, they never want for timely advice. There is not the same tension of remembering and forgetting that is such a feature of the first part. The Pilgrimage of Christiana and Mercy foregrounds the feminine in a way that stays fairly strictly within Bunyan's conventional views of the roles of the sexes. In Christian Behavior, 1663, for example, Bunyan stresses that wives should be subject to their husbands, though not their slaves. 28 At the end of the section on the duty of wives, he reminds his readers that the believing woman is a figure of the church and therefore should nourish and instruct her children and servants, as the church. Many commentators on the second part, especially those who take a more feminist approach, have stressed the double subordination of Christiana to her husband and to her conductor, Greatheart. That subordination is not to be denied. However, it is out of that version of what the feminine represents that the narrative springs. To begin with, perhaps it is the figure of Eve, the disobedient woman, that Christiana has to confront in herself. But from then on it is the figure of the church that she is realizing in her journey. When Mercy catechizes Christiana's children, she commends her for having instructed them so well in Christian doctrine. In the home, the mother is the teacher. If the dominant biblical metaphor for both parts is the Exodus, in the second part it is overlaid by a whole series of references to the Song of Songs, the Old Testament love song that is, in Christian tradition, allegorized as the love of Christ for his church. The female figures, with the young boys, are vulnerable. Early on they encounter the ill-favored ones, hinting that they might be raped, and are rebuked for not asking for a male guide to accompany them. So they are given to Greatheart, an experienced conductor of pilgrims, who acts as guide, advisor, and protector, the very essence of the Puritan pastor. The gendered division of roles comes out most clearly when they visit the site of Christian's battle with Apollyon. This, it is emphasized, is where Christian did here play the man, page 242, and so Greatheart has to meet the fiend as the manly protector of the pilgrims as well as the champion of Christ. Seeing there is such resistance, the devil flees. The second part's exploration of the female pilgrimage inescapably brings into relief the specifically masculine role as well. There is a certain amount of macho confrontation, for example, when the men attack Doubting Castle, and Valiant for Truth has a history of combat. However, the second part also accommodates much less muscular masculine Christianity in figures like Mr. Fearing and Mr. Ready to Halt. Why do Christiana and Mercy not have burdens on their backs? It is decult to believe that Bunyan had gone soft on sin by 1684. It may be that Christiana's early repentance, coupled with the fact that she doesn't cry out, "What shall I do?" because she knows what she has to do from Christian's example, means she does not set out with a burden. It may be that Bunyan is dealing with a possible ambivalence in the first part, that Christian is converted as he enters the wicket gate, which represents Christ, but that he needs a separate experience of Christ's cross. It may be that, as Margaret Olafson Thixton asserts, Christiana's femininity is her burden, 29, but this raises more problems than it solves in analyzing the development of her pilgrimage, because she is actually less error-prone than her heroic husband. She listens to the right kind of advice more often, and there is less of the wrong kind around. Right reading. Correct interpretation of the Bible, the material world and personal experience is essential to Bunyan's spiritual practice, as it is to his principal characters, and indeed Puritan Christianity more generally. Right reading of his text by us, his readers, is as important as it is for Christian reading the book in his hand. As modern readers, we are, relatively, experts at understanding novelistic narrative, but that is not always the point, certainly not the whole point, in the Pilgrim's Progress. Above and beyond the episodes themselves and the pilgrims developing understanding of them, Bunyan gives us several additional ways into the text. First of all, there are the marginal notes, which have a variety of functions. Maxine Hancock helpfully summarizes them as referring, indexing, interpreting, and applying. Point 30. They point us to the biblical references embedded in the text as quotations or allusions and so serve to tell us where we are in the text as we read or reread. Then there are the poems, or songs, which burst out of the text at emotional moments, sometimes summarizing and commenting on what has gone before, but more often punctuating an episode with a personal reaction. They are not unusual in fiction of the period, though perhaps more characteristic of romance than religious fiction. One of the best of them, Who Would True Valor See, has become a popular hymn, more often sung with the revised opening of He Who Would Valiant Be, ironically in a way, because Bunyan's own church did not sing hymns as part of public worship until some time after his death. This hybrid quality to the text brings us to the question of the novel. The novel is, famously, not so much a genre as a meeting of genres, often in parroted form, and The Pilgrim's Progress is not so much a novel as a dream vision, one which can be read as a late, if not final, example of that genre which provides many of the most significant religious narratives of the medieval period, such as Piers Plowman or The Dream of the Rood, though it is unlikely that Bunyan knew any of these. At the same time, it looks forward to some of the newer forms of prose fiction emerging in Europe as a whole. One might say that the first of the English novelists proper, Daniel Defoe, drew much of his inspiration from the same nonconformist culture as Bunyan. Like him, he mixes the spiritual autobiography with popular romance forms, for example. But he is not driven by the same evangelical force as Bunyan, and the allegorical element almost disappears, partly as a result. Read the criticism and discussion of Bunyan now, and during the last 2 centuries, and you will realize that Bunyan's theology is an issue. Those who write about this book may be divided between those who embrace the literary qualities of the book because they coincide with their own evangelical Christian viewpoint, and those who recognize its qualities but are uneasy about Bunyan's version of Christianity, or indeed any version of Christianity. Whatever your viewpoint, it is important to think about The Pilgrim's Progress as a Christian book, and one that could be, indeed should be, read as a spiritual as much as a literary classic. Spiritual classic is a publisher's term, intended to group together older texts into a library or a series imprint, but it is also a useful term to describe texts that have a life and a usefulness beyond their own time. Spirituality is more than a useful descriptor for texts and practices that help readers to live more godly, or less materialistic lives, who have a desire to go beyond an inherited faith or a conversion experience into something deeper. Most texts recognized as spiritual classics come from a very different wing of Christianity from Bunyan. They may be written by mystics, or monks, like Dame Julian of Norwich or St. John of the Cross. Often they describe a version of Christian living that demands the cloister or the hermitage to enact. But there are classics that arise from a real experience of an everyday world, Brother Lawrence practicing the presence of God in his kitchen, or the young Augustine praying to God to make him chaste, but not yet. Bunyan's first spiritual classic, Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners, was written in prison, and enforced isolation from the world in one sense, but the fear that the persecution which put him there might send him to the gallows haunts the last pages. In the preface, addressed to his dear children in the Bedford congregation, he exhorts them to remember the experience they first had of God in ordinary places. Have you forgot the clothes, the milkhouse, the stable, the barn, and the like, where God did visit your soul? 31 For the modern literary critic, the classic is a text that bears rereading. For previous generations, it meant the great works of Greek or Latin that had been the foundation of humanist education, and by association those works which had a similar authority. But if we ask, with Frank Kermode, what happens when modern minds engage ancient texts, or what a view of literature that preserves our right of immediate access to the venerable works of the past might be, then the questions of authority and experience must rank very high. In an important discussion of the spiritual classic, David Tracy argues that our experiences of such expressions, he includes the Bible in this, can themselves be events that shape our lives. They have what he calls the power of disclosure. He contrasts this kind of power with the authoritarian tendency in religion. The religious classic, he cites the writing of Saint Teresa, insists that it is only relatively adequate as an account of God, or at least one's experience of him. It is not the violent, overconfident approach of the religious authoritarian. Rather, Tracy argues, it is a nonviolent appeal to our minds, hearts, and imaginations, and through them to our will. 32. For Bunyan, the victim of persecution at a time when wars of religion in the West were not quite over, the question of religious violence is a deculted one. He is a victim, yes, and his characters experience violent opposition. Think of Apollyon, or the martyrdom of Faithful in Vanity Fair. Bunyan's imagination was formed by his reading of Fox's Acts and Monuments, where being faithful is virtually coterminous with being executed. The old cliché, that wayfaring means warfaring, is no joke. Bunyan came straight to the second part of the Pilgrim's Progress from having finished the Holy War, and his heroes, great heart and valiant for truth, are offensive as well as defensive warriors. They resist the devil Apollyon, but they also go out of their way to defeat giant Despair, and knock down Doubting Castle. At the same time, Bunyan is very tender towards the psychologically weak in the second part. If he is angry with those who persecute, either psychologically or physically, he protects and even admires those pilgrims who need crutches. Mr. Ready to Halt and Mr. Fearing are important to the emotional and theological balance of the sequel. For one thing, if the men were all like Mr. Valiant for Truth, then there would be an even greater division in gender among the pilgrims than there is. Violence in the pilgrims and those who stand in their way is one thing. But what about Bunyan's God? As Paul Ricoeur so trenchantly puts it, the connection between accusation and consolation is perhaps the most striking characteristic of religion. God threatens and protects. He is the ultimate danger and the ultimate protection. 33 One of the strengths of the Pilgrim's Progress as a spiritual narrative is that it recognizes this. The opposition is satanic, but the decree of reprobation is God's. For Bunyan himself, the questions of authority and imagination are important for the justification of what he is doing, for those who respond to the spiritual imperatives of his book with anything other than rejection or condescension, they will also be important. Success and critical history. The early success of the Pilgrim's Progress was reflected in the regular reprinting of the text, 12 editions in Bunyan's lifetime, as well as a number of translations. A Dutch translation was published in 1682, a French translation was published in Amsterdam in 1685 and a Welsh translation in 1687. It continued to be reprinted, adapted and condensed throughout the 18th century. The Evangelical Revival adopted it. John Wesley made an abridged version for his Christian Library of 1753. John Newton annotated a 1789 edition with hymns as well as theological comment, and his friend William Cooper praised the ingenious dreamer, in whose well-told tale/sweet fiction and sweet truth alike prevail, in his 1784 poem Tirocinium. Increasingly, too, its literary qualities began to be admired, even by those who did not share Bunyan's theology. Boswell records Samuel Johnson's admiration of its great merit, both for invention, imagination, and the conduct of the story, in April 1773.34 of the Romantic Poets and Critics. We might have expected the nonconformist Blake to find his fellow working-class visionary sympathetic, and he made 28 watercolor illustrations of episodes in the first part. Most significant, though, is the poet laureate Robert Southey's edition of the Pilgrim's Progress, with a 100-page introduction which, in Walter Scott's opinion, finally established Bunyan's superiority over Spenser in allegory. With Hazlitt and Coleridge as well, the romantic Bunyan is established. The great 19th-century novelists, Dickens, Thackeray, George Eliot, Charlotte Brontë, Hawthorne, openly allude to him and appropriate his phrases and techniques, though increasingly the view of Bunyan becomes that of the untutored genius, in spite of his theology. One imagines that Bunyan would not have approved of the in spite of move. Huck Finn encountered the book thus: there was some books too. One was Pilgrim's Progress, about a man that left his family it didn't say why. I read considerable in it now and then. The statements was interesting, but tough. 35 Well, actually it does say why, though. Interesting, but tough is as good a description of the book as any. As Bunyan enters the literary, and by no means Puritan, mainstream, so, during the same period, his great text becomes a missionary instrument, often the first book to be translated into tribal languages after the New Testament. Baptist missionaries in particular ensured that extracts from the Pilgrim's Progress were translated into hundreds of languages, many of which were being written down for the first time. Many of these are now in the John Bunyan Museum in Bedford, whence, in a neat contemporary twist, copies were sent to asylum seekers in detention near there recently. Nor should we assume that Bunyan was read simply as a call to conversion. The leader of the Taiping rebels in China in the 1850s and 1860s counted the Pilgrim's Progress as one of his favorite books. There is more on the history of this book's illustrations and adaptations in the note on the text and illustrations. It may be that Bunyan's masterpiece may be following the fate of his Bible, less popular and less culturally and critically central than it used to be, but still embedded in the culture. Just the phrases, the Slough of Despond, Vanity Fair, Valiant for Truth, still echo and linger. So, supremely, does the title. It may await a decent film adaptation, with a CGI Apollyon, as I write this introduction, but its challenge, and its appeal for those who will take the imaginative journey, remains powerful. Notes. A Relation of My Imprisonment, In Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners, edition John Stachniewski and Anita Pacheco, Oxford, Oxford World's Classics, 1998, page 98. Christopher Hill, Milton and the English Revolution, London, Faber, 1977, page 274. Christopher Hill, A Turbulent, Seditious, and Factious People, John Bunyan and His Church, published in the United States as A Tinker and a Poor Man, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1988, page 107. And Lawrence, Bunyan and the Parliamentary Army, in Anne Lawrence, W. R. Owens and Stuart Sim, eds, John Bunyan and His England 1628-88, London, Hambledon Press, 1990, pages 17. 29. Richard L. Greaves, Glimpses of Glory, John Bunyan and English Descent, Palo Alto, California, Stanford University Press, 2002, pages 21-5. Grace Abounding, page 10. Vincent Newey, With the Eyes of My Understanding, Bunyan, Experience, and Acts of Interpretation, in N. H. Keeble, edition, John Bunyan, Conventicle and Parnassus. Tercentenary Essays, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1988. Greaves, Glimpses, Chapter 2. John Sneap and Arled Zink, Spiritual and Psychic. Transformation, Understanding the Psychological Dimensions of John Bunyan's Mental Illness and Healing, Journal of Psychology and Christianity, 24.2, 2005, pages 156-64. Galen K. Johnson, Prisoner of Conscience, John Bunyan on Self, Community and Christian Faith, Carlisle, Paternoster Press. 2003, page 210. Grace Abounding, page 94. For the Relationship of the Pilgrim's Progress to Grace. Abounding, see especially Roger Schirach, John Bunyan, London, Hutchinson, 1954, but see also Michael Davies, Graceful Reading, Theology and Narrative in the Works of John Bunyan. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2002, pages 175-83, and U. Milo Kaufman, The Pilgrim's Progress and Traditions in Puritan Meditation, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1966, page 228. Roger Schirach, General Editor, The Miscellaneous Works of John Bunyan, 13 volumes, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1976-94, volume 12, page 7. William Empson, Collected Poems, London, Chatto, 1955, page 56. John Bunyan, The Life and Death of Mr. Badman, edition James F. Forrest and Roger Schirach, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1988, page 161. Brainerd Stranahan, Bunyan and the Epistle to the Hebrews, his source for the idea of pilgrimage and the Pilgrim's Progress. Studies in Philology, 79, 1982, page 280. C. John Arnott, Bunyan's Gospel Day, a reading of the Pilgrim's Progress, English Literary Renaissance, 3, 1973, pages 443-61. Dayton Haskin, Bunyan's Scriptural Acts, in Robert Calmer, edition, Bunyan in Our Time, Kent, Ohio, Kent State University Press, 1989, pages 61-92. Paul Corshon, Typology in England 1650-1820, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1982, page 35. For Bunyan's Theology, see Richard Greaves, John Bunyan, Courtenay Studies in Reformation Theology, 2, Abingdon. Sutton Courtenay, 1969, and Gordon Campbell, Bunyan and the Theologians, in Keeble, John Bunyan, Conventicle and Parnassus, pages 137-51. Carolyn Van Dyke, The Fiction of Truth, Structure of Meaning in Narrative and Dramatic Allegory, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 1985, page 21. Alan Mitchie, Between Calvin and Calvino, Postmodernism and Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress, Bucknell Review, 41.2, 1998, pages 37-56. Thomas H. Luxon, Literal Figures, Puritan Allegory and the Reformation Crisis in Representation, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1995, page 159. Gordon Teskey, Allegory and Violence, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 1996, pages 24-5. J. B. Aware, A Study of the Sources of Bunyan's Allegories. Baltimore, J. H. First, 1904. For Fox and Bunyan, see John Arnott, Discourses of Martyrdom in English Literature, 1563 to 1694, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1993. For Bunyan and Fowler, see Isabel Rivers, Reason, Grace and Sentiment, A Study of the Language of Religion and Ethics in England 1660 to 1780, Volume 1, Whichcote to Wesley, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1991, pages 140 to 42, but see Greaves, Glimpses, pages 258 to 9, where he points out that worldly Wiseman is not a minister, and may instead represent the swiftly conforming gentry. He also points out that Bunyan may not have seen Fowler's design of Christianity, 1671, before he completed the Pilgrim's Progress. Even if one accepts this early date for the completion, Worldly Wiseman does not appear until the second edition, which may indicate a reaction to questions that Bunyan felt needed further amplification after he completed what became the first edition. Whether one accepts a particular identification or not, the episode brings together two strands in Bunyan's suspicion of restoration conformity, its apparent willingness to submerge Christianity into mere morality, and the seductions of credit and good fashion. N. H. Keble, Here is her glory, even to be under him, the feminine in the work of John Bunyan, in Lawrence, Owens and Sim, eds, John Bunyan and His England, pages 131 to 47. Shirach, edition, Miscellaneous Works, Volume 3, pages 32 to 6. Margaret Olafson Thixton, From Christiana to Standfast, Subsuming the Feminine in the Pilgrim's Progress, Studies in English Literature, 26, 1986, pages 439 to 53. Maxine Hancock, The Key in the Window, Marginal Notes in Bunyan's Narratives, Vancouver, Regent College, 2000, page 100. Grace Abounding, page 5. Frank Kermode, The Classic, London, Faber, 1977, David Tracy, The Analogical Imagination, London, SCM, 1981, pages 193, 177. Paul Ricoeur, Conflict of Interpretations, Evanston, Illinois, Northwestern University Press, 1974, page 455. Boswell's Life of Johnson, edition R. W. Chapman, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1970, page 529. Mark Twain, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Harmon's Worth, Penguin, 1980, page 159. See also A. Richard Dutton. Interesting, but tough, Reading the Pilgrim's Progress, Studies in English Literature, 18, 1978, pages 439 to 56. Note on the text and illustrations. What became known as the first part of the Pilgrim's Progress was first published in 1678. It went through a further 10 editions in Bunyan's lifetime, all of them published by Nathaniel Ponder. Each of these later editions bears the note on the title page, with additions. For the first three, this means substantial extra text. For example, the second edition introduces the episode with Mr. Worldly Wiseman, and the third adds the long discussion between the pilgrims and Bunyans. After that, the additions are on a smaller scale. Words and phrases are added, and in some cases subtracted, marginal notes and biblical references are added or varied, or corrected. Colloquial or dialect forms, particularly a for have, are sometimes removed. The text of the first part, then, is in process throughout Bunyan's life. It is not an unstable text, in the sense that editors and critics have used it of other early modern texts, particularly playtexts like Dr. Faustus or King Lear. It is a cumulative text, though not one that puts on much weight, in the manner of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. The second part, coming towards the end of Bunyan's life, 1684, produces far fewer variants. The scholarly editing of the Pilgrim's Progress, at least since Roger Schirach's 1960 revision of J.B. Ware's Clarendon Press edition, has sought to make the first edition of 1678 the basis of the text, and to insert the additions from the editions they first appeared in. The justification for this, following the principles of the Greg Bowers tradition of bibliography, is that it is most likely to preserve the author's original intentions. The problem with it is that it produces an edition that never appeared in Bunyan's own lifetime. Instead, I have decided to base my text on the last edition published in Bunyan's lifetime, the 10th edition of the first part, and the second edition of the second part, both published in 1688. This has the advantage of preserving all the changes in the text and marginal notes that Bunyan may have overseen in a book for which he retained a proprietorial affection. I have checked this against the 1st, 3rd, 7th, and 9th editions to ensure that nothing significant is left out or changed. For a full account of the textual history of the two parts, the Introduction to the Oxford English Texts edition of 1960, by Roger Chirac, revising the earlier work of J. Bure, remains authoritative. Even so, I have come to different conclusions about the right text to use for an informed general reader, although that reader will not notice enormous differences. We cannot know for certain what level of involvement Bunyan had with the revisions of his bestseller. He was certainly very protective of it, particularly against those who said, condescendingly, that he could not have written it, or who wrote spurious continuations. Evidence for that is in the verse prefaces to the second part, and in the Holy War. Should an editor modernize Bunyan's text? There continue to be attempts to bring Bunyan's text up to date by various means, from conservative changes in spelling and punctuation to wholesale rewriting of Bunyan's English into a modern idiom. Warren Wiersbe and Judith Markham's The New Pilgrim's Progress, 1989, veers between a gently modernized and reduced first paragraph to the substitution of mentally deranged for frenzied distemper in the second. Barry Horner's accurate revised text substitutes you for thou and, more conservatively, changes word order. Most of these attempts stem from an identification of the religious, evangelical nature of Bunyan's text, and the felt need of modernization to make his message accessible, if not always successfully. I am sympathetic to such ambitions, and suspect Bunyan would be, too, but they are not mine in this edition. In fact, the more I tried to modernize, the more I realized that even such things that are routinely changed in, say, Shakespeare editions, spelling, punctuation, italicization, and capitalization, are sometimes part of Bunyan's expressive repertoire. Bunyan's punctuation is not ours, but it is quite a subtle instrument. As W. R. Owens has remarked, in his Oxford World's Classics edition, it is a guide to reading, a sort of speech notation. Hear it in your head would be the best advice to the reader who is troubled by the incorrectness of it. Sometimes it feels a lot heavier than modern punctuation, at other times a lot lighter. We do not have any manuscripts of Bunyan's works, apart from his entries in the Church Minute Book, so we cannot be sure what is his own practice and what is his printer's. Discussions of 17th-century printing often refer to Joseph Moxon's Restoration Guide for Printers, which suggests that much of what we would call copy editing was done at the compositing stage. Here is the relevant extract. The carelessness of some good authors, and the ignorance of other authors, has forced printers to introduce a custom, which among them is looked upon as a task and duty incumbent on the compositor, viz. to discern and amend the bad spelling and pointing of his copy, if it be English. Page 192. Moxon's Mechanic Exercises on the Whole Art of Printing was published in Dublin in 1683-4, so there is some likelihood that Nathaniel Ponder would have followed similar rules. But how would they have been applied? Would the relatively uneducated Bunyan have been regarded as ignorant, with his copy obviously needing amending? Or would the performances of an experienced author, with more than 20 years of publication behind him, lead the compositor to defer to what he had in front of him? I have decided to stick with the original, even when Bunyan himself is inconsistent in such matters as punctuating dialogue, but I have added possessive apostrophes, which I think do help the modern reader without compromising Bunyan's effects. The italics sometimes seem quite arbitrary, but very often they serve to mark dialogue or emphasis. They also often operate as quotation marks for dialogue. I have kept most of them, although they make some pages look unusual and daunting to a modern reader. In a few cases, where italics were used for extensive stretches for no discernible reason, they have been silently removed in the interests of readability. Bunyan's use of capital letters also looks odd to those who are not used to books from his period. By the mid-17th century, capitalizing some of the proper nouns in a sentence as well as names and initial letters of sentences, and sometimes clauses following a colon or semicolon, was general practice. In some cases the extra capital might indicate emphasis, but it seems to be arbitrary as often as deliberate. Modernizing might then be the obvious response: why put up a barrier? But this is an allegory, and capital letters are sometimes an invitation to view a particular object allegorically, a process an editor should not interfere with. What counts as part of an allegory and what is just a wall and no more, for example, should not be final for his readers. Bunyan wrote in a period where there were few settled rules of spelling, and no authoritative dictionaries. Consequently, some words are spelled in different ways, sometimes on the same page, and I have not sought to iron out the inconsistencies completely. I have conservatively modernized spelling in line with most editions of early modern texts aimed at ordinary readers as well as scholars. In the few instances where it materially affects our sense of the text, I have drawn attention to it in the notes. For example, when Bunyan writes of humane learning, he means human in a pejorative sense, or when he puns on travel and travail. Where Bunyan uses an obsolete form, such as practic, meaning practical, I have kept the older word. I have not changed those instances where Bunyan appears to be grammatically incorrect. Some features of the text, such as the asterisks and daggers which occasionally cue in the marginal notes, have been removed in the interests of a clear, readable text. So this is not a facsimile. One final point of regularization. In the early editions of the second part, Christiana's son Samuel is sometimes referred to as Simon. I have kept to Samuel throughout. Illustrations. The Pilgrim's Progress soon became an illustrated text. The sleeping portrait, engraved by Robert White, appeared as the frontispiece to the third edition, in 1679. Robert White was a distinguished book illustrator, particularly of author portraits. The pencil drawing on which the likeness of Bunyan is taken is in the British Museum. The background picture of the pilgrims and the cave with the lion establishes the iconographic tradition of the book, though there is no evidence that White had any further involvement with it, although his apprentices may have done. From the sixth edition of the first part, and the very first edition of the second part, Ponder included a number of illustrations, with accompanying verses. A notice appears in the end paper of the 1680, 5th edition. The Pilgrim's Progress having found good acceptation among the people, to the carrying off the fourth impression, which had many editions, more than any preceding, and the publisher observing that many persons desired to have it illustrated with pictures, hath endeavored to gratify them therein, and besides those that are ordinarily printed to this fifth impression, hath provided 13 copper cuts curiously engraven for such as desire them. Subsequent versions of the text include some or all of these illustrations as copper cuts or wood engravings, although many of the surviving versions have none because they may have been cut out for framing or pasting onto a wall. What should the editor and publisher do with these illustrations? The Clarendon edition of the Pilgrim's Progress does not print them, though it gives all the information about them. The Clarendon Miscellaneous Works volume of the poems, edited by Graham Midgley, while printing all the other poems in the Pilgrim's Progress, does not even mention the poems attached to the illustrations. My contention is that they are part of the book, even if it is an initiative of the publishers, as the advertisement indicates. The case is even stronger for the second part, which has 2 woodcut illustrations in both editions published in Bunyan's lifetime, as well as a revised version of the sleeping portrait. Owens, who puts them in his edition, is right to assert that this is a part of the 17th century reader's experience of the text, but it is more than that. It is part of the apparatus by which the reading of the text is mediated. 2 examples indicate how this works. The depiction of the martyrdom of faithful at Vanity Fair thematically and visually recalls the woodcut illustrations in Fox's Acts and Monuments, an iconic English Protestant text that Bunyan knew well. In the second part, where the woodcuts were present from the first edition, the depiction of the death of Giant Despair significantly affects our interpretation of the episode in the text. In the text, Giant Despair is killed and his head severed by Greatheart, in an echo of David and Goliath. This leads to the demolition of Doubting Castle. In the first part, Christian has been imprisoned in the castle and escaped with the key of promise. The text of the second part at least implies that doubting is over as far as the pilgrims are concerned. Is that permanence credible? The verse to the illustration of Despair's head on a pole warns, though Doubting Castle be demolished, and the giant Despair hath lost his head, sin can rebuild the castle, make remain, and make Despair the giant live again. The pastoral theology is quite different. Together the incident and its illustration capture the mixture of the already and the not yet that is Bunyan's sense of the victory of Christ, one explored more fully in the Holy War, which he had composed between the two parts. The illustrations for this edition for the first part come from the Lenox Library copy of the 6th edition, now in the New York Public Library. Apart from the woodcut of the Martyrdom of Faithful, they appear to be copper cuts of Dutch origin. The illustrations for the second part come from the Bodleian Library's copy of the 2nd edition of 1687. These are cuts that were bound in with the printing, rather than separately printed, as with the copper cuts. It is possible that they were engraved by one of Robert White's apprentices, like John Sturt, who made a number of engravings for later editions, including the famous quarto edition of 1728. I am grateful to both libraries for permission to reprint, and for the skill of their staff in reproducing these fading and fragile treasures. Further reading. Editions of the Pilgrim's Progress and Bunyan's other works. The Pilgrim's Progress, edition J. Abiyaware, 2nd N., revised Roger Sherrock, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1960. The Pilgrim's Progress, edition Roger Sherrock, Harmonsworth, Penguin, 1965. The Pilgrim's Progress, edition W. R. Owens, Oxford, Oxford World's Classics, 2003. Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners, edition John Stachniewski with Anita Pacheco, Oxford, Oxford World's Classics, 1998. The Miscellaneous Works of John Bunyan, General Editor Roger Sherrock, 13 volumes, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1976-94. Critical and Biographical Books on Bunyan. Batson, E. Beatrice, John Bunyan, Allegory and Imagination, London and Totowatt, New Jersey, Croom-Hillman Barnes & Noble, 1984. Brown, John, revised Frank Mott Harrison, John Bunyan, 1628-1688 His Life, Times and Work, London, Hulbert, 1928. Calmere, Robert, edition, Bunyan in Our Time, Kent, Ohio, Kent State University Press, 1989. Davies, Michael, Graceful Reading, Theology and Narrative in the Works of John Bunyan, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2002. Dunanpage, and Grace Overwhelming, John Bunyan, The Pilgrim's Progress and the Extremes of the Baptist Mind, Oxford and Byrne, Peter Lang, 2006. Gay, David, Randall, James G. Zink, Arlett, Edius, Awakening Words, John Bunyan and the Language of Community, Newark and London, University of Delaware Press, 2000. Greaves, Richard L., Glimpses of Glory, John Bunyan and English Descent, Palo Alto, California, Stanford University Press, 2002. John Bunyan, Courtney Studies in Reformation Theology, 2, Abingdon, Sutton Courtney, 1969. John Bunyan and English Nonconformity, London, Hambledon Press, 1992. Hancock, Maxine, The Key in the Window, Marginal Notes in Bunyan's Narratives, Vancouver, Regent College, 2000. Hill, Christopher, A Turbulent, Seditious, and Factious People, John Bunyan and His Church, published in the United States as A Tinker and a Poor Man, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1988. Hoffmeyer, Isabel, The Portable Bunyan, A Transnational History of the Pilgrim's Progress, Princeton and Oxford, Princeton University Press, 2004. Johnson, Barbara A., Reading Piers Plowman and the Pilgrim's Progress, Reception and the Protestant Reader, Carbondale. University of Illinois Press, 1992. Johnson, Galen K., Prisoner of Conscience, John Bunyan on Self, Community and Christian Faith, Carlisle, Paternoster Press, 2003. Kaufman, U. Milo, The Pilgrim's Progress and Traditions in Puritan Meditation, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1966. Keeble, N. H., edition, John Bunyan, Conventicle and Parnassus. Tercentenary Essays, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1988. John Bunyan, Reading Dissenting Writing, Byrne, Peter Lang, 2002. Lawrence, and Owens W. R. and Sim, Stewart, Edius, John Bunyan and His England 1628-88, London, Hambledon Press, 1990. Luxon, Thomas H., Literal Figures, Puritan Allegory and the Reformation Crisis in Representation, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1995. Lynch, Beth, John Bunyan and the Language of Conviction, Cambridge, D. Yest Brewer, 2004. Mullett, Michael, John Bunyan in Context, Kiel, Kiel University Press, 1996. Newey, Vincent, edition, The Pilgrim's Progress, Critical and Historical Views, Liverpool, Liverpool University Press, 1980. Sharrock, Roger, John Bunyan, London, Hutchinson, 1954, reissued by Macmillan, 1968. Edition, The Pilgrim's Progress, A Casebook, London, Macmillan, 1976. Sim, Stewart, Negotiations with Paradox, Narrative Practice and Narrative Form in Bunyan and Defoe, Savage, Maryland, Barnes & Noble, 1990. And Walker, David, Bunyan and Authority, Byrne, Peter Lang, 2000. Spargo, Tamsin, The Writing of John Bunyan, Aldershot, Scholar Press, 1997. Swaim, Kathleen M., Pilgrim's Progress, Puritan Progress. Discourses in Contexts, Urbana and Chicago, University of Illinois Press, 1993. Talon, Henri, John Bunyan, The Man and His Works, trans. Barbara Wall, London, 1951. Wakefield, Gordon, Bunyan the Christian, London, HarperCollins Religious, 1992. Historical and Critical Works of Relevance to the Pilgrim's Progress. Akinstein, Sharon, Literature and Dissent in Milton's England, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2003. Birch, Janet, Storytelling in the Works of Bunyan, Grimmelshausen, Defoe, and Schnabel, Rochester and Woodbridge, Camden House, 2004. Damrosch, Leopold, Jr., God's Plot and Man's Stories, Studies in the Fictional Imagination from Milton to Fielding, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1985. Fish, Stanley E., Self-Consuming Artifacts, The Experience of 17th Century Literature, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1972. Hawkes, David, Idols of the Marketplace, Idolatry and Commodity Fetishism in English Literature, 1580 to 1680, New York End. Basingstoke, Palgrave, 2001. Iser, Wolfgang, The Implied Reader, Patterns of Communication in Prose Fiction from Bunyan to Beckett, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1974. Keeble, N. H., The Literary Culture of Nonconformity in Later 17th Century England, Leicester, Leicester University Press, 1987. Knott, John Argby Jr., The Sword of the Spirit, Puritan Responses to the Bible, Chicago, Chicago University Press, 1980. McKeon, Michael, The Origins of the English Novel 1600 to 1740, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1987. Morris, Cullen, and Roberts, Peter, eds, Pilgrimage, The English Experience from Beckett to Bunyan, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2002. Pooley, Roger, English Prose of the 17th Century, 1590 to 1700, Harlow, Longman, 1993. Rivers, Isabel, Reason, Grace and Sentiment, A Study of the Language of Religion and Ethics in England 1660 to 1780, Volume 1, Whichcote to Wesley, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1991. Salzman, Paul, English Prose Fiction, 1550 to 1700, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1985. Spur, John, England in the 1670s, This Masquerading Age, Oxford, Blackwell, 2000. Stachniewski, John, The Persecutory Imagination, English Puritanism and the Literature of Religious Despair, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1991. Thixton, Margaret Olafson, Fictions of the Feminine, Puritan Doctrine and the Representation of Women, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 1988. Van Dyke, Carolyn, The Fiction of Truth, Structures of Meaning in Narrative and Dramatic Allegory, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 1985. The author's apology won for his book. When at the first I took my pen in hand thus for to write, I did not understand that I at all should make a little book in such a mode, nay, I had undertook to make another, which when almost done, before I was aware, I this begun. And thus it was, I writing of the way and race of saints in this our gospel day, too fell suddenly into an allegory about their journey, and the way to glory, in more than 20 things, which I set down, this done, I 20 more had in my crown, and they again began to multiply, like sparks that from the coals of fire do fly. Nay then, thought I, if that you breed so fast, I'll put you by yourselves, lest you at last should prove ad infinitum, and eat out the book that I already am about. Well, so I did, but yet I did not think to show to all the world my pen and ink in such a mode. I only thought to make I knew not what, nor did I undertake thereby to please my neighbor, no not I did it mine own self to gratify. Neither did I but vacant seasons spend in this my scribble, nor did I intend but to divert myself in doing this, from worser thoughts, which make me do amiss. Thus I set pen to paper with delight, and quickly had my thoughts in black and white. For having now my method by the end, still as I pulled, 3 it came, and so I penned it down, until it came at last to be for length and breadth the bigness which you see. Well, when I had thus put my ends together, I showed them others, that I might see whether they would condemn them, or them justify, and some said, let them live, some let them die, some said, John, print it, others said, not so, some said it might do good, others said, no. Now was I in a strait, and did not see which was the best thing to be done by me. At last I thought, since you are thus divided, I print it will, and so the case decided. For, thought I, some I see would have it done, though others in that channel do not run, to prove then who advised for the best, thus I thought fit to put it to the test. I further thought, if now I did deny those that would have it, thus to gratify, I did not know, but hinder them I might of that which would to them be great delight. For those which were not for its coming forth, I said to them, offend you I am loath, yet since your brethren pleased with it be, forbear to judge, till you do further see. If that thou wilt not read, let it alone. Some love the meat, some love to pick the bone, yea that I might them better moderate I did too with them thus expostulate. May I not write in such a style as this? In such a method too, and yet not miss my end, thy good? Why may it not be done? Dark clouds bring waters, when the bright bring none afore. Yea, dark or bright, if they their silver drops cause to descend, the earth, by yielding crops, gives praise to both, and carpeth not at either, but treasures up the fruit they yield together, yea, so commixes both, that in her fruit none can distinguish this from that, they suit her well when hungry, but if she be full, she spews out both, and makes their blessings null. You see the ways the fisherman doth take to catch the fish, what engines doth he make? Behold! How he engageth all his wits, also as snares, lines, angles, hooks, and nets, yet fish there be, that neither hook nor line, nor snare, nor net, nor engine can make thine, they must be gropped for, and be tickled too, or they will not be catched, whate'er you do. How does the fowler seek to catch his game? By diverse means, all which one cannot name. His gun, his nets, his line twigs, light and bell, he creeps, he goes, he stands, yet who can tell of all his postures? 5 Yet there's none of these will make him master of what fowls he please. Yeah, he must pipe and whistle to catch this, yet if he does so, that bird he will miss. If that a pearl may in a toad's head dwell, 6 And may be found too in an oyster shell, if things that promise nothing, do contain what better is than gold, who will disdain, that have an inkling of it, there to look, that they may find it? Now my little book, though void of all these paintings that may make it with this or the other man to take, is not without those things that do excel what do in brave, but empty notions dwell. Well, yet I am not fully satisfied that this your book will stand, when soundly tried. Why, what's the matter? It is dark, what though? But it is feigned. What of that? I trow, some men with feigned words, as dark as mine, make truth to spangle, and its rays to shine. But they want solidness, speak man thy mind, they drown the weak. Metaphors make us blind. Solidity, indeed becomes the pen of him that writeth things divine to men, but must I needs want solidness, because by metaphors I speak? Were not God's laws his gospel laws, in olden times held forth by types, shadows, and metaphors? 7 Yet loath will any sober man be to find fault with them, lest he be found for to assault the highest wisdom. No, he rather stoops, and seeks to find out what by pins and loops, by calves, and sheep, by heifers, and by rams, by birds and herbs, and by the blood of lambs, God speaketh to him, and happy is he that finds the light and grace that in them be. 8. Be not too forward therefore to conclude, that I want solidness, that I am rude, all things solid in show, not solid be, all things in parables despise not we, lest things most hurtful lightly we receive, and things that good are, of our souls bereave. My dark and cloudy words, they do but hold the truth, as cabinets enclose the gold. The prophets used much by metaphors to set forth truth, yeah, whoso considers Christ his apostles too, shall plainly see, that truths, to this day, in such mantles be. Am I afraid to say that Holy Writ, which for its style and praise puts down all wit, is everywhere so full of all these things, dark figures, allegories, yet there springs from that same book, that luster, and those rays of light, that turns our darkest nights to days? Come let my carper, to his life now look, and find there darker lines than in my book, he findeth any, yeah, and let him know, that in his best things there are worse lines too. May we but stand before impartial men, to his poor one, I dare adventure 10, that they will take my meaning in these lines, far better than his lies in silver shrines. Some truth, although in swaddling clouts, I find, reforms the judgment, rectifies the mind, pleases the understanding, makes the will submit, the memory to it doth fill with what doth our imaginations please, likewise, it tends our troubles to appease. Sound words I know Timothy is to use, 9 And old wives' fables he is to refuse, but yet grave Paul him nowhere did forbid the use of parables, in which lay hid that gold, those pearls, and precious stones that were worth digging for, and that with greatest care. Let me add one word more, O man of God, art thou offended? Dost thou wish I had put forth my matter in another dress, or that I had in things been more express? To those that are my betters, as is fit, 3 things let me propound, that I submit. I find not that I am denied the use of this my method, so I none abuse. Put on the words, things, readers, or be rude in handling, figure or similitude, in application, but all that I may, seek the advance of truth, this or that way, denied, did I say? Nay, I have leave, examples too, and that from them that have God better pleased by their words or ways, than any man that breatheth nowadays, thus to express my mind, thus to declare things unto thee that excellentest are. I find that men, as high as trees, will write dialogue-wise, 10 Yet no man doth them slight, for writing so. Indeed if they abuse truth, cursed be they, and the craft they use to that intent, but yet let truth be free to make her sallies upon thee, and me, which way it pleases God, for who knows how, better than he that taught us first to plough, to guide our mind in pens for his design. 11 And he makes base things usher in divine. I find that Holy Writ in many places hath semblance with this method, where the cases do call for one thing, to set forth another. Use it I may then, and yet nothing smother truth's golden beams, nay, by this method may make it cast forth its rays as light as day. And now before I do put up my pen, I'll show the profit of my book, and then commit both thee and it unto that hand that pulls the strong down, and makes weak ones stand. This book it chalketh out before thine eyes the man that seeks the everlasting prize. It shows you whence he comes, whither he goes, what he leaves undone, also what he does. It also shows you how he runs, and runs, till he unto the gate of glory comes. It shows too, who sets out for life amain, as if the lasting crown they would attain. Here also you may see the reason why they lose their labor and like fools do die. This book will make a traveler of thee, if by its counsel thou wilt ruled be. It will direct thee to the Holy Land, if thou wilt its directions understand. Yea, it will make the slothful active be the blind also delightful things to see. Art thou for something rare and profitable? Wouldst thou see a truth within a fable? Art thou forgetful? Wouldst thou remember from New Year's Day to the last of December? Then read my fancies, they will stick like burrs, and may be to the helpless comforters. This book is writ in such a dialect, as may the minds of listless men affect. It seems a novelty, and yet contains nothing but sound and honest gospel strains. Wouldst thou divert thyself from melancholy? Wouldst thou be pleasant, yet be far from folly? Wouldst thou read riddles, and their explanation, or else be drowned in thy contemplation? Dost thou love picking meat? 12 Or wouldst thou see a man ith clouds? 13 And hear him speak to thee? Wouldst thou be in a dream, and yet not sleep? Or wouldst thou in a moment laugh and weep? Wouldst thou lose thyself, and catch no harm? And find thyself again without a charm? Wouldst read thyself, and read thou knowest not what? And yet know whether thou art blessed or not, by reading the same lines? Oh then come hither, and lay my book, thy head, and heart together. John Bunyan. The Pilgrim's Progress. In the similitude of a dream. As I walked through the wilderness of this world, I lighted on a certain place where was a den, and I laid me down in that place to sleep a one, and as I slept I dreamed a dream. I dreamed, and behold, I saw a man clothed with rags, standing in a certain place, with his face from his own house, a book in his hand, and a great burden upon his back. Looked, and saw him open the book, and read therein, and as he read he wept and trembled, and not being able longer to contain, he brake out with a lamentable cry, saying, See what shall I do? 2. In this plight therefore he went home, and refrained himself as long as he could, that his wife and children should not perceive his distress. But he could not be silent long, because that his trouble increased, wherefore at length he brake his mind to his wife and children, and thus he began to talk to them. O my dear wife, said he, and you the children of my bowels, 3 I your dear friend am and myself undone, by reason of a burden that lieth hard upon me. Moreover I am for certain informed, that Thisdar city will be burned with fire from heaven, in which fearful overthrow, both myself, with thee my wife, and you my sweet babes, shall miserably come to ruin, except, the which yet I see not, some way of escape can be found, whereby we may be delivered. At this, his relations were sore amazed, not for that they believed that what he had said to them was true, but because they thought that some frenzy distemper had got into his head. Therefore, it drawing towards night, and they hoping that sleep might settle his brains, with all haste they got him to bed, but the night was as troublesome to him as the day, wherefore, instead of sleeping, he spent it in sighs and tears. So when the morning was come, they would know how he did. He told them worse and worse. He also set to talking to Thema again, but they began to be hardened. They also thought to drive away his distemper by harsh and surly carriages to him. Sometimes they would deride, sometimes they would chide, and sometimes they would quite neglect him, wherefore he began to retire himself to his chamber to pray for, and pity them, and also to condole his own misery. He would also walk solitarily in the fields, sometimes reading, and sometimes praying, and thus for some days he spent his time. Now, I saw, upon a time, when he was walking in the fields, that he was, as he was wont, reading in this book, and greatly distressed in his mind, and as he read he burst out, as he had done before, crying, What shall I do to be saved? I saw also that he looked this way and that way, as if he would run, yet he stood still, because, as I perceived, he could not tell which way to go. I looked then, and saw a man named Evangelist 5 coming to him, and asked, Wherefore dost thou cry? He answered, Sir, I perceive by the book in my hand that I am condemned to die, and after that come to judgment, and I find that I am not willing to do the first, nor able to do the second. Then said Evangelist, Why not willing to die, since this life is attended by so many evils? The man answered, Because I fear that this burden that is upon my back will sink me lower than the grave, and I shall fall into Tophet. And sir, if I be not fit to go to prison, I am not fit to go to judgment, and from thence to execution, and the thoughts of these things make me cry. Then said Evangelist, If this be thy condition, why standest thou still? He answered, Because I know not whither to go. Then he gave him a parchment roll, and there was written within, Fly from the wrath to come. 6. That man therefore read it, and looking upon Evangelist very carefully, said, Whither must I fly? Then said Evangelist, pointing, with his finger over a very wide field, Do Saul. You see yonder wicket gate? 7. The man said, No. Then said the other, Do you see yonder shining light? He said, I think I do. Then said Evangelist, Keep that light in your eye, and go up directly thereto, so shalt thou see the gate, at which when thou knockest, it shall be told thee what to do. So I saw in my dream that the man began to run. Now he had not run far from his own door, but his wife and children perceiving it, began to cry after him to return. But the man put his fingers in his ears, and ran on crying, Life, life, eternal life. So he looked not behind him but fled towards the middle of the plain. The neighbors also came out to see him run, and as he ran some mocked, others threatened, and some cried after him to return, and among those that did so, there were 2 that were resolved to fetch him back by force. The name of the one was Obstinate, and the name of the other was Pliable. Now by this time the man was gone a good distance from them, but however they were resolved to pursue him, which they did, and in a little time they overtook him. Then said the man, Neighbors, wherefore are you come? They said, To persuade you to go back with us, but he said, That can by no means be. You dwell, said he, in the city of destruction, the place also where I was born. I see it to be so. And dying there, sooner or later, you will sink lower than the grave, into a place that burns with fire and brimstone. Be content, good neighbors, and go along with me. Watch, said Obstinate, and leave our friends and our comforts behind us. Yes, said Christian, for that was his name, because, that all, which you shall forsake, is not worthy to be compared with a little of it that I am seeking to enjoy, and if you go along with me, and hold it, you shall fare as I myself. For there where I go is enough and to spare. Come ye away, and prove my words. Obst. What are the things you seek, since you leave all the world to find them? Chr. I seek an inheritance, incorruptible, undefiled, and that fadeth not away, and it is laid up in heaven, and safe there, to be bestowed, at the time appointed, on them that diligently seek it. Read it so, if you will, in my book. Obst. Tush, said Obstinate, away with your book. Will you go back with us, or no? Chr. No, not I, said the other, because I have laid my hand to the plough. Obst. Come then, neighbor Pliable, let us turn again, and go home without him. There is a company of these crazed-headed coxcombs, that when they take a fancy by the end, are wiser in their own eyes than 7 men that can render a reason. Ply. Then said Pliable, Don't revile, if what the good Christian says is true, the things he looks after are better than ours. My heart inclines to go with my neighbor. Obst. What? More fools still? Be ruled by me. Go back. Who knows whither such a brainsick fellow will lead you? Go back, and be wise. Chr. Nay, But do thou come with thy neighbor, Pliable, there are such things to be had which I spoke of, and many more glories besides, if you believe not me, read here in this book, and for the truth of what is expressed therein, behold all is confirmed by the blood of him that made it. Ply. Well, neighbor obstinate, saith Pliable, I begin to come to a point. I intend to go along with this good man, and to cast in my lot with him, but my good companion, do you know the way to this desired place? Chr. I am directed by a man whose name is Evangelist, to speed me to a little gate that is before us, where we shall receive instructions about the way. Ply. Come then, good neighbor, let us be going. Then they both went together. Obst. And I will go back to my place, said Obstinate, I will be no companion of such misled fantastical nine fellows. Now I saw in my dream, that when Obstinate was gone back, Christian and Pliable went talking over the plain, and thus they began their discourse. Chr. Come neighbor Pliable, how do you do? I am glad you are persuaded to go along with me. Had even Obstinate himself but felt what I have felt of the powers and terrors of what is yet unseen, he would not thus lightly have given us the back. Ply. Come neighbor Christian, since there is none but us two here, tell me now further, what the things are, and how to be enjoyed, whither we are going. Chrc. I can better conceive of them with my mind, than speak of them with my tongue, but yet since you are desirous to know, I will read of them in my book. Ply. And do you think that the words of your book are certainly true? Chrd. Yes verily, for it was made by him that cannot lie. Ply. Well said, what things are they? Chre. There is an endless kingdom to be inhabited, an everlasting life to be given us, that we may inhabit that kingdom forever. Ply. Well said, and what else? Chrf. There are crowns of glory to be given us, and garments that will make us shine like the sun in the firmament of heaven. Ply. This is very pleasant, and what else? Chrg. There shall be no more crying, nor sorrow, for he that is owner of the place will wipe all tears from our eyes. Ply. And what company shall we have there? Chrh. There we shall be with seraphims, and cherubims, creatures that will dazzle your eyes to look on them. There also you shall meet with thousands, and 10,000s that have gone before us to that place, none of them are hurtful, but loving and holy, everyone walking in the sight of God, and standing in his presence with acceptance forever. In a word, there we shall see the elders with their golden crowns, there we shall see the holy virgins with their golden harps. There we shall see men that, by the world, were cut in pieces, burnt in flames, eaten of beasts, drowned in the seas, for the love that they bear to the Lord of the place, all, well, and clothed with immortality, as with a garment. Ply. The hearing of this is enough to ravish one's heart, but are these things to be enjoyed? How shall we get to be sharers thereof? Chr. The Lord, the governor of the country, recorded that in this book the substance of which is, if we be truly willing to have it, he will bestow it upon us freely. Ply. Well, my good companion, glad am I to hear of these things. Come on, let us mend our pace. Chr. I cannot go as fast as I would by reason of this burden that is on my back. Now I saw in my dream, that just as they had ended this talk, they drew near to a very miry slough that was in the midst of the plain, and they being heedless, did both fall suddenly into the bog. The name of the slough was Despond.10 here therefore they wallowed for a time, being grievously bedaubed with dirt, and Christian, because of the burden that was on his back, began to sink in the mire. Ply. Then said Pliable, neighbor Christian, where are you now? Chr. Truly, said Christian, I do not know. Ply. At that Pliable began to be offended, and angrily said to his fellow, Is this the happiness you have told me all this while of? If we have such ill speed at our first setting out, what may we expect twixt this and our journey's end? May I get out again with my life, you shall possess the brave country alone for me. And with that he gave a desperate struggle or two, and got out of the mire, on that side of the slough which was next to his own house, so away he went, and Christian saw him no more. Wherefore Christian was left to tumble in the slough of despond alone, but still he endeavored to struggle to that sidea of the slough, that was from his own house, and next to the wicket gate, the which he did, but could not get out because of the burden that was upon his back. But I beheld in my dream, that a man came to him whose name was Help, and asked him, what did he there? Chr. Sir, said Christian, I was bid go this way, by a man called Evangelist, who directed me also to yonder gate, that I might escape the wrath to come. And as I was going thither, I fell in here. Help! But why did you not look for the steps? Chr. Fear followed me so hard, that I fled the next way, and fell in. Help! Then, said he, give me thy hand. So he gave him his hand, and he drew him out, and set him upon sound ground, and bid him go on his way. Then I stepped to him that plucked him out, and said, Sir, wherefore, since over this place is the way from the city of destruction, to yonder gate, is it that this Plat 11 is not mended, that poor travelers might go thither with more security? And he said unto me, This miry slough is such a place as cannot be mended. It is the descent whither the scum and filth that attends conviction for sin doth continually run, and therefore it was called the slough of despond, for still as the sinner is awakened about his lost condition, there ariseth in his soul many fears and doubts, and discouraging apprehensions, which all of them get together, and set in this place, and this is the reason of the badness of this ground. It is not the pleasure of the king that this place should remain so bad. His laborers also have by the direction of his majesty's surveyors been for above the 1600 years employed about this patch of ground, if perhaps it might have been mended. Yea, and to my knowledge, said he, here hath been swallowed up at least 20,000 cartloads, ye millions of wholesome instructions, that have at all seasons been brought from all place of the king's dominions, and they that can tell, say, they are the best materials to make good ground of the place, if so be it might have been mended, but it is the slough of despond still, and so will be, when they have done what they can. True, there are, by the direction of the lawgiver, 12 certain good and substantial steps, placed even through the very midst of this slough, but at such time as this place doth much spew out its filth, as it doth against change of weather, these steps are hardly seen, or if they be, men, through the dizziness of their heads, step besides, and then they are bemired to purpose, notwithstanding the steps be there, but the ground is good when they are once got in atb the gate. Now I saw in my dream, that by this time Pliable Quas got home to his house. So his neighbors came to visit him, and some of them called him wise man for coming back, and some called him fool for hazarding himself with Christian. Others again did mock at his cowardliness, saying, Surely since you began to venture, I would not have been so base to have given out for a few decultis. So Pliable sat sneaking among them. But at last he got more confidence, and then they all turned their tails, and began to deride poor Christian behind his back. And thus much concerning Pliable. Now as Christian was walking solitarily by himself, he espied one afar off come crossing over the field to meet him, and their hap was to meet just as they were crossing the way of each other. The gentleman's name that met him was Mr. Worldly Wiseman. 13 He dwelt in the town of Carnal Policy, a very great town, and also hard by from whence Christian came. This man then meeting with Christian, and having some inkling of him, for Christian setting forth from the city of destruction was much noised abroad, not only in the town where he dwelt but also it began to be the town talk in some other places. Master Worldly Wiseman therefore, having some guess of him, by beholding his laborious going, by observing his sighs and groans, and the like, began thus to enter into some talk with a Christian. Whirl! How now, good fellow, whither away after this Christian burdened manner? Chr. A burdened manner indeed, as ever, I think, poor creature had. And whereas you ask me, whither away, I tell you, sir, I am going to yonder wicket gate before me, for there, as I am informed, I shall be put in a way to be rid of my heavy burden. Whirl! Hast thou a wife and children? Chr. Yes, but I am so laden with this burden, that I cannot take that pleasure in them as formerly. Methinks, I am as if I had none. Whirl. Wilt thou hearken to me if I give thee counsel? Chr. If it be good I will, for I stand in need of good counsel. Whirl. I would advise thee then that thou with all speed get thyself rid of thy burden, for thou wilt never be settled in thy mind till then, nor canst thou enjoy the benefits of the blessing which God hath bestowed upon thee, till then. Chr. That is that which I seek for, even to be rid of this heavy burden, but get it off myself I cannot, nor is there any man in our country that can take it off my shoulders. Therefore am I going this way, as I told you, that I may be rid of my burden. Whirl. Who bid you go this way to be rid of your burden? Chr. A man that appeared to me to be a very great and honorable person. His name, as I remember, is Evangelist. Whirlk. I beshrew him for his counsel. There is not a more dangerous and troublesome way in the world, than is that unto which he hath directed thee, and that thou shalt find, if thou wilt be ruled by his counsel, thou hast met with something, as I perceive, already, for I see the dirt of the slough of despond is upon thee, but that slough is but the beginning of the sorrows that do attend those that go on in that way. Hear me, I am older than thou art like to meet with in the way which thou goest, wearisomeness, painfulness, hunger, perils, nakedness, sword, lions, dragons, darkness, and in a word death, and what not. These things are certainly true, having been confirmed by many testimonies. And should a man so carelessly cast away himself, by giving heed to a stranger? Chr. Why, sir, this burden upon my back is more terrible to me than are all these things which you have mentioned. Nay, methinks I care not what I meet with in the way, if so be I can also meet with deliverance from my burden. Whirl. How camest thou by the burden at first? Chr. By reading this book in my hand. Whirlb. I thought so, and it has happened unto thee as to other weak men, who meddling with things too high for them, do suddenly fall into thy distractions, which distractions do not only unman men, as thine I perceive has done thee, but they run them upon desperate ventures, to obtain they know not what. Chr. I know what I would obtain, it is ease for my heavy burden. Whirl. But why wilt thou seek for ease this way, seeing so many dangers attend it, especially, since, hadst thou but patience to hear me, I could direct thee to the obtaining of what thou desirest, without the dangers that thou in this way wilt run thyself into, and the remedy is at hand. Besides, I will add that instead of those dangers, thou shalt meet with much safety, friendship, and content. Chr. Sir, I pray open this secret to me. Whirlk. Why in yonder village, the village is named Morality, there dwells a gentleman, whose name is Legality, a very judicious man, and a man of a very good name, that is skill to help men off with such burdens as thine are, from their shoulders. To my knowledge, he hath done a great deal of good this way. Aye, and besides, he hath skill to cure those that are somewhat crazed in their wits with their burdens. To him, as I said, thou mayest go, and be helped presently. His house is not quite a mile from this place, and if he should not be at home himself, he hath a pretty young man to his son, whose name is Civility, that can do it, to speak on, as well as the old gentleman himself. There, I say thou mayest be eased of thy burden, and if thou art not minded to go back to thy former habitation, as indeed I would not wish thee, thou mayest send for thy wife and children to thee to this village, where there are houses now stand empty, one of which thou mayest have at reasonable rates. Provision there is also cheap and good, and that which will make thy life the more happy, is, to be sure there thou shalt live by honest neighbors, in credit and good fashion. Now was Christian somewhat at a stand, but presently he concluded, if this be true which this gentleman hath said, my wisest course is to take his advice, and with that he thus farther spoke. Chr. Sir, which is my way to this honest man's house? Whirl. Do you see yonder high hill, Bchr? Yes, very well. Whirl. By that hill you must go, and the first house you come at is his. So Christian turned out of his way to go to Mr. Legality's house for help, but behold, when he was got now hard by the hill, it seemed so high, and also that side of it that was the next wayside, did hang so much over, that Christian was afraid to venture further, lest the hill should fall on his head. 14 Wherefore there he stood still, and wot not what to do. Also his burden now seemed heavier to him than when he was in his way. There came also flashes of fire out of the hill that made Christian afraid that he should be burned. Here therefore he sweat, and did quake for fear. And now he began to be sorry that he had taken Mr. Worldly Wiseman's counsel, and with that he saw Evangelist coming to meet him, at the sight also of whom he began to blush for shame. So Evangelist drew nearer and nearer, and coming up to him, he looked upon him with a severe and dreadful countenance, and thus began to reason with Christian. Evan, what dost thou here, Christian? Said he, at which words Christian knew not what to answer, wherefore at present he stood speechless before him. Then said Evangelist farther, Art thou not the man that I found crying without the walls of the city of destruction? How is it then that thou art so quickly turned aside, for thou art now out of the way? Chr. I met with a gentleman so soon as I had got over the slough of despond, who persuaded me, that I might in the village before me, find a man that could take off my burden. Evan. What was he? Chr. He looked like a gentleman, and talked much to me, and got me at last to yield, so I came hither, but when I beheld this hill, and how it hangs over the way, I suddenly made a stand, lest it should fall on my head. Evan. What said that gentleman to you? Chr. Why, he asked me whither I was going, and I told him. Evan. And what said he then? Chr. He asked me if I had a family, and I told him, but said I am so loaden with the burden that is on my back, that I cannot take pleasure in them as formerly. Evan. And what said he then? Chr. He bid me with speed get rid of my burden, and I told him. 'Twas ease that I sought, and, said I am therefore going to yonder gate to receive further direction how I may get to the place of deliverance. So he said that he would shew me a better way, and short, not so attended with difficulties, as the way, sir, you set me in, which way, said he, will direct you to a gentleman's house that hath skill to take off these burdens. So I believed him, and turned out of that way, into this, if haply I might soon be eased of my burden. But when I came to this place, and beheld things as they are, I stopped for fear, as I said, of danger, but now I know not what to do. Evan. Then, said Evangelist, stand still a little, that I may show thee the words of God. So he stood trembling. Then, said Evangelist, see that you refuse not him that speaketh, for if they escape not who refused him that spake on earth, much more shall not we escape, if we turn away from him that speaketh from heaven. He said moreover, now they just shall live by faith, but if any man draws back, my soul shall have no pleasure in him. He also did thus apply them, thou art the man that art running into this misery, thou hast begun to reject the counsel of the Most High, and to draw back thy foot from the way of peace, even almost to the hazarding of thy perdition. Then Christian fell down at his foot as dead, crying, Woe is me, for I am undone, at the sight of which, Evangelist caught him by the right hand, saying, All manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, be not faithless, but believing. Then did Christian again a little revive, and stood up trembling, as at first, before. Evangelist. Then Evangelist proceeded, saying, Give more earnest heed to the things that I shall tell thee of. I will now shew thee who it was that deluded thee, and who it was also to whom he sent thee. The man that met thee is one worldly wiseman, and rightly is he so called, partly, because he savoreth only the doctrine of this world, therefore he Evangelist always goes to the town of morality to church, and partly, because he loveth the doctrine bested, for it saveth him best from the cross, and because he is of this carnal temper, therefore he seeketh to pervert my ways, the right. Now there are 3 things in this man's counsel that thou must utterly abhor. His turning thee out of the way. His laboring to render the cross odious to thee. And his setting thy feet in that way that leadeth unto the administration of death. First, thou must abhor his turning thee out of the way, and thine own consenting thereto, because this is to reject the counsel of God for the sake of the counsel of a worldly wise man. The Lord says, strive to enter in at that strait gate, the gate to which I send thee, for strait is that gate that leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. From this little wicket gate, and from the way thereto, hath this wicked man turned thee, to the bringing of thee almost to destruction. Hate therefore his turning thee out of the way, and abhor thyself for hearkening to him. Secondly, thou must abhor his laboring to render the cross odious unto thee, for thou art to prefer it before the treasures in Egypt. Besides, the King of glory hath told Thebe, that he that will save his life shall lose it, and he that comes after him, and hates not his father and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. I say therefore, for man to labor to persuade thee, that shall be thy death, without which, the truth hath said, thou canst not have eternal life, this doctrine thou must abhor. Thirdly, thou must hate his setting of thy feet in the way that leadeth to the ministration of death. And for this, thou must consider to whom he sent thee, and also how unable that person was to deliver thee from thy burden. He to whom thou wast sent for ease, being by name Legalitic, is the son of the bondwoman which now is, and is in bondage with her children, and which is in a mystery thized Mount Sinai, which thou hast feared will fall on thy head. Now if she with her children are in bondage, how canst thou expect by them to be made free? This legality therefore is not able to set thee free from thy burden. No man was as yet ever rid of his burden to him, no, nor ever is like to be. Ye cannot be justified by the works of the law, for by the deeds of the law no man living can be rid of his burden. Therefore Mr. Worldly Wiseman is an alien, and Mr. Legality is a cheat, and for his son's civility, notwithstanding his simpering looks, he is but an hypocrite, and cannot help thee. Believe me, there is nothing in all this noise, that thou hast heard of this sottish men, but a design to beguile thee of thy salvation, by turning thee from the way in which I had set thee. After this evangelist called aloud to the heavens for confirmation of what he had said, and with that there came words and fire out of the mountain under which poor Christian stood, that made the hair of his flesh stand up. The words were thus pronounced, Asa many as are of the works of the law, are under the curse, for it is written, Cursed is every one that continueth not in all things which are written in the book of the law to do them. Now Christian looked for nothing but death, and began to cry out lamentably, even cursing the time in which he met with Mr. Worldly Wiseman, still calling himself 1,000 fools for hearkening to his counsel. He also was greatly ashamed to think that this gentleman's arguments, flowing only from the flesh, should have the prevalency with him as to cause him to forsake the right way. This done, he applied himself again to evangelist in words and sense as follows. Chr. Sir, what think you? Is there hopes? May I now bow back and go up to the wicket gate? Shall I not be abandoned for this, and sent back from thence ashamed? I am sorry I have hearkened to this man's counsel, but may my sins be forgiven? Evan. Then said evangelist to him, Thy sin is very great, for by it thou hast committed two evils. Thou hast forsaken the way that is good, to tread in forbidden paths. Yet wilt the man at the gate receive thee, for he is good will for men. Only, said he, take heed that thou turn not aside again, lest thou perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Then did Christian address himself to go back, and evangelist, and he had kissed him, gave him one smile, and bid him Godspeed. So he went on with haste, neither spake he to any man by the way, nor if any asked him, would he vouchsafe them an answer. He went like one that was all the while treading on forbidden ground, and could by no means think himself safe, till again he was got into the way which he left to follow Mr. Worldly Wiseman's counsel. So in process of time Christian got up to the gate. Now over the gate there was written, Knock, and it shall be opened to you. He knocked therefore more than once or twice, saying, May I now enter here? Will be within open to sorry me, though I have been an undeserving rebel? Then shall I not fail to sing his lasting praise on high. At last there came a grave person to the gate, named Goodwill, who asked who was there, and whence he came, and what he would have. Chr. Here is a poor burdened sinner, I come from the city of destruction, but am going to Mount Zion, that I may be delivered from the wrath to come. I would therefore, sir, since I am informed that by this gate is the way thither, know if you are willing to let me in. Good will. I am willing with all my heart, said he, and with that he opened the gate. 15. So when Christian was stepping in, the other gave him a pull. Then said Christian, what means that? The other told him, a little distance from this gate, there is erected a strong castle, of which Beelzebub is the captain. From thence both he, and them that are with him, shoot arrows at those that come up to this gate, if happily they may die before they can enter in. Then said Christian, I rejoice and tremble. So see, when he was got in, the man of the gate asked him, who directed him thither? Chr. Evangelist bid me come hither and knock. Asd I did winky face, and he said, that you, sir, would tell me what I must do. Good will. An open door is set before thee, and no man can shut it. Chr. Now I begin to reap the benefits of my hazards. Good will. But how is it that you came alone? Chr. Because none of my neighbors saw their danger as I saw mine. Good will. Did any of them know of your coming? Chr. Yes, my wife and children saw me at the first, and called after me to turn again. Also some of my neighbors stood crying, and calling after me to return, but I put my fingers in my ears, and so came on my way. Good will. But did none of them follow you to persuade you to go back? Chr. Yes, both obstinate and pliable, but when they saw that they could not prevail, obstinate went railing back, but pliable came with me a little way. Good will. But why did he not come through? Chr. We indeed came both together, until we came at the slough of despond, into the which we also suddenly fell. And then was my neighbor pliable discouraged, and would not adventure farther. Wherefore, getting out again, on that side next to his own house, he told me, I should possess the brave country alone for him, so he went his way, and I came mine. He after obstinate, and I to this gate. Good will. Then said Good will, alas poor man, is the celestial glory of so small esteem with him, that he counteth it not worth running the hazard of a few deculties to obtain it? Chr. Truly, said Christian, I have said the truth of pliable, and if I should also say all the truth of myself, it will appear Christian the Reb is no betterment twixt him and myself. 'Tis true, he went back to his own house, but I also turned aside to go into the way of death, being persuaded thereto by the carnal arguments of one Mr. Worldly Wiseman. Good will. Oh, did he light upon you? What, he would have you a sought for ease at the hands of Mr. Legality. They are both of them a very cheat, but did you take his counsel? Chr. Yes, as far as I durst, I went to find out Mr. Legality, until I thought that the mountain that stands by the house would have fallen on my head, wherefore there I was forced to stop. Good will. That mountain has been the death of many, and will be the death of many more. 'Tis well you escaped being by it dashed in pieces. Chr. Why, truly, I do not know what had become of me there, had not Evangelist happily met me again as I was musing in the midst of my dumps, but 'twas God's mercy that he came to me again, for else I had never come hither. But now I am come, such a one as I am, more fit indeed for death, by that mountain, than thus to stand talking with my Lord. But oh, what a favor is this to me, that yet I am admitted entrance here. Good will. We make no objections against any, notwithstanding to all that they have won before they come hither, they in no wise are cast out, and therefore, good Christian, come a little way with me, and I will teach thee about the way thou must go. Look before thee, dost thou see this narrow way? That is the way thou must go. It was cast up by the patriarchs, prophets, Christ, and his apostles, and it is as straight as a rule can make it. This is the way thou must go. Chr. But said Christian, is there no turnings nor windings, by which a stranger may lose his way? Ad. Good will. Yes, There are many ways but down upon 16 this, and they are crooked and wide, but thus thou mayst distinguish the right from the wrong, the right only being straight and narrow. Then I saw in my dream, that Christian asked him further, if he could not help him off with his burden that was upon his back, for as yet he had not got rid thereof, nor could he by any means get it off without help. He told him, as to thy burden be content to bear it, until thou comest to the place of deliverance, for there it will fall from thy back of itself. Then Christian began to gird up his loins, and to address himself to his journey. So the other told him, that by that he was got some distance from the gate, he would come at the house of the interpreter, at whose door he should knock, and he would shew him excellent things. Then Christian took his leave of his friend, and he again bid him Godspeed. Then he went on, till he came at the house of the interpreter, 17, where he knocked over and over. At last one came to the door, and asked, Who is there? Chr. Sir, here is a traveler, who was bid by an acquaintance of the good man of this house, to call here for my profit. I would therefore speak with the master of the house. So he called for the master of the house, who after a little while came to Christian, and asked him what he would have. Chr. Sir, said Christian, I am Amon Fatamcombe from the city of destruction, and am going to the Mount Zion, and I was told by th' man that stands at the gate the head office way, that if I called you here, you would shew me excellent things, such as would be an help to me in my journey. Interpa. Then said the interpreter, Come in, I will shew thee that which will be profitable to thee. So he commanded his man to light the candle, and bid Christian follow him. So he had him into a private room, and bid his man open a door. See the which when he had done, Christian saw the picture of a very grave person 18 hung up against the wall, and this was the fashion of it. It had eyes lifted up to heaven, the best of books in his hand, the law of truth was written upon its lips, the world was behind his back. It stood as if it pleaded with men, and a crown of gold did hang over its head. Chr. Then said Christian, What meaneth this? Inter. The man whose picture this is one of 1,000, he can beget children, travail in birth with children, and nurseth them himself when they are born. And whereas thou sayest him with his eyes lift up to heaven, the best of books in his hand, and the law of truth writ on his lips, it is to shew thee, that his work is to know and unfold dark things tog sinners, even as also thou sayest him stand as if he pleaded with men, and whereas thou seest the world is cast behind him, and that a crown hangs over his head, that is to shew thee, that slighting and despising the things that are present, for the love that he hath to his master's service, he is sure in the world that comes next, to have glory for his reward. Now, said the interpreter, I have shewed thee this picture first, because the man whose picture this is the only man, whom the Lord of the place whither thou art going, hath authorized to be thy guide in all decult places thou mayest meet with in the way. Wherefore take good heed to what I have showed thee, and bear well in mind what thou hast seen, lest in thy journey thou meet with some that pretend to lead thee right, but their way goes down to death. Then he took him by the hand, and led him into a very large parlor that was full of dust, because never swept, the which, after he had reviewed a little while, the interpreter called for a man to sweep. Now when he began to sweep, the dust began so abundantly to fly about, that Christian had almost therewith been choked. Then said the interpreter to a damsel that stood by, Bring hither water, and sprinkle the room, the which when she had done, it was swept, and cleansed with pleasure. Chr. Then said Christian, What means this? Int. The interpreter answered, This parlor is the heart of a man that was never sanctified by the sweet grace of the gospel. The dust is his original sin, and inward corruptions that have defiled the whole man. He that began to sweep at first is the law, but she that brought water, and did sprinkle it, is the gospel. Now, whereas thou sawest that so soon as the first began to sweep, the dust did so fly about, that the room by him could not be cleansed, but that thou wast almost choked therewith, this is to show thee, that the law, instead of cleansing the heart, by its working, from sin, doth revive, put strength into, and to increase it in the soul, even as it doth discover and forbid it, for it doth not give power to subdue. Again, as thou sawest the damsel sprinkle the room with water, upon which it was cleansed with pleasure, this is to shew thee, that when the gospel comes in the sweet and precious influences thereof to the heart, then I say, even as thou sawest the damsel lay the dust by sprinkling the floor with water, so is sin vanquished and subdued, and the soul made clean, through the faith of it, and consequently fit for the King of glory to inhabit. 19. I saw moreover in my dream, that the interpreter took him by the hand, and had him in a little room, where sat 2 little children, each one in his chair. The name of the eldest was Passion, and the name of the other Patience. Passion seemed to be much discontented, but Patience was very quiet. Then Christian asked, "What is the reason of the discontent of Passion?" The interpreter answered, "The governor of them would have him stay for his best things, till the beginning of the next year, but he will have all now. Buddha Patience is willing to wait." Then I saw that one came to Passion, and brought him a bag of treasure, and poured it down at his feet, the which he took up and rejoiced therein, and laughed Patience to scorn of me. But I beheld but a while, and he had lavished all away, and had nothing left him but rags. Chr. Then said Christian to the interpreter, "Expound this matter more fully to me." Inter. So, he said, these 2 lads are figures, Passion, of the men of this world, and Patience, of the men of that which is to come. For as here thou seest, Passion will have all now, this year, that is to say, in this world, so are the men of this world, they must have all their good things now, they cannot stay till next year, that is, until the next world, for their portion of good. That proverb, "A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush," is of more authority with them, than are all the divine testimonies of the good of the world to come. But as thou sawest, that he had quickly lavished all away, and had presently left him with nothing but rags, so will it be with all such men at the end of this world. Chr. Then said Christian, "Now I see that Patience has had best wisdom, and that upon many accounts. 1. Because he stays for the best things. 2. And also because he will have the glory of his, when the other had nothing but rags. You may add another, to wit, the glory of the next world will never wear out, but these are suddenly gone. Therefore Passion had not so much reason to laugh at Patience, because he had good things first, as Patience will have to laugh at Passion, because he had his best things last, for first must give place to last, because last must have his time to come, but last gives place to nothing, for there is not another to succeed. He therefore that hath his portion first, must needs have a time to spend it, but he that has his portion last, must have it lastingly. Therefore it is said of Dives, in thy lifetime thou receivest thy good things, and a likewise Lazarus evil things, but now he is comforted, and thou art tormented. Chr. Then I perceive, 'tis not best to covet things that are now, but to wait for things to come. Int. You say truth, for the things that are seen, are temporal, but the things that are not seen, are eternal. But though this be so, yet since things present, and our fleshly appetite, are such near neighbors one to another, and again, because things to come, and carnal sense are such strangers one to another, therefore it is that the first of these do suddenly fall into amity, and that distance is so continually between the second. Then I saw in my dream, that the interpreter took Christian by the hand, and led him into a place where was a fire, burning against a wall, and one standing by it, always casting much water upon it to quench it, yet did the fire burn higher and hotter. Then said Christian, "What means this?" The interpreter answered, "This fire is the work of grace that is wrought in the heart. He that casts water upon it, to extinguish and put it out, is the devil. But in that thou sayest the fire notwithstanding burn higher and hotter, thou shalt also see the reason of that." So he had him about to the backside of the wall, where he saw a man with a vessel of oil in his hand, of the which he did also continually cast, but secretly, into the fire. Then said Christian, "What means this?" The interpreter answered, "This is Christ, who continually with the oil of his grace, maintains the work already begun in the heart, by the means of which, notwithstanding what the devil can do, the souls of his people prove gracious still. And in that thou sawest, that the man stood behind the wall to maintain the fire, this is to teach thee, that it is hard for the tempted to see how this work of grace is maintained in the soul. I saw also, that the interpreter took him again by the hand, and led him into a pleasant place, where was builded a stately palace, beautiful to behold, at the sight of which, Christian was greatly delighted. He saw also upon the top thereof, certain persons walking, who were clothed all in gold. Then said Christian, May we go in thither? Then the interpreter took him, and led him up toward the door of the palace, and behold, at the door stood a great company of men, as desirous to go in, but durst not. There also sat a man, at a little distance from the door, at a table side, with a book, and his inkhorn before him, to take the name of him that should enter therein. He saw also, that in the doorway stood many men in armor to keep it, being resolved to do to the men that would enter what hurt and mischief they could. Now was Christian somewhat in amaze. At last, when every man started back for fear of the armed men, Christian saw a man of a very stout countenancia come up to the man that sat there to write, saying, Set down my name, sir. The which when he had done, he saw the man draw his sword, and put an helmet on his head, and rush toward the door upon the armed men, who laid upon him with deadly force. But the man, not at all discouraged, fell to cutting and hacking most fiercely. So after had received and given many wounds to those that attempted to keep him out, he cuts his way through them all, and pressed forward into the palace, at which there was a pleasant voice heard from those that were within, even of those that walked upon the top of the palace, saying, Come in, come in. Eternal glory thou shalt win. So he went in, and was clothed with such garments as they. Then Christian smiled, and said, I think verily I know the meaning of this. Now, said Christian, let me go hence. Nay stay, said the interpreter, till I have showed thee a little more, and after that thou shalt go on thy way. So he took him by the hand again, and led him into a very dark room, where there sat a man in an iron cage. 20. Now the man, to look on, seemed very sad. He sat with a iron cage, his eyes looking down to the ground, his hands folded together, and he sighed as if he would break his heart. Then said Christian, What means this? At which the interpreter bid him talk with the man. Chr. Then said Christian to the man, What art thou? The man answered, I am what I was not once. Chr. What wast thou once? Man. The man said, I was once a fair and flourishing professor, both in mine own eyes, and also in the eyes of others. I once was, as I thought, fair for the celestial city, and had then even joy at the thoughts that I should get thither. Chr. Well, but what art thou now? Man. I am now a man of despair, and am shut up in it, as in this iron cage. I cannot get out, oh now I cannot. Chr. But how camest thou in this condition? Man. I left off to watch, and be sober. I laid the reins upon the neck of my lusts. I sinned against the light of the word, and the goodness of God. I have grieved the Spirit, and he is gone. I tempted the devil, and he is come to me. I have provoked God to anger, and he has left me. I have so hardened my heart, that I cannot repent. Then said Christian to the interpreter, But is there no hopes for such a man as this? Ask him, said the interpreter. Chr. Then said Christian, Is there no hope, but you must be kept in the iron cage of despair? Man. No, none at all. Chr. Why? The Son of the Blessed is very pitiful. Man. I have crucified him to myself afresh. I have despised his righteousness. I have counted his blood an unholy thing. I have done despite to the Spirit of grace. Therefore I have shut myself out of all the promises, and there now remains to me nothing but threatenings, dreadful threatenings, faithful threatenings, of certain judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour me as an adversary. Chr. For what did you bring yourself into this condition? Man. For the lusts, pleasures, and profits of this world, in the enjoyment of which, I did then promise myself much delight, but now every one of those things also bite me, and gnaw me like a burning worm. Chr. But canst thou not now repent and turn? Man, God hath denied me repentance, his word gives me no encouragement to believe, yet himself hath shut me up in this iron cage, nor can all the men in the world let me out. O eternity, eternity! How shall I grapple with the misery that I must meet with in eternity? Int. Then said the interpreter to Christian, Let this man's misery be remembered by thee, and be an everlasting caution to thee. Chr. Well, said Christian, this is fearful. God help me to watch and be sober, and to pray, that I may shun the cause of this man's misery. Sir, is it not time for me to go on my way now? In tarry till I shall show thee one thing more, and then thou shalt go on thy way. So he took Christian by the hand again, and led him into a chamber, where there was one rising out of bed, and as he put on his raiment he shook and trembled. Then said Christian, Why doth this man thus tremble? The interpreter then bid him tell the Christian the reason of his so doing. So he began, and said, This night as I was in my sleep I dreamed, and behold the heavens grew exceeding black, also it thundered and lightened in most fearful wise, that it put me into an agony. So I looked up in my dream, and saw the clouds rack at an unusual rate, upon which I heard a great sound of a trumpet, and saw also a man sit upon a cloud with the thousands of heaven, they were all in a flaming fire, also the heavens were on a burning flame. I heard then a voice, saying, Arise ye dead, and come to judgment, and with that the rocks rent, the graves opened, and the dead that were therein came forth, some of them were exceeding glad, and looked upward, and some sought to hide themselves under the mountains. Then I saw the man that sate upon the cloud, open the book, and bid the world draw near. Yet there was, by reason of a fierce flamea that issued out and came before him, a convenient distance betwixt him and them, as betwixt the judge and the prisoners at the bar. I heard it also proclaimed to them that attended on the man that sat on the cloud, Gather together the tares, the chaff and stubble, and cast them into the burning lake, and with that the bottomless pit opened, just whereabout I stood, out of the mouth of which there came an abundant manner smoke, and coals of fire, with hideous noises. It was also said to the same persons, Gather my wheat into the garner. And with that I saw many catched up and carried away into the clouds, but I was left behind. I also sought to hide myself, but I could not, for the man that sat upon the cloud still kept his eye upon me. My sense also came in my mind, and my conscience did accuse me on every side. Upon this I awaked from my sleep. Chr. But what was it that made you so afraid of this sight? Man. Why, I thought that the day of judgment was come, and that I was not ready for it, but this frightened me most, that the angels gathered up several, and left me behind. Also the pit of hell opened her mouth just where I stood, my conscience too amicted me, and, as I thought, the judge had always his eye upon me, shewing indignation in his countenance. Then said the interpreter to Christian, Hast thou considered all these things? Chr. Yes, and they put me in hope and fear. Int. Well, keep all things so in thy mind, that they may be as a goad in thy sides, to prick thee forward in the way thou must go. Then Christian began to gird up his loins, and to address himself to his journey. Then said the interpreter, The Comforter be always with thee, good Christian, to guide thee in the way that leads to the city. So Christian went on his way, saying, Here I have seen things rare and profitable, things pleasant, dreadful, things to make me stable in what I have began to take in hand. Then let me think on them, and understand wherefore they shewed me were, and let me be thankful, O good interpreter, to thee. Now I saw in my dream, that the highway up which Christian was to go, was fenced on either side with a wall, and that wall was called Salvation. 21 Up this way therefore he did burden Christian run, but not without great difficulty, because of the load on his back. He ran this till he came at a place somewhat ascending, and upon that place stood a cross, and a little below in the bottom, a sepulchre. 22 So I saw in my dream, that just as Christian came up with the cross, his burden loosed from off his shoulders, and fell from off his back, and began to tumble, and so continued to do, till it came to the mouth of the sepulchre, where it fell in, and I saw it no more. Then was Christian glad and lightsome, and said with a merry heart, He hath given me rest, by his sorrow, and life, by his death. Then he stood still a while, to look and wonder, for it was very surprising to him, that the sight of the cross should thus ease him of his burden. He looked therefore, and looked again, even till the springs that were in his head sent the waters down his cheeks. Now as Heck stood looking and weeping, behold 3 shining ones 23 came to him, and saluted him, with peace be to thee. So the first said to him, Thy sins be forgiven thee. The the second stripped him of his rags, and clothed him with change of raiment. The third also set a mark in his forehead, and gave him a roll, with a seal upon it, which he bid him look on as he ran, and that he should give it in at the celestial gate. So they went their way. Then Christian gave 3 leaps for joy, and went on singing. Thus far I did come loaden with my Sina, nor could aught ease the grief that I was in, till I came hither. What a place is this! Must here be the beginning of my bliss? Must here the burden fall from off my back? Must here the strings that bound it to me crack? Blessed cross! Blessed sepulchre! Blessed rather be the man that there was put to shame for me. I saw then in my dream that he went on thus, even until he came at a bottom, where he saw, a little out of the way, 3 men fast asleep, with fetters upon their heels. The name of the one was Simple, another Sloth, and the third in Presumption. Christian then seeing them lie in this case, went to them, if peradventure he might awake them. And cried, You are like them that sleep on the top of a mast, for the Dead Sea is under you, a gulf that hath no bottom. Awake therefore, and come away, be willing also, and I will help you off with your irons. He also told them, If he that goeth about like a roaring lion comes by, you will certainly become a prey to his teeth. With that they looked upon him, and began to reply in this sort. Simple said, I see no danger. Sloth said, Every fat must stand upon his own bottom. 24 And so they lay down to sleep again, and Christian went on his way. Yet was he troubled to think, that men in that danger should so little esteem the kindness of him that so freely offered to help them, both by awakening of them, counseling of them, and proffering to help them off with their irons. And as he was troubled thereabout, he espied 2 men come tumbling over the wall, on the left hand of the narrow way, and they made up a pace to him. The name of the one was Formalist, and the name of the other Hypocrisy. 25 So as I said, they drew up unto him, who thus entered with them into discourse. CHRA. Gentlemen, whence came you, and whither go you? 4. And Hip. We were born in the land of vainglory, and are going for praise to Mount Shaun. CHR. Why came you not in at the gate which standeth at the beginning of this way? Know you not that it is written, that he that cometh not in by the door, but climbeth up some other way, the same as a thief and a robber? Formk. And Hip. They said, that to go to the gate for entrance, was by all their countrymen counted too far about, and that therefore their usual way was to make a short cut of it, and to climb over the wall as they had done. CHR. But will it not be counted a trespass against the Lord of the city whither we are bound, thus to violate his revealed will? Form. And Hip. They told him, that as for that, he needed not trouble his head thereabout, for what they did they had custom for, and could produce, if need were, testimony that would witness it, for more than 1,000 years. CHR. But, said Christian, will it stand a trial at law? Form. And Hip. They told him that custom, it being of so long a standing as above 1,000 years, would doubtless now be admitted as a thing legal, by an impartial judge. And besides, say they, if we get into the way, what's the matter which way we get in? If we are in, we are in. Thou art but in the way, who as we perceive, came in at the gate, and we are also in the way that came tumbling over the wall, wherein now is thy condition better than ours? CHR. I walk by the rule of my master, you walk by the rude working of your fancies. You are counted thieves already, by the Lord of the way, therefore I doubt you will not be found true men at the end of the way. You come in by yourselves, without his direction, and shall go out by yourselves, without his mercy. To this they made him but little answer, only they bid him look to himself. Then I saw that they went on, every man in his way, without much conference one with another, save that these men told Christian, that, as to laws and ordinances, they doubted not but they should as conscientiously do them as he. Therefore, said they, we see not wherein thou differest from us, but by the coat that is on thy back, which was as we given thee by some of thy neighbors, to hide the shame of thy nakedness. Chr. By laws and ordinances you will not be saved, since you came not in by the door. And as for this coat that is on my back, it was given me by the Lord of the place whither I go, and that, as you say, to cover my nakedness with. And I take it as a token of kindness to me, for I had nothing but rags before, and besides, thus I comfort myself as I go. Surely, think I, when I come to the gate of the city, the Lord thereof will know me for good, since I have his coat on my back. A coat that he gave me freely in the day that he stripped me of my rags. I have moreover a mark in my forehead, of which perhaps you have taken no notice, which one of my Lord's most intimate associates fixed there in the day that my burden fell off my shoulders. I will tell you moreover, that I had then given me a roll sealed, to comfort me by reading, as I go on the way. I was also bid to give it in at the celestial gate, in token of my certain going in after it, all which things I doubt you want, and want them because you came not in at the gate. To these things they gave him no answer, only they looked upon each other, and laughed. Then I saw that they went on all, save that Christian kept before, who had not more talk but with himself, and that sometimes sighingly, and sometimes comfortably. Also he would be often reading in the roll, that one of the shining ones gave him, by which he was refreshed. I beheld then, that they all went on till they came to the foot of the hill Deculte, at the bottom of which was a spring. There was also in the same place two other ways, besides that which came straight from the gate, one turned to the left hand, and the other to the right, at the bottom of the hill, but the narrow way lay right up the hill, and the name of the going up the side of the hill is called Deculte. Christiana went now to the spring, and drank thereof to refresh himself, and then began to go up the hill, saying, The hill, though high, I covet to ascend, the Deculte will not me offend. For I perceive the way to life lies here. Come, pluck up, heart, let's neither faint nor fear. Better, though Deculte, the right way to go, than wrong, though easy, where the end is woe. The other two also came to the foot of the hill, but when they saw that the hill was steep and high, and that there was two other ways to go, and supposing also that these two ways might meet again with that up which Christian went, on the other side of the hill, therefore they were resolved to go in those ways. Now the name of one of those ways was Danger, and the name of the other Destruction. So the one took the way which is called Danger, which did lead him into a great wood, and the other took him directly up the way to Destruction, which led him into a wide field, full of dark mountains, where he stumbled and fell, and rose no more. I looked then after Christian, to see him go up the hill, where I perceived he fell from running to going, and from going to clambering upon his hands and knees, because of the steepness of the place. Now about the midway to the top of the hill, was a pleasant arbor, made by the Lord of the hill, for the refreshing of weary travelers. Thither therefore Christian got, where also he sat down to rest him. Then he pulled his roll out of his bosom, and read therein to his comfort. He also now began afresh to take a review of the coat or garment that was given him as he stood by the cross. Thus pleasing himself a while, he at last fell into a slumber, and thence into a fast sleep, which detained him in that place until it was almost night, and in his sleep his roll fell out of his hand. Now as he was sleeping, there came one to him and awaked him, saying, Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways, and be wise. And with that Christian suddenly started up, and sped him on his way, and went apace till he came to the top of the hill. Now when he was got up to the top of the hill, there came two men running to meet him amain. The name of Thea one was Timorous, and the other Mistrust, to whom Christian said, Sirs, what's the matter, you run the wrong way? Timorous answered, that they were going to the city of Zion, and had got up the Deculte place, but, said he, the further we go, the more danger we meet with, wherefore we turned, and are going back again. Yes, said Mistrust, for just before us lies a couple of lions in the way, whether sleeping or waking we know not, and we could not think, if we came within reach, but they would presently pull us in pieces. Chr. Then said Christian, You make me afraid, but whither shall I fly to be safe? If I go back to mine own country, that is prepared for fire and brimstone, and I shall certainly perish there. If I can go to the celestial city, I am sure to be in safety there. I must venture. To go back is nothing but death, to go forward is fear of death, and life everlasting beyond it. I will yet go forward. So mistrust and timorous ran down the hill, and Christian went on his way. But thinking again of what he heard from the men, he felt in his bosom for his roll, that he might read therein and be comforted, but he felt and found it not. Then was Christian in great distress, and knew not what to do, for he wanted that which used to relieve him, and that which should have been his pass into the celestial city. Here therefore he began to be much perplexed, and knew not what to do. At last he bethought himself that he had slept in the arbor that is on the side of the hill, and falling down upon his knees, he asked God forgiveness for that foolish fact, and then went back to look for his roll. But all the way he went back, who can so silently set forth the sorrow of Christian's heart? Sometimes he sighed, sometimes he wept, and oftentimes he chid himself, for being so foolish to fall asleep in that place which was erected only for a little refreshment for his weariness. Thus therefore he went back, carefully looking on this side, and on that, all the way as he went, if happily he might find the roll, that had been his comfort so many times in his journey. He went thus till he came again within sight of the arbor where he sat and slept, but that sight renewed his sorrow the more, by bringing again, even afresh, his evil of sleeping unto his mind. Thus therefore he now went on bewailing his sinful sleep, saying, O wretched man that I am, that I should sleep in the daytime, that I should sleep in the midst of difficulty. That I should so indulge the flesh as to use that rest for ease to my flesh, which the Lord of the hill hath erected only for the relief of the spirits of pilgrims. How many steps have I took in vain? Thus it happened to Israel for their sin, they were sent back again by the way of the Red Sea, and I am made to tread those steps with sorrow, which I might have trod with delight, had it not been for this sinful sleep. How far might I have been on my way by this time? I am made to tread those steps thrice over, which I needed not to have trod but once, yea now also I am like to be benighted, for the day is almost spent, oh that I had not slept. Now by this time he was come to the arbor again, where for a while he sat down and wept, but at last, as Christian would have it, looking sorrowfully down under the settle, there he espied his roll, the which he with trembling and haste catched up and put into his bosom. But who can tell how joyful this man was, when he had gotten his roll again? For this roll was the assurance of his life, and acceptance at the desired haven. Therefore he laid it up in his bosom, gave thanks to God for directing his eye to the place where it lay, and with joy and tears betook himself again to his journey. But oh, how nimbly did he go up the rest of the hill! Yet before he got up, the sun went down upon Christian, and this made him again recall the vanity of his sleeping to his remembrance, and thus he again began to condole with himself, O thou sinful sleep! How for thy sake am I like to be benighted in my journey? I must walk without the sun, darkness must cover the path of my feet, and I must hear the noise of the doleful creatures, because of my sinful sleep. Now also he remembered the story that mistrust and timorous told him of, how they were fright with the sight of the lions. Then said Christian to himself again, These beasts range in the night for their prey, and if they should meet with me in the dark, how should I shift them? How should I escape being by them torn in pieces? This he went on, but while he was bewailing his unhappy miscarriage, he lifted up his eyes, and behold there was a very stately palace before him, the name of which was Beautiful, and it stood by the highway side. So I saw in my dream, that he made haste and went forward, that if possible he might get lodging there. Now before he had gone far, he entered into a very narrow passage, which was about a furlong off the porter's lodge, and looking very narrowly before him as he went, he espied 2 lions 26 in the way. Now thought he, I see the dangers that mistrust and timorous were driven back by. The lions were chained, but he saw not the chains. Then he was afraid and thought also himself to go back after them, for he thought nothing but death was before him. But the porter at the lodge, whose name is Watchful, perceiving that Christian made a halt, as if he would go back, cried unto him, saying, Is thy faith so small? Fear not the lions, for they are chained, and placed there for a trial of faith, where it is, and for discovery of those that have none. Keep in the midst of the path, and no hurt shall come unto thee. Then I saw that he went on, trembling for fear of the lions, but taking good heed to the directions of the porter, he heard them roar, but they did him no harm. Then he clapped his hands, and went on till he came and stood before the gate where the porter was. Then said Christian to the porter, Sir, what house is this? 27, and may I stay here tonight? The porter answered, This house was built by the Lord of the Hill, and he built it for the relief and security of pilgrims. The porter also asked whence he was, and whither he was going? Chr. I am come from the city of destruction, and I am going to Mount Zion, but because the sun is now set, I desire, if I may, to lodge here tonight. Poor. What is your name? Chr. My name is now Christian, but my name at the first was Graceless. I came of the race of Japhet, whom Goda will persuade to dwell in the tents of Shem. Poor. But how doth it happen you come so late? The sun is set. Chr. I had been here sooner, but that, wretched man that I am, I slept in the arbor that stands on the hillside. Nay, I had notwithstanding that, been here much sooner, but that in my sleep I lost my evidence, and came without it to the brow of the hill, and then feeling for it, and finding it not, I was forced, with sorrow of heart, to go back to the place where I slept my sleep, where I found it, and now I am come. Poor. Well, I will call out one of the virgins of this place, who will, if she like your talk, bring you in to the rest of the family, according to the rules of the house. So watchful the porter rang a bell, at the sound of which came out at the door of the house a grave and beautiful damsel named Discretion, and asked why she was called. The porter answered, This man is in a journey from the city of destruction to Mount Zion, but being weary and benighted, he asked me if he might lodge here tonight. So I told him I would call for thee, who, after discourse had with him, mayest do as seemeth thee good, even according to the law of the house. Then she asked him whence he was, and whither he was going? And he told her. Then she asked him, what he has seen and met with in the way? And he told her. And last, she asked his name? So he said, It is Christian, and I have so much the more a desire to lodge here tonight, because, by what I perceive, this place was built by the Lord of the Hill, for the relief and security of pilgrims. So she smiled, but the water stood in her eyes, and, after a little pause, she said, I will call forth 2 or 3 more of the family. So she ran to the door and called out Prudence, Piety, and Charity, who after a little more discourse with him, had him into the family, and many of them meeting him at the threshold of the house said, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord, this house was built by the Lord of the Hill, on purpose to entertain such pilgrims in. Then he bowed his head and followed them into the house, so when he was come in, and sat down, they gave him something to drink, and consented together that until supper was ready, some of them should have some particular discourse with Christian, for the best improvement of time, and they appointed Piety and Prudence, and Charity to discourse with him, and thus they began. Piety. Come, good Christian, since we have been so loving to you, to receive you into our house this night, let us, if perhaps we may better ourselves thereby, talk with you of all things that have happened to you in your pilgrimage? Chr. With a very good will, and I am glad that you are so well disposed. Piety. What moved you at first to betake yourself to a pilgrim's life? Chrb. I was driven out of my native country by a dreadful sound that was in mine ears, to wit, that unavoidable destruction did attend me, if I abode in that place where I was. Piety. But how did it happen that you came out of your country this way? Chr. It was as God would have it, for when I was under the fears of destruction, I did not know whither to go, but by chance there came a man, even to me, as I was trembling and weeping, whose name is Evangelist, and he directed me to the wicket gate, which else I should never have found, and so set me into the way that hath led me directly to this house. Piety. But did you not come by the house of the interpreter? Chr. Yes, and did see such things there, the remembrance of which will stick by me as long as I live, especially 3 things, to wit, how Christ, in despite of Satan, maintains a rehearsal of his work of grace in the heart, how the man had sinned himself quite out of God's mercy, and also the dream of him that thought in his sleep the day of judgment was come. Piety. Why? Did you hear him tell his dream? CHR. No, he took me and had me where he shewed me a stately palace, and how the people were clad in gold that were in it, and how there came a venturous man, and cut his way through the armed men that stood in the door to keep him out, and how he was bid to come in, and win eternal glory. Methought those things did ravish my heart. I would have stayed at that good man's house a 12-month, but that I knew I had further to go. Piety. And what saw ye else in the way? CHR saw. Why, I went but a little further, and I saw one, as I thought in my mind, hang bleeding upon the tree, and the very sight of him made my burden fall off my back, for I groaned under a very heavy burden, but then it fell down from off me. 'Twas a strange thing to me, for I never saw such a thing before, and while I stood looking up, for that I could not forbear looking, 3 shining ones came to me. One of them testified that my sins were forgiven me, another stripped me of my rags, and gave me this broidered coat which you see, and the third set the mark which you see in my forehead, and gave me this sealed roll, and with it he plucked it out of his bosom. Piety. But you saw more than this, did you not? CHR. The things that I have told you were the best, yet some other matter I saw, as namely, I saw 3 men, Simple, Sloth, and Presumption, lie asleep a little out of the way as I came, with irons upon their heels, but do you think I could awake them? I also saw Formality and hypocrisy come tumbling over the wall to go, as they pretended, to Zion, but they were quickly lost, even as myself did tell them, but they would not believe. But above all, I found it hard work to get up this hill, and as hard to come by the lion's mouth, and truly if it had not been for that good man, the porter that stands at the gate, I do not know, but that after all, I might have gone back again, but I thank God I am here, and I thank you for receiving of me. Then Prudence thought good to ask him a few questions, and desired his answer to them. Prue. Do you not think sometimes of the country from whence you came? CHRB. Yes, but with much shame and detestation. Truly, if I had been mindful of that country from whence I came out, I might have had opportunity to have returned, but now I desire a better country, that is in heavenly. Prue. Do you not yet bear away with you some of the things that then you were conversant withal? CHR. Yes, but greatly against my will, especially my inward and carnal cogitations, with which all my countrymen, as well as myself, were delighted. But now all those things are to my grief, and might I but choose mine own things, I would choose never to think of those things more, but when I would be a doing of that which is best, that which is worst is with me. Prue. Do you not find sometimes, as if those things were vanquished, which at other times are your perplexity? CHR. Yes, but that is but seldom, but they are to me golden hours, in which such things happen to me. Prue. Can you remember by what means you find your annoyances at times, as if they were vanquished? CHRF. Yes, when I think what I saw at the cross, that will do it, and when I look upon my broidered coat, that will do it, and when I look into the roll that I carry in my bosom, that will do it, and when my thoughts wax warm about whither I am going, that will do it. Prue. And what is it that makes you so desirous to go to Mount Zion? CHRGY. There I hope to see him alive, that did hang dead on the cross, and there I hope to be rid of all those things, that to this day are in me an annoyance to me. There, they say, there is no death, and there I shall dwell with such company as I like best. For to tell you truth, I love him, because I was by him eased of my burden, and I am weary of my inward sickness. I would fain be where I shall die no more, and with the company that shall continually cry, Holy, holy, holy. Then said Charity to Christian, Have you a family? Are Charity dis you a married man? CHR. I have a wife and 4 small children. 28. Cha. And why did you not bring them along with you? CHR. Then Christian wept, and said, Oh, how willingly would I have done it, but they were all of them utterly averse to my going on pilgrimage. Cha. But you should have talked to them, and have endeavored to have shown them the danger of being behind. CHR. So I did, and told them also what God had shewed to me of the destruction of our city, but I seemed to think as one that mocked, and they believed me not. Cha! And did you pray to God that he would bless your counsel to them? Chr. Yes, and that with much affection, for you must think that my wife and poor children were very dear unto me. Cha! But did you tell them of your own sorrow, and fear of destruction? For I suppose that destruction was visible enough to you? Chr. Yes, over, and over, and over. They might also see my fears in my countenance, in my tears, and also in my trembling under the apprehension of the judgment that did hang over our heads, but all was not sufficient to prevail with them to come with me. Cha! But what could they say for themselves, why they came not? Chr. Why, my wife was afraid of losing this world, and my children were given to the foolish delights of youth, so what by one thing and what by another, they left me to wander in this manner alone. Cha! But did you not with your vain life damp all that you by words used by way of persuasion to bring them away with you? Chr. Indeed I cannot commend my life, for I am conscious to myself of many failings therein. I know also that a man by his conversation 29 may soon overthrow what by argument or persuasion he doth labor to fasten upon others for their good. Yet, this I can say, I was very wary of giving them occasions, by any unseemly action, to make Thema averse to going on pilgrimages. Yeah, for this very thing, they would tell me I was too precise 30 and that I denied myself of things, for their sakes, in which they saw no evil. Nay, I think I may say, that if what they saw in me did hinder them, it was my great tenderness in sinning against God, or of doing any wrong to my neighbor. Chab. Indeed Cain hated his brother, because his own works were evil, and his brother's righteous, and if thy wife and children have been offended with thee for this, they thereby show themselves to be implacable to good, and thou hast delivered thy soul from their blood. Now I saw in my dream, that thus they sat talking together until supper was ready. So when they had made ready, they sat down to meat. Now the table was furnished with Christian with fat things, and with wine that was well refined, and all their talk at the table was about the Lord of the hill, as namely, about that he had done, and whereof he did what he did, and why he had builded that house, and by what they said I perceived that he had been a great warrior, and had fought with, and slain him that had the power of death, but not without great danger to himself, which made me love him the more. For, as they said, and as I believe, said Christian, he did it with the loss of much blood, but that which put glory of grace into all he did, was, that he did it out of pure love to this country. And beside, there were some of them of the household that said, they had been and spoke with him since he did die on the cross, and they have attested, that they had it from his own lips, that he is such a lover of poor pilgrims, that the like is not to be found from the east to the west. They moreover gave an instance of what they RM'd, and that was, he had stripped himself of his glory, that he might do this for the poor, and that they heard him say in a RM, that he would not dwell in the mountain of Zion alone. They said moreover, that he had made many pilgrims though by nature they were beggars born, and their original had been the dunghill. Thus they discoursed together till late at night, and after they had committed themselves to their Lord for protection, they betook themselves to rest. The pilgrims they laid in a large upper chamber, whose window opened towards the Christian's bed sunrising. The name of the chamber was Peace, where he slept till break of day, and then he awoke, and sung. Where am I now? Is this the love and care of Jesus, for the men that pilgrims are thus to provide? That I should be forgiven, and dwell already the next door to heaven. So in the morning they all got up, and after some more discourse, they told him that he should not depart till they had shown him the rarities of that place. And first they had him into the study, where they showed records of the greatest antiquity, in which, as I remember my dream, they showed him the first pedigree of the Lord of the Hill, that he was the son of the Ancient of Days, and came by that eternal generation. Here also was more fully recorded the acts that he had done, and the names of many hundreds that he had taken into his service, and how he had placed them in such habitations that could neither by length of days, nor decays of nature be dissolved. Then they read to him some of the worthy acts that some of his servants had done. As how they had subdued kingdoms, wrought righteousness, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the violence of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, out of weakness were made strong, waxed valiant in fight, and turned to fight the armies of the aliens. Then they read again in another part of the records of the house, where it was showed how willing their Lord was to receive into his favor even any, though they in time past had offered great affronts to his person and proceedings. Here also were several other histories of many other famous things, of all which Christian had a view, as of things both ancient and modern, together with prophecies and predictions of things that have their certain accomplishment, both to the dread and amazement of enemies, and the comfort and solace of pilgrims. The next day they took him, and had him into the armory, where they showed him all manner of furniture, which their Lord had provided for pilgrims, as sword, shield, helmet, breastplate, all prayer, and shoes that would not wear out. 31 And there was here enough of this to harness out as many men for the service of their Lord, as there be stars in the heaven for multitude. They also showed him some of the engines with which Christian is some of his servants had done wonderful things. They showed him Moses' rod, the hammer and nail with which Jael slew Sisera, the pitchers, trumpets, and lamps too, with which Gideon put to flight the armies of Midian. Then they showed him the ox's goad wherewith Shamgar slew 600 men. They showed him moreover the sling and stone with which David slew Goliath of Gath, and the sword also with which their Lord will kill the man of sin in the day that he shall rise up to the prey. 32 They showed him besides many excellent things, with which Christian was much delighted. This done, they went to their rest again. Then I saw in my dream, that on the morrow he got up to go forwards, but they desired him to stay till the next day also, and then said they, We will, if the day be clear, shook you the delectable mountains, which they said, would yet further add to his comfort, because they were nearer the desired heaven, than the place where at present he was. So he consented and stayed. When the morning was up, they'd had him to the top of the house, and bid him look south, so he did, and behold at a great distance he saw a most pleasant mountainous country, beautified with woods, vineyards, fruits of all sorts, flowers also, with springs and fountains, very delectable to behold. Then he asked the name of the country. They said it was Emmanuel's land. 33 And it is as common, say they, as this hill is, to and for all the pilgrims. And when thou comest there, from thence thou mayest see to the gate of the celestial city, as the shepherds that live there will make appear. Now he bethought himself of setting forward, and they were willing he should, but first, said they, let us go again into the armory. So they did, and when he came there, they harnessed him from head to foot, with what was a proof, lest perhaps he should meet with assaults in the way. He being therefore thus accoutred, walketh out with his friends to the gate, and there he asked the porter if he saw any pilgrims pass by. Then the porter answered, Yes. Pray, did you know him? Said he. Poor. I asked his name, and he told me it was Faithful. Said Christian, I know him, he is my townsman, my near neighbor, he comes from the place where I was born. How far do you think he may be before? Poor. He is got by this time below the hill. Well, said Christian, good porter, the Lord be with thee, and add to all thy blessings much increase of the kindness that thou hast showed to me. Then he began to go forward, but discretion, piety, charity, and prudence would accompany him down to the foot of the hill. So they went on together, reiterating their former discourses till they came to go down the hill. Then said Christian, as it was decult coming up, so far as I can see, it is dangerous going down. Yes, said Prudence, so it is, for it is an hard matter for a man to go down into the valley of humiliation, as thou art now, and to catch not slip by the way. Therefore, said they, are we come out to accompany thee down the hill? So he began to go down, but very warily, yet he caught a slip or two. Then I saw in my dream, that these good companions, when Christian was gone down to the bottom of the hill, gave him a loaf of bread, a bottle of wine and a cluster of raisins. 34 And then he went on his way. But now in this valley of humiliation poor Christian was hard put to it, for he had gone but a little way before he espied a foul fiend coming over the field to meet him. His name is Apollyon. 35 Then did Christian begin to be afraid, and cast in his mind whether to go back or to stand his ground. But he considered again that he had no armor for his back, and therefore thought that to turn the back to him might give him greater advantage with ease to pierce him with his darts. Therefore he resolved to venture, and stand his ground. For, thought he, had I no more in Minabai than the saving of my life, 'twould be the best way to stand. So he went on, and Apollyon met him. Now the monster was hideous to behold, he was clothed with scales like a fish, and they are his pride, he had wings like a dragon, feet like a bear, and out of his belly came fire and smoke, and his mouth was as the mouth of a lion. When he was come up to Christian, he beheld him with a disdainful countenance, and thus began to question with him. Paul. Whence came you, and whither area you bound? Chr. I am come from the city of destruction, which I see the place of all evil, and I am going to the city of Zion. Paul. By this I perceive thou art one of my subjects, for all that country is mine, and I am the prince and god of it. How is it then that thou hast run away from thy king? Were it not that I hope thou mayest do me more service, I would strike thee now at one blow to the ground. Chr. I was born indeed in your dominions, but your service was hard, and your wages such as a man could not live on, for the wages of sin is death. Therefore when I wasd come to years, I did as other considerate persons do, look out, if perhaps I might mend myself. Paul. There is no prince that will thus lightly lose his subjects, neither will I as yet lose thee, but since thou complainest of thy service and wages, be content to go back, what our country will afford, I do here promise to give thee. Chr. But I have left myself to another, even to the king of princes, and how can I in fairness go back with thee? Paul. Thou hast done in this according to the proverb, Shanha a bad for a worse, but it is ordinary for those that have professed themselves his servants, after a while to give him the slip, and return again to me. Do thou so too, and all shall be well. Chr. I have given him my faith, and sworn my allegiance to him, how then can I go back from this, and not be hanged as a traitor? Apolb. Thou didst the same by me, and yet I am willing to pass by all, if now thou wilt yet turn again, and go back. Chr. What I promised thee was in my nonage 36, and besides, I count that the prince under whose banner now I stand, is able to absolve me, yea, and to pardon also what I did as to my compliance with thee, and besides, while thou destroying Apollyon, to speak truth, I like his servants, his government, his company, and country, better than thine, and therefore leave off to persuade me further. I am his servant, and I will follow him. Paul. Consider again, when thou art in cool blood, what thou art like to meet with in the way that thou goest. Thou knowest, that for the most part, his servants come to an ill end, because they are transgressors against me and my way. How many of them have been put to shameful death? And besides, thou countest his service better than mine, whereas he never came yet from the place where he is, to deliver any that saved him out of their hands. But as for me, how many times, as all the world very well knows, have I delivered, either by power or fraud, those that have faithfully served me, from him and his thought taken by them, and so I will deliver thee. Chr. His forbearing at present to deliver them, is on purpose to try their love, whether they will cleave to him to the end, and as for the ill end thou sayest they come to, that is most glorious in their account, for present deliverance, they do not much expect it, for they stay for their glory, and then they shall have it, when their prince comes in his, and the glory of the angels. Paul. Thou hast already been unfaithful in thy service to him, and how dost thou think to receive wages of him? Chr. Wherein, O Apollyon, have I been unfaithful to him? Paul. Thou didst faint at first setting out, when thou wast almost choked in the gulf of despond. Thou didst attempt wrong ways to be rid of thy burden, whereas thou shouldest have stayed till thy prince had taken it off. Thou didst sinfully sleep and lose thy choice things. Thou wast also almost persuaded to go back at the sight of the lions, and when thou talkest of thy journey and of what thou hast heard and seen, thou art inwardly desirous of vain glory in all thou sayest and doest. 37. Chr. All this is true, and much more, which thou hast left out, But the prince whom I serve and honor is merciful and ready to forgive. But besides, these infirmities possessed me in thy country, for there I sucked them in, and I have groaned unto them, being sorry for them, and have obtained pardon of my prince. A. Paul. Then Apollyon broke out into a grievous rage, saying, I am an enemy to this prince, I hate his person, his laws, and people, I am come out on purpose to withstand thee. Chr. Apollyon, beware what you do, for I am in the king's high way, the way of holiness, therefore take heed to yourself. A. Paul. Then Apollyon straddled quite over the whole breadth of the way, and said, I am void of fear in this matter, prepare thyself to die, for I swear by my infernal den that thou shalt go no further, here will I spill thy soul. And with that he threw a flaming dart at his breast, but Christian had a shield in his hand, with which he caught it, and so prevented the danger of that. Then did Christian draw, for he saw 'twas time to bestir him, and Apollyon as fast made at him, throwing darts as thick as hail, by the which, notwithstanding all that Christian could do to avoid Ida, Apollyon wounded him in his head, his hand, and foot. This made Christian give a little back. Apollyon therefore followed his work amain, and Christian again took courage, and resisted as manfully as he could. This sore combat lasted for about half a day, even till Christian was almost quite spent. For you must know that Christian, by reason of his wounds, must needs grow weaker and weaker. Then Apollyon, espying his opportunity, began to gather up close to Christian, and wrestling with him, gave him a dreadful fall, and with that Christian's sword flew out of his hand. Then said Apollyon, I am sure of thee now, and with that he had almost pressed him to death, so that Christian began to despair of life. But as God would have it, while Apollyon was fetching his last blow, thereby to make a full end of this good man, Christian nimbly stretched out his hand for his sword, and caught it, saying, Rejoice not against me, O mine enemy, when I fall I shall arise, and with that gave him a deadly thrust, which made him give back, as one that had received his mortal wound. Christian perceiving that, made at him again, saying, Nay, in all these things we are more than conquerors, through him that loved us. 38 And with that Apollyon spread forth his dragon wings, and sped him away, that Christian saw him no more. In this combat no man can imagine, unless had seen and heard, as I did, what yelling and hideous roaring Apollyon made all the time of the fight. He spake like a dragon, and on the other side, what sighs and groans burst from Christian's heart. I never saw him all the while give so much as one pleasant look, till he perceived he had wounded Apollyon with his 2-edged sword, then indeed headed smile, and look upward, but 'twas the dreadfulest sight that ever I saw. So when the battle was over, Christian said, I will here give thanks to him that hath delivered me out of the mouth of the lion, to him that did help me against Apollyon, and so he did, saying, Great Beelzebub, the captain of this fiend, designed my ruin, therefore to this end he sent him harnessed out, and he with rage, that hellish was, did fiercely me engage, but blessed Michael helped me, and I by dint of sword did quickly make him fly. Therefore to him let me give lasting praise, and thanks, and bless his holy name always. Then there came to him an hand with some of the leaves of the tree of life, the which Christian took and applied to the wounds that he had received in the battle, and was healed immediately. He also sat down in that place to eat bread, and to drink of the bottle that was given him a little before, so being refreshed, he addressed himself to his journey, with his sword drawn in his hand, for he said, I know not but some other enemy may be at hand, but he met with no other affront from Apollyon, quite thorough. 39 This valley. Now at the end of this valley was another, called the Valley of the Shadow of Death, and Christian must needs go through it, because the way to the celestial city lies through the midst of it. Now this valley is a very solitary place. 40 The prophet Jeremiah thus describes it, a wilderness, see a land of deserts, and of pits, a land of drought, and of the shadow of death, a land that no man, but a Christian, passeth through, and where no man dwelt. Now here Christian was worse put than in his fight with Apollyon, as by the sequel you shall see. I saw then in my dream, that when Christian was got on the borders of the shadow of death, there met him 2 men, children of them that brought up an evil report of fed good land, making haste to go back, to whom Christian spake as follows. Whither are you going, men? They said, back, and we would have you do so too, if either life or peace is prized by you. Why? What's the matter? said Christian. Men. Matter, said they, we were going that way as you are going, and went as far as we durst, and indeed we were almost past coming back, for had we gone a little further, we had not been here to bring the news to thee. Chr. But what have you met with, said Christian. Men. Why? We were almost in the valley of the shadow of death, but that by good hap we looked before us, and saw the danger before we came to it. A. Chr. But what have you seen? Said Christian. Men. Seen. Why, the valley itself, which is as dark as pitch. We also saw here the hobgoblins, satyrs, and dragons of the pit. We heard also in that valley a continual howling and yelling, as of a people under unutterable misery, who were sat down in immixtion in irons, and over that valley hangs the discouraging clouds of confusion. Death also doth always spread his wings over it. In a word, it is every whit dreadful, being utterly without order. Chr. Then said Christian, I perceive not yet, by what you have said, but that this is my way to the desired heaven. C. Men. Be it thy way, we will not choose it for ours. So they parted, and Christian went on his way, but still with his sword drawn in his hand for fear lest he should be assaulted. I saw then in my dream as far as the valley reached, there was on the right hand a very deep ditch, that ditch into which the blind hath led the blind in all ages, and have both there miserably perished. Again, behold on the left hand their way savory dangerous. Quag 41 into which, if even a good man falls, he finds no bottom for his foot to stand on. Into this quag King David once did fall, and had no doubt there been smothered, had not he that is able plucked him out. The pathway was here also exceeding narrow, and therefore good Christian was the more put to it, for when he sought in the dark to shun the ditch on the one hand, he was ready to tip over into the mire on the other. Also when he sought to escape the mire, without great carefulness, he would be ready to fall into the ditch. Thus he went on, and I heard him here sigh bitterly, for beside the danger mentioned above, the pathway was here so dark, that oft times when he lift up his foot to go forward, he knew not where, nor upon what he should set it next. About the midst of this valley, I perceived the mouth of hell to be, and it stood also hard by the wayside. Now, thought Christian, what shall I do? And ever and anon the flame and smoke would come out in such abundance with sparks and hideous noises, things that cared not for Christian's sword, as did Apollyon before, that he was forced to put up his sword, and betake himself to another weapon called all prayer. So he cried in my hearing, O Lord, I beseech thee, deliver my soul. Thus he went on a great while, yet still the flames would be reaching towards him. Also he heard doleful voices, and rushings to and fro, so that sometimes he thought he would be torn in pieces, or trodden down like mire in the streets. This frightful sight was seen, and these dreadful noises were heard by him for several miles together, and coming to a place, where he thought he heard a company of fiends coming forward to meet him, he stopped, and began to muse what he had best to do. Sometimes he had half a thought to go back. Then again he thought he might be halfway through the valley. He remembered also how he had already vanquished many a danger, and that the danger of going back might be much more than for to go forward. So he resolved to go on, yet the fiends seemed to come nearer and nearer, but when they were come even almost at him, he cried out with a most vehement voice, I will walk in the strength of the Lord God. So they gave back, and came no further. One thing I would not let slip, I took notice that now poor Christian was so confounded, that he did not know his own voice, and thus I perceived it. Just when he was come over against the mouth of the burning pit, one of the wicked ones got behind him, and stepped up softly to him, and whispering like suggested many grievous blasphemies to him, which he verily thought proceeded from his own mind. This put Christian more to it than anything that he met with before, even to think that he should now blaspheme him, that he loved so much before. Yet, if he could have helped it, he would not have done it, but he had not the discretion to stop his ears, nor to know from whence those blasphemies came. When Christian had traveled in this disconsolate condition some considerable time, he thought he heard the voice of a man, going before him, saying, Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear none ill, for thou art with me. Then was he glad, and that for these reasons. First, because he gathered from them that some who feared God were in the valley as well as himself. Secondly, for that he perceived God was with them, though in that dark and dismal state, and why not, thought he, with me, though by reason of the impediment that attends this place I cannot perceive. B. Thirdly, for that he hoped, could he overtake them, to have company by and by, so he went on, and called to him that was before, but he knew not what to answer, for that he also thought himself to be alone. And by the day broke, then said Christian, he hath turned the shadow of death into the morning. Now morning being come, he looked back, not of desire to return, but to see by the light of day, what hazards he had gone through in the dark. So he saw more perfectly the ditch that was on the one hand, and the quag that was on the other, also how narrow the way was which led betwixt them both, also now he saw the hobgoblins, and satyrs, and dragons of the pit, but all afar off, for after break of day they came not nigh, yet they were discovered to him, according to that which is written, he discovereth deep things out of darkness, and bringeth out to light the shadow of death. Now was Christian much affected with his deliverance from all the dangers of his solitary way, which dangers, though he feared them more before, yet he saw them more clearly now, because the light of the day made them conspicuous to him, and about this time the sun was rising, and this was another mercy to Christian, for you must note, that though the first part of the valley of the shadow of death was dangerous, yet this second part which he was yet to go, was, if possible, far more dangerous. For, from the place where he now stood, even to the end of the valley, the way was all along set so full of snares, traps, gins, and nets here, and so full of pits, pitfalls, deep holes and shelvings down there, that had it now been dark, as it was when he came the first part of the way, had he had 1,000 souls, they had in reason been cast away, but as I said just now the sun was rising. Then said he, his candle shineth on my head, and by his light, I go through darkness. In this light therefore he came to the end of the valley. Now I saw in my dream, that at the end of this valley lay blood, bones, ashes and mingled bodies of men, even of pilgrims, that had gone this way formerly, and while I was musing what should be the reason, I espied a little before me a cave, where two giants, Pope 42 and Pigeon, dwelt in old time, by whose power and tyranny the men whose bones, blood, ashes, and seed lay there, were cruelly put to death. But by this place Christian went without much danger, whereat I somewhat wondered, but I have learnt since, that Pigeon has been dead many a day, and as for the other, Thufabiot alive, he is by reason of age, and also of the many shrewd brushes that hem it with in his younger days, grown so crazy and stiff in his joints, that he can now do little more than sit in his cave's mouth, grinning at pilgrims as they go by, and biting his nails, because he cannot come at them. So I saw that Christian went on his way, yet at the sight of the old man that sat at the mouth of the cave, he could not tell what to think, especially because he spake to him, though he could never go after him, saying, You will never mend, till more of you be burned. But he held his peace, and set a good face on't, and so went by, and catched no hurt. Then sang Christian, O world of wonders! I can say no less, that I should be preserved in that distress that I have met with here. O blessed be that hand that from it hath delivered me. Dangers and darkness, devils, hell and sin, did compass me while I this vale was in. Yes, snares and pits, and traps and nets did lie my path about, that worthless silly I might have been catched entangled, and cast down, but since I live, let Jesus wear the crown. Now as Christian went on his way, he came to a little ascent, which was cast up on purpose, that pilgrims might see before them up there, therefore Christian went, and looking forward, he saw Faithful before him upon his journey. Then said Christian aloud, Ho, ho, so, ho, stay, and I will be your companion. At that Faithful looked behind him, to whom Christian cried, Stay, stay, till I come up to you, but Faithful answered, No, I am upon my life, and the avenger of blood is behind me. At this Christian was somewhat moved, and putting to all his strength, he quickly got up with Faithful, and did also overrun him, so the last was first. 43 then did Christian vaingloriously smile, because he had gotten the start of his brother, but not taking good heed to his feet, he suddenly stumbled and fell, and could not rise again, until Faithful came up to help him. That I saw in my dream they went very lovingly on together, and had sweet discourse of all things that had happened to them in their pilgrimage, and thus Christian begun. B. Chr. My honored and well-beloved brother faithful, I am glad that I have overtaken you, and that God has tempered our spirits, that we can walk as companions in this so pleasant a path. Faith. I had thought, dear friend, to have had your company quite from our town, but you did get the start of me, wherefore I was forced to come this much of the way alone. Chr. How long did you stay in the city of destruction, before you set out after me on your pilgrimage? Faith. Till I could stay no longer, for there was great talk presently after you were gone out, that our city would in short time with fire from heaven be burned down to the ground. A. Chr. What? Did your neighbors talk so? Faith. Yes, 'twas for a while in everybody's mouth. Chr. What, and did no more of them but you come out to escape the danger? Faith. Though there was, as I said, a great talk thereabout, yet I do not think they did firmly believe it. For in the heat of the discourse I heard some of them deridingly speak of you, and of your desperate journey, for so they called this your pilgrimage, winky face. But I did believe, and do still, that the end of our city will be with fire and brimstone from above, and therefore I have made my escape. Chr. Did you hear no talk of neighbor Pliable? Faith. Yes, Christian, I heard that he followed you till he came at the Slough of Despond, where, as some said, he fell in, but I am sure he was soundly bedabbled with that kind of dirt. Chr. And what said the neighbors to him? Faith. He hath since his going back been had greatly in derision, and that among all sorts of people. Some do mock and despise him, and scarce will any set him on work. He is now 7 times worse than if he had never gone out of the city. Chr. But why should they be so set against him, since they also despise the way that he forsook? Faith. Oh, they say, hang him, he is a turncoat, he was not true to his profession. I think God has stirred up even his enemies to hiss at him, and make him a proverb, because he hath forsaken the way. Chr. Had you no talk with him before you came out? Faith. I met him once in the streets, but he leered away on the other side, as one ashamed of what he had done, so I spake not to him. Chr. Well, at my first setting out, I had hopes of that man, but now I fear he will perish in the overthrow of the city, for it has happened to him according to the Truia proverb, the dog is turned to his vomit again, and the sow that was washed, to her wallowing in the mire. Faith. They are my fears of him too, but who can hinder that which will be? Chr. Well, neighbor faithful, said Christian, let us leave him, and talk of things that more immediately concern ourselves. Tell me now, what you have met with in the way as you came, for I know you have met with some things, or else it may be writ for a wonder. Faith. I escaped the slough that I perceived you fell into, and got up to the gate without that danger, only I met with one whose name was Wanton, that had like to have done me a mischief. B. Chr. 'Twas well you escaped her net. Joseph was hard put to it by her, and he escaped her as you did, but it had like to have cost him his life. 44 But what did she do to you? Faith. You cannot think, but that you know something. What a flattering tongue she had, she lay at me hard to turn aside with her, promising me all manner of content. Chr. Nay, she did not promise you the content of a good conscience. Faith. You know that I mean, all carnal and fleshly content. Chr. Thank God you have escaped her, the abhorred OFC the Lord shall fall into her ditch. Faith. Nay, I know not whether I did wholly escape her or no. Chr. Why, itro, you did not consent to her desires? Faith. No, not to defile myself, for I remembered an old writing that I had seen, which said, her steps take hold of hell. So I shut mine eyes, because I would not be bewitched with her looks. Then she railed on me, and I went my way. Chr. Did you meet with no other assault as you came? Faith. When I came to the foot of the hill called Deculty, I met with a very aged man, who asked me what I was, and whither bound. I told him that I am a pilgrim, going to the celestial city. Then said the old man, Thou lookest like an honest fellow, wilt thou be content to dwell with me, for the wages that I shall give thee? Then I asked him his name and where he dwelt. He said his name was Beatum the first 45 and that he dwelt in the town of Deceit. I asked him then, what was his work? And what the wages he would give. He told me that his work was many delights, and his wages, that I should be his heir at last. I further asked him, what house he kept, and what other servants he had. So he told me, that his house was maintained with all the dainties in the world, and that his servants were those of his own begetting. Then I asked how many children he had? He said that he had but 3 daughters, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, and that I should marry them if I would. Then I asked how long time he would have me to live with him? And he told me, as long as he lived himself. Chr. Well, and what conclusion came the old man and you at last? Faith. Why at first I found myself somewhat inclinable to go with the man, for I thought he spake very fair, but looking in his forehead, as I talked with him, I saw there written, Put off the old man with his deeds. 46. Chr. And how then? Faith. Then it came burning hot into my mind, whatever he said, and however he flattered, when he got me home to his house, he would sell me for a slave. So I bid him forbear to talk, for I would not come near the door of his house. Then he reviled me and told me, that he would send such a one after me, that should make my way bitter to my soul, so I turned to go away from him, but just as I turned myself to go thence, I felt him take hold of my flesh and give me such a deadly twitch back that I thought he had pulled part of me after himself. This made me cry, O wretched man. So I went on my way up the hill. Now when I had got about halfway up I looked behind me, and saw one coming after me, swift as the wind, so he overtook me just about the place where the settle stands. Chr. Just there, said Christian, did I lay down to rest me, but being overcome there with sleep, I there lost this roll out of my bosom. Faith. But good brother, hear me out. So soon as the man overtook me, he was but a word and a blow, for down he knocked me, and laid me for dead. But when I was a little come to myself again, I asked him wherefore he served me so? He said because of my secret inclining to Adam the first, and with that he struck me another deadly blow on the breast, and beat me down backward, so I lay at his foot as dead as before. So when I came to myself again, I cried him mercy, but he said I know not how to show mercy, and with that knocked me down again. He had doubtless made an end of me, but that one came by, and bid him forbear. Chr. Who was that bid him forbear? Faith. I did not know him at first, but as he went by, I perceived the holes in his hands and in his side, then I concluded that he was our Lord. So I went up the hill. Chr. That man that overtook you was Moses, he spare the none, neither knoweth he how to show mercy to those that transgress his law. Faith. I know it very well, it was not the first time that he has met with me, 'twas he that came to me when I dwelt securely at home, and that told me he would burn my house over my head, if I stayed there. Chr. But did you not see the house that stood there on the top of the hill on the side of which Moses met you? Faith. Yes, and the lions too, before I came at it, but for the lions, I think they were asleep, for it was about noon, and because I had so much of the day before me, I passed by the porter, and came down the hill. Chr. He told me indeed that he saw you go by, but I wish you had called at the house, for they would have showed you so many rarities, that you would scarce have forgot them on the day of your death. But pray tell me, did you meet nobody in the valley of humility? Faith. Yes, I met with one discontent, who would willingly have persuaded me to go back again with him. His reason was, for that the valley was altogether without honor. He told me moreover, that there to go, was the way to disobey all my friends, as pride, arrogancy, self-conceit, worldly glory, with others, who he knew, as he said, would be very much offended, if I made such a fool of myself as to wade through this valley. Chr. Well, and how did you answer him? B. Faith. I told him, that although these that he named might claim kindred of me, and that rightly, for indeed they were my relations, according to the flesh, yet since I became a pilgrim, they have disowned me, and I also have rejected them, and therefore they were to me now no more than if they had never been of my lineage. I told him moreover, that as to this valley he had quite misrepresented the thing, for before honor is humility, and a haughty spirit before a fall. 47 Therefore said I had rather go through this valley to the honor that was so accounted by the wisest than choose that which he esteemed most worthy our affections. Chr. Met you with nothing else in that valley? C. Faith. Yes, I met with shame, but of all the men that I met with in my pilgrimage, he, I think, bears the wrong name. The others would be said nay, after a little argumentation, and somewhat else, but this bold-faced shame would never have done. Chr. Why, what did he say to you? Faith. What? Why, he objected against religion itself. He said it was a pitiful, low, sneaking business for a man to mind religion. He said that tender conscience was an unmanly thing, and that for a man to watch over his words and ways, so as to tie up himself from that hectoring liberty, that the brave spirits of the times accustomed themselves unto would make him the ridicule of the times. He objected also, that but few of the mighty, rich, or wise, were ever of my opinion, nor any of them neither, before they were persuaded to be fools, and to be of a voluntary fondness, to venture the loss of all, for nobody knows what. He moreover objected the base and low estate and condition of those that were chiefly the pilgrims of the times in which they lived, also their ignorance, and want of understanding in all natural science. 48 Yea, he did hold me to it at that rate also, about a great many more things than here I relate, as that it was a shame to sit whining and mourning under a sermon, and a shame to come sighing and groaning home. That it was a shame to ask my neighbor forgiveness for petty faults, or to make restitution where I have taken from any. He said also that religion made a man grow strange to the great, because of a few vices, which is called by finer names, and made him own and respect the base, because of the same religious fraternity, and is not this, said he, a shame? Chr. And what did you say to him? Faith. Say. I could not tell what to say at first. Yeah, he put me so to it, that my blood came up in my face, even this shame fetched it up, and had almost beat me quite off. But at last I began to consider that which is highly esteemed among men, is had in an abomination with God. And I thought again, this shame tells me what men are, but it tells me nothing what God or the Word of God is. And I thought moreover, that at the day of doom we shall not be doomed to death or life, according to the hectoring spirits of the world, but according to the wisdom and law of the highest. Therefore thought I, what God says is best indeed, is best, though all men in the world are against it. Seeing then that God prefers his religion, seeing God prefers a tender conscience, seeing they that make themselves fools for the kingdom of heaven are wisest, and that the poor man that lovest Christ, is richer than the greatest man in the world that hates him, shame depart, thou art an enemy to my salvation, shall I entertain thee against my sovereign Lord? How then shall I look him in the face at his coming? Should I now be ashamed of his ways and servants, how can I expect the blessing? But indeed this shame was a bold villain, I could scarce shake him out of my company. Yeah, he would be haunting of me, and continually whispering me in the ear, with some one or other of the infirmities that attend religion. But at last I told him, 'twas but in vain to attempt further in this business, for those things that he disdained, in those did I see most glory, and so at last I got past that importunate one. And when I had shaken him off, then I began to sing. The trials that those men do meet withal, that are obedient to the heavenly call, are manifold and suited to the flesh. And come again afresh, that now or sometime else, we by them may be taken, overcome, and cast away. Oh, let the pilgrims then, be vigilant, and quit themselves like men. Chr. I am glad, my brother, that thou didst withstand this villain so bravely, for of all, as thou sayest, I think he has the wrong name, for he is so bold as to follow us into the streets, and to attempt to put us to shame before all men, that is, to make us ashamed of that which is good. But if he was not himself audacious, he would never attempt to do as he does. But let us still resist him, for notwithstanding all his bravados, he promoted the fool, and one else. The wise shall inherit glory, said Solomon, but Shemaiah shall be the promotion of fools. Faith. I think we must cry to him for help against shame. That would have us to be valiant for truth upon the earth. 49. Chr. You say true, but did you meet nobody else in that valley? Faith. No, not I, for I had sunshine all the rest of the way, through that, and also through the valley of the shadow of death. Chr. 'Twas well for you. I am sure it fared far otherwise with me. I had for a long season, as soon almost as I entered into that valley, a dreadful combat with that foul fiend Apollyon. I thought verily he would have killed me, especially when he got me down, and crushed me under him, as if he would have crushed me to pieces. For as he threw me, my sword flew out of my hand. Nay, he told me he was sure of me, but I cried to God, and he heard me, and delivered me out of all my troubles. Then I entered into the valley of the shadow of death, and had no light for almost half the way through it. I thought I should have been killed there, over and over, but at last, day broke, and the sun rose, and I went through that which was behind with far more ease and quiet. Moreover, I saw in my dream, that as they went on, faithful, as he chanced to look on one side, saw a man whose name is Talkative, walking at a distance besides them, for in this place there was room enough for them all to walk. He was a tall man, and something more camellia at a distance than at hand. To this man, Faithful addressed himself in this manner. Faith. Friend, whither away? Are you going to the heavenly country? Talk. I am going to the same place. Faith. That is well, then I hope we shall have your good company. Talk. With a very good will I be your companion? Faith. Come on then, and let us go together, and let us spend our time in discoursing of things that are profitable. Talk. To talk of things that are good to me is very acceptable, with you, or with any other, and I am glad that I have met with those that incline to so good a work. For to speak the truth, there are but a few that care thus to spend their time, as they are in their travels, but choose much rather to be speaking of things to no profit, and this hath been a trouble to me. Faith. That is indeed a thing to be lamented, for what things so worthy of the use of the tongue and mouth of men on earth, as are the things of the God of heaven? Talk. I like you wonderful well, for your sayings are full of conviction, and I will add, what thing is so pleasant, and what so profitable, as to talk of the things of God? What things so pleasant? That is, if a man hath any delight in things that are wonderful, for instance, if a man doth delight to talk of the history, or the mystery of things, or if a man doth love to talk of miracles, wonders or signs, where shall he find things recorded so delightful, and so sweetly penned as in the Holy Scriptures? Faith. That's true, but to be profited by such things in our talk should be our chief design. Talk. That is it that I said. For to talk of such things is most profitable, for by so doing, a man may get knowledge of many things, as of the vanity of earthly things, and the benefit of things above, thus in general, but more particular, by this a man may learn the necessity of the new birth, the insufficiency of our works, the need of Christ's righteousness, and see. Besides, by this a man may learn discourse what it is to repent, to believe, to pray, to suffer, or the like. By this also a man may learn what are the great promises and consolations of the gospel, to his own comfort. Further, by this a man may learn to refuse false opinions, to vindicate the truth, and also to instruct the ignorant. Faith. All this is true, and glad am I to hear these things from you. Talk. Alas, the want of this is the case that so few understand the need of faith, and the necessity of a work of grace in their soul, in order to eternal life, but ignorantly live in the works of the law, by which a man can by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. Faith. But by your leave, heavenly knowledge of these is the gift of God, no man attaineth to them by human industry, or only by the talk of them. B. Talk. All that I know very well. For a man can receive talkative nothing except it be given him from heaven, all is of grace not of works. I could give you 100 scriptures 50 for the confirmation of this. Faith. Well then, said Faithful, what is that one thing that we shall at this time found our discourse upon? Talk. What you will, I will talk of things heavenly, or of things earthly, things moral, or things evangelical, things talkative sacred, or things profane, things past, or things to come, things foreign, or things at home, things more essential, or things circumstantial, provided that all be done to our profit. Faith. Now did Faithful begin to wonder, and stepping to Christian, for he walked all this while by himself, he said to him, but softly, what a brave companion have we got! Surely this man will make a very excellent pilgrim. B. Chr. At this Christian modestly smiled, and said, this man with whom you were so taken, will beguile with this tongue of his 20 of them that know him not. C. Faith. Do you know him then? Chr. Know him? Yes, better than he knows himself. Faith. Pray what is he? Chr. His name is Talkative, he dwelleth in our town. I wonder that you should be a stranger to him, only I consider that our town is large. Faith. Whose son is he? And whereabout doth he dwell? Chr. He is the son of one Sewell, he dwells in Prating Row, 51, and he is known of all that are acquainted with him, by the name of Talkative in Prating Row, and notwithstanding his fine tongue, he is but a sorry fellow. Faith. Well, he seems to be a very pretty man. Chr. This is to them that have not thorough acquaintance with him, for he is most abroad, near home he is ugly enough. Your saying that he is a pretty man, brings to my mind what I have observed in the work of the painter, whose pictures show well at a distance, but very near, more displeasing. Faith. But I am ready to think that you do but jest, because you smiled. Chr. God forbid that I should jest, though I smiled, in this matter, or that I should accuse any falsely. I will give you a further discovery of him. This man is for any company, and any talk, as he talketh now with you, so will he talk when he is on the ale bench, and the more drink he hath in his crown, the more of these things he hath in his mouth. Religion hath no place in his heart, or house, or conversation, all he hath lieth in his tongue, and his religion is to make a noise therewith. Faith. Say you so? Then I am in this man greatly deceived. Chr. Deceived. You may be sure of it. Remember the proverb. They say, and do not, but the kingdom of God is not in word, but in power. He talketh of prayer, of repentance, of faith, and of the new birth, but he knows only to talk of them. I have been in his family, and have observed him both at home and abroad, and I know what I say of him is the truth. His house is as empty of religion, be as the white of an egg is of savor. There is there neither prayer, nor sign of repentance for sin. The brute in his kind 52 serves God far better than he. He is the very stain, reproach, and shame of religion to all that know him. It can hardly have a good word in all the end of the town where he dwells, through him. Thus say the common people that know him, a saint abroad, and a devil at home. 53 His poor family finds it so. He is such a churl, such a raileret, and so unreasonable with his servants, that they neither know how to do for, or to speak to him. Men that have any dealings with him, say, it's better to deal with a Turk than with him, for fairer dealing they shall have at their hands. This talkative, if it be possible, will go beyond them, defraud, beguile, and overreach them. Besides, he brings up his sons to follow his steps, and, if he finds in any of them a foolish timorousness, for so he calls the first appearance of a tender conscience, he calls them fools and blockheads, and by no means will employ them in much, or speak to their commendations before others. 54 For my part, one am of opinion, that he has, by his wicked life, caused many to stumble and fall, and will be, If God prevents not, the ruin of many more. Faith. Well, my brother, I am bound to believe you, not only because you say you know him, but also because, like a Christian, you make your reports of men. For I cannot think that you speak these things of ill will, but because it is even so as you say. Chr. Had I known him no more than you, I might perhaps have thought of him as at the first you did. Had he received this report at their hands only that are enemies to religion, I should have thought it had been a slander. A lot that often falls from bad men's mouths upon good men's names and professions. But all these things, and a great many more is bad, of my own knowledge I can prove him guilty of. Besides, good men are ashamed of him, they can neither call him brother nor friend, the very name of him among them makes them blush they know him. Faith. Well, I see that saying and doing are two things, and hereafter I shall better observe this distinction. Chr. They are two things indeed, and are as diverse as are the soul and the body. For as the body without the soul is but a dead carcass, so saying, if it be alone, is but a dead carcass also. The soul of religion is the practic part. Be pure religion, and undefiled before God and the Father, is this, to visit the fatherless and widows in their immixtion, and to keep himself unspotted from the world. This talkative is not aware of, he thinks that hearing and saying will make a good Christian, and thus he deceives his own soul. Hearing is but the sowing of the seed, talking is not sufficient to prove that fruit is indeed in the heart and life, and let us assure ourselves, that at the day of doom men shall be judged according to their fruit. It will not be said then, did you believe? But were you doers, or talkers only? And accordingly shall they be judged. The end of the world is compared to our harvest, and you know men at harvest regard nothing but fruit. Not that anything can be accepted that is not of faith, but I speak this to show you how insignificant the profession of talkative will be at that day. Faith. This brings me to mind that of Moses, by which he describeth the beast that is unclean. He is such an one that parteth the hoof, but cheweth the cud, not that parteth the hoof only, or that cheweth the cud only. The hare cheweth the cud, but yet is unclean because he parteth not talkative the hoof. And this truly resembleth talkative, he cheweth the cud, he seeketh knowledge, he cheweth upon the word, but he divideth not the hoof, he parteth not with the way of sinners, but as the hare, he retaineth the foot of a dog or bear, and therefore is unclean. 55. Chr. You have spoke, for aught I know, the true gospel sense of those texts, and I will add another thing. Paul calleth some men, and those great talkers too, sounding brass, and tinkling cymbals, that is, as he expounds of them in another place, things without life-giving sound things without life, that is, without the true faith and grace of the gospel, and consequently, things that shall never be placed in the kingdom of heaven among those that are the children of life, though their sound by their talk be as if it were the tongue and voice of an angel. Faith. Well, I was not so fond of his company at first, but I am as sick of it now. What shall we do to be rid of him? Chr. Take my advice, and do as I bid you, and you shall find that he will soon be sick of your company too, except God shall touch his heart and turn it. Faith. What would you have me to do? Chr. Why, go to him, and enter into some serious discourse about the power of religion, and ask him plainly, when he has approved of it, for that he will, whether this thing be set up in his heart, house or conversation. Faith. Then Faithful stepped forward again, and said to Talkative, Come, what cheer? How is it now? Talk. Thank you, well. I thought we should have had a great deal of talk by this time. Faith. Well, if you will, we will fall to it now, and since you left it with me to state the question, let it be this: how doth the saving grace of God discover itself, when it is in the heart of men? See talk. I perceive then that our talk must be about the power of things. Well, 'tis a very good question, and I shall be willing to answer you. And take my answer in brief thus. First, where the grace of God is in the heart, it causeth there a great outcry against sin. Secondly, faith. Nay, hold, let us consider of one at once. I think you should rather say, it shows itself inclining the soul to abhor its sin. Talk. Why, what difference is there between crying out against and abhorring of sin? Faith. Oh, a great deal. A man may cry against sin of policy, but he cannot abhor it, but by virtue of a godly antipathy against it. I have heard many cry out against sin in the pulpit, who yet can abide it well enough in the heart, house, and conversation. Joseph's mistress cried out with a loud voice, as if she had been very holy, but she would willingly, notwithstanding that, have committed uncleanness with him. Some cry out against sin, even as the mother cries out at her child in her lap, when she calls it slut, and naughty girl, and then falls to hugging and kissing it. Talk. You lie at the catch 56 I perceive. Faith. No, not I, am only for setting things right. But what is the second thing whereby you will prove a discovery of a work of grace in the heart? Talk. Great knowledge of gospel mysteries. Faith. This sign should have been first, but first or last, it is also false, for knowledge, great knowledge may be obtained in the mysteries of the gospel, and yet no work of grace in the soul. Yeah, if a man have all knowledge, he may yet be nothing, and so consequently be no child of God. When Christ said, "Do you know all these things?" and the disciples had answered, "Yes," he added, "Blessed are ye if ye do them." He doth not lay the blessing in the knowing of them, but in the doing of them. For there is a knowledge that is not attended with doing, he that knoweth his master's will and doth it not. A man may know like an angel, and yet be no Christian, therefore your sign is not true. Indeed, to know is a thing that pleaseth talkers and boasters, but to do is that which pleaseth God. Not that the heart can be good without knowledge, for without that the heart is not, there is therefore knowledge and a knowledge in knowledge. Knowledge that resteth in the bare speculation knowledge of things, and knowledge that is accompanied with the grace of faith and love, which puts a man upon doing even the will of God from the heart. The first of these will serve the talker, but about the other the true Christian is not content. Give me understanding and I shall keep thy law, shall I observe it with my whole heart? Psalm 119.34. Talk. You lie at the catch again, this is not for edification. Faith. Well, if you please, propound another sign how this work of grace discovereth itself where it is. Talk. Not I, for I see we shall not agree. Faith. Well, if you will not, will you grant me leave to do it? Talk. You may use your liberty. Faith. A work of grace in the soul discovereth itself, see either to him that hath it, or to standers by. To him that hath it, thus it gives him conviction of sin, especially of the defilement of his nature in the sin oft unbelief, for the sake of which he is sure to be damned, if he findeth not mercy at God's hand by faith in Jesus Christ. This sight and sense of things worketh in him sorrow and shame for sin, he findeth moreover revealed in him the Saviour of the world, and the absolute necessity of closing with him for life, at the which he findeth hungerings and thirstings after him, to which hungerings, and see, the promise is made. Now according to the strength or weakness of his faith in his Saviour, so is his joy and peace, so is his love to holiness, so are his desires to know him more, and also to serve him in this world. But though I say it discovereth itself thus unto him, yet it is but seldom that he is able to conclude that this is a work of grace, because his corruptions now, and his abused reason makes his mind to misjudge in this matter. Therefore in him that hath this work there is required a very sound judgment, before he can with steadiness conclude that this is a work of grace. To others it is thus discovered by an experimental 57 confession of his faith in Christ. By a life answerable to that confession, to wit, a life of holiness, heart holiness, family holiness, if he hath a family, and by conversation holiness 58 in the world, which in the general teacheth him inwardly to abhor his sin, and himself for that in secret, to suppress it in his family, and so promote holiness in the world, not by talk only, as an hypocrite or talkative person may do, but by a practical subjection in faith and love to the power of the word. And now, sir, as to this brief description of the work of grace, and also the discovery of it, if you have aught to object, object; if not, then give me leave to propound to you a second question. Talk. Nay, my part is not now to object, but to hear. Let me therefore have your second question. Faith. It is this: do you experience this first part of this description of it? And doth your life and conversation testify of the same? Or standeth your religion in word or tongue, and not in deed and truth? Pray you, if you incline to answer me in this, say no more than you know the God above will say amen to, and also nothing but what your conscience can justify you in. For not he that commendeth himself is approved, but whom the Lord commendeth. Besides, to say I am thus and thus, when my conversation, 59, and all my neighbors tell me I lie, is great wickedness. Talk. Then talkative at first began to blush, but recovering himself, thus he replied. You come now to experience, to conscience, and to God, and to appeal to him for justification of what is spoken. This kind of discourse I did not expect, nor am I disposed to give an answer to such questions, because I count not myself bound thereto, unless you take upon you to be a catechizer, and though you should so do, yet I may refuse to make you my judge. But I pray you tell me, why you ask me such questions? Faith. Because I saw you forward to talk, and because I knew not that you had aught else but notion. Besides, talk tell you all the truth. I had heard of you, that you are a man whose religion lies in talk, and that your conversation adjives this your mouth profession the lie. They say you are a spot among Christians, and that religion fareth the worse for your ungodly conversation, that some already have stumbled at your wicked ways, and that men are in danger of being destroyed thereby, your religion and an alehouse, and covetousness, and uncleanness, and swearing, and lying, and vain company keeping, and will stand together. That proverb is true of you, which it said of a whore, to wit, that she is ashamed to all women, so you are ashamed to all professors. Be talk. Since you are ready to take up reports, and to judge so rashly as you do, I cannot but conclude you are some peevish or melancholic man, not fit to be discoursed with, and so adieu. Chr. Then came up Christian, and said to his brother, I told you how it would happen, your words and his lust could not agree, he had rather leave your company thank reform his life, but he is gone, as I said let him go, the loss is no man's but his own, he has saved us the trouble of going from him, for he continuing, as I suppose he will do, as he is would have been but a blot in our company. Besides, the Apostle 60 says, from such withdraw thyself. Faith. But I am glad we had this little discourse with him, it may happen that he will think of it again, however I have dealt plainly with him, and so am clear of his blood if he perisheth. Chr. You did well to talk so plainly to him as you did. There is but little of this faithful dealing with men nowadays, and that makes religion distinct so in the nostrils of many, as it doth, for they are these talkative fools, whose religion is only in word, and are debauched and vain in their conversation, that, being so much admitted into the fellowship of the godly, do puzzle the world, blemish Christianity, and grieve the sincere. I wish that all men would deal with such as you have done, then should they be either made more conformable to religion, or the company of saints would be too hot for them. Then did Faithful say, how talkative at first lifts up his plumes! How bravely doth he speak! How he presumes to drive down all before him! But so soon as Faithful talks of hard work like the moon, that's past the full, into the wane he goes, and so will all, but he that hard work knows. Thus they went on talking of what they had seen by the way, and so made that way easy, which would otherwise no doubt have been tedious to them, for now they went through a wilderness. Now when they were got almost quite out of this wilderness, Faithful chanced to cast his eye back, and espied one coming after them, and he knew him. Oh! Said Faithful to his brother, who comes yonder? Then Christian looked, and said, it is my good friend. Evangelist, I, and my good friend too, said Faithful, for 'twas he that set me the way to the gate. Now was Evangelist come up unto them, and thus saluted them. Evan. Peace be with you, dearly beloved, and peace be to your helpers. 61. Chr. Welcome, welcome, my good Evangelist, the sight of thy countenance brings to my remembrance thy ancient kindness, and unwearied laboring for my eternal good. Faith. And 1,000 times welcome, said good Faithful, thy company, O sweet Evangelist, how desirable is it to us poor pilgrims. Evan. Then said Evangelist, how hath it fared with you, my friends, since the time of our last parting? What have you met with, and how have you behaved yourselves? Chr. Then Christian and Faithful told him of all things that had happened to them in the way, and how, and with what difficulty they had arrived to that place. Evan. Right glad am I, said Evangelist, not that you have met with trials, but that you have been victors, and for that you have, notwithstanding many weaknesses, continued in the way to this very day. I say, right glad am I of this thing, and that for mine own Asaki and yours, I have sowed, and you have reaped, and the day is coming when both he that sowed, and they that reap shall rejoice together, that is, if you hold out, for in due time ye shall reap, if ye faint not. The crown is before you, and it is an incorruptible one, so run that you may obtain it. Some there be that set out for this crown, and after they have gone far for it, another comes in and takes it from them. Hold fast therefore that you have, let no man take your crown, you are not yet out of the gunshot of the devil, you have not resisted unto blood, striving against sin. Let the kingdom be always before you, and believe steadfastly concerning things that are invisible. Let nothing that is on this side the other world get within you, and above all look well to your own hearts, and to the lusts thereof, for they are deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. Set your faces like a flint, you have all power in heaven and earth on your side. 62 BCHR. Then Christian thanked him for his exhortation, but told him withal, that they would have him speak further to them for their help the rest of the way, and the rather for that they well knew that he was a prophet, and could tell them of things that might happen unto them, and also how they might resist and overcome them. To which request Faithful also consented. So Evangelist began as followeth. C. Evan. My sons, you have heard in the words of the truth of the gospel, that you must through many tribulations enter into the kingdom of heaven. And again, that in every city, bonds and evictions abide on you, and therefore you cannot expect that you should go long on your pilgrimage without them in some sort or other. You have found something of the truth of these testimonies upon you already, and more will immediately follow, for now as you see, you are almost out of this wilderness, and therefore you will soon come into a town that you will by and by see before you, and in that town you will hardly be beset with enemies, who will strain hard but they will kill you, and be you sure that one or both of you must seal the testimony which you hold, with blood, but be you faithful unto death, and the king will give you a crown of life. He that shall die there, although his death will be unnatural, and his pain perhaps great, he will yet have the better of his fellow, not only because he will be arrived at the celestial city soonest, but because he will escape many miseries that the other will meet with in the rest of his journey. But when you are come to the town, and shall find fulfilled what I have here related, then remember your friend, and quit yourselves like men, and commit the keeping of your souls to your God in well-doing, as unto a faithful Creator. 63 Then I saw in my dream, that when they were got out of the wilderness, they presently saw a town before them, and the name of that town is Vanity. And at the town there is a fair kept called Vanity Fair, it is kept all the year long, it beareth the name of Vanity Fair, because the town where it is kept is lighter than vanity, and also, because all that is there sold, or that cometh thither, is vanity. As is the saying of the wise, all that cometh is vanity. 64. This fair is no new erected business, but a thing of ancient standing. I will shew you the original of it. Almost 5,000 years agone, there were pilgrims walking to the celestial city as these two honest persons are, and Beelzebub, Apollyon in Legion, with their companions, perceiving by the path that the pilgrims made, that their way to the city lay through this town of vanity, they contrived here to set up a fair wherein should be sold of all sorts of vanity, and that it should last all the year long. Therefore at this fair are all such merchandise sold, as houses, lands, trades, places, honors, preferments, titles, countries, kingdoms, lusts, pleasures, and delights of all sorts, as whores, bawds, wives, husbands, children, masters, servants, lives, blood, bodies, souls, silver, gold, pearls, precious stones, and what not. And moreover, at this fair there is at all times to be seen jugglings, cheats, games, plays, fools, apes, knaves, and rogues, and that of every kind. Here are to be seen too, and that for nothing, thefts, murders, adulteries, false swearers, and that of a blood-red color. And as in other fairs of less moment, there are several rows and streets under their proper names where such wares are vended, so here likewise, you have the proper places, rows, streets, viz. countries and kingdoms, whereas the wares of this fair are soonest to be found. Here is the Briton row, the French row, the Italian row, the Spanish row, the German row, where several sorts of vanities are to be sold. But as in other fairs, some one commodity is as the chief of all the fair, to the wear of Rome and her. Merchandise is greatly promoted in this fair, only our English nation, with some others, have taken a dislike thereat. Now as I said, the way to the celestial city lies just through this town, where this lusty fair is kept, and he that will go to the city and yet not go through this town must needs go out of the world. The Prince of Princes himself, when here, went through this town to his own country, and that upon a fair day too, and as I think, it was Beelzebub, the chief lord of this fair, that invited him to buy of his vanities, would have made him lord of the fair, would he but have done him reverence as he went through the town. Because he was such a person of honor, Beelzebub had him from street to street, and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a little time, that he might, if possible, allure that blessed one, talk cheapen and buy some of his vanities. But he had no mind to the merchandise, and therefore left the town, without laying out so much as 1 farthing upon these vanities. This fair therefore is an ancient thing, of long standing, and a very great fair. Now these pilgrims, as I said, must needs go through this fair. Well, so they did, but behold, even as they entered into the fair, all the people in the fair were moved, and the town itself as it were in a hubbub about them, and that for several reasons. For first, the pilgrims were clothed with such kind of raiment, as was diverse from the raiment of any that traded in that fair. The people therefore of the fair made a great gazing upon them. Some said they were fools, some they were bedlams 65, and some they were outlandish men. Secondly, and as they wondered at their apparel, so they did likewise at their speech, for few could understand what they said, they naturally spoke the language of Canaan, 66. But they that kept the fair were the men of this world, so that from one end of the fair to the other, they seemed barbarians each to the other. Thirdly, but that which did not a little amuse the merchandisers, was, that these pilgrims said very like by all their wares, they cared not so much as to look upon them, and if they called upon them to buy, they would put their fingers in their ears and cry, "Turn away mine eyes from beholding vanity, and look upwards," signifying that their trade in trossy was in heaven. One chanced mockingly, beholding the carriages of the men, to say unto them, "What will you buy?" But they looking gravely upon him, said, "We buy the truth." At that, there was an occasion taken to despise the men the more, some mocking, some taunting, some speaking reproachfully, and some calling upon others to smite them. At last things came to an hubbub, and great stir in the fair, insomuch that all order was confounded. Now was word presently brought to the great one of the fair, who quickly came down, and deputed some of his most trusty friends to take those men into examination, about whom the fair was almost overturned. So the men were brought to examination, and they that sat upon them, asked them whence they came, whither they went, and what they did in such an unusual garb? The men told them, that they were pilgrims and strangers in the world, and that they were going to their own country, which was the heavenly Jerusalem, and that they had given no occasion to the men of the town, nor yet to the merchandisers, thus to abuse them, and to let them in their journey, except it was, for that, when one asked Thema what they would buy, they said, they would buy the truth. But they that were appointed to examine them, did not believe them to be any other than bedlams and mad, or else such as came to put all things into confusion in the fair. Therefore they took them and beat them, and besmeared them with dirt, and then put them into the cage, that they might be made a spectacle to all the men of the fair. There therefore they lay for some time, and were made the objects of any man's sport, or malice, or revenge. But the men being patient, and not rendering railing for railing, but contrariwise blessing, and giving good words for bad, and kindness for injuries done, some men in the fair that were more observing, and less prejudiced than the rest, began to check and blame the baser sort for their continual abuses done by them to the men. They therefore in angry manner let fly at them again, counting them as bad as the men in the cage, and telling them that they seemed confederates, and should be made partakers of their misfortunes. The other replied, that for aught they could see, the men were quiet and sober, and intended no body any harm, and that there were many that traded in their fare, that were more worthy to be put into the cage, yea, and pillory too, than were the men that they had abused. Thus, after divers words had passed on both sides, the men behaving themselves all the while very wisely and soberly before them, they fell to some blows among themselves, and did harm one to another. Then were these two poor men brought before their examiners again, and they're charged as being guilty of the late hubbub that had been in the fair. So they beat them pitifully, and hanged irons upon them, and led them in chains up and down the fair, for an example and terror to others, lest any should speak in their behalf, or join themselves unto them. But Christian and Faithful behaved themselves yet more wisely, and received the ignominy and shame that was cast upon them, with so much meekness and patience, that it won to their side, though but few in a comparison of the rest. Several of the men in the fair. 67 This put the other party yet into a greater rage, insomuch that they concluded the death of these two men. Wherefore they threatened that the cage, nor irons should serve their turn, but that they should die for the abuse they had done and for deluding the men of the fair. Then they were remanded to the cage again, until further order should be taken with them. So they put them in, and made their feet fast in the stocks. Here therefore they called again to mind that they had heard from their faithful friend Evangelist, and were the more confirmed in their way and sufferings, by what he told them would happen to them. They also now comforted each other, that whose lot it was to suffer, even he should have the best on't. Therefore each man secretly wished that he might have that preferment, but committing themselves to the all-wise dispose of him that ruleth all things, with much content they abode in the condition in which they were until they should be otherwise disposed of. Then a convenient time being appointed, they brought them forth to their trial, in order to their condemnation. When the time was come, they were brought before their enemies and arraigned. The judge's name was Lord Hategood. 68 Their indictment was one and the same in substance, though somewhat varying in form, the contents whereof was this: that they were enemies to, and disturbers of their trade, see that they had made commotions and divisions in the town, and had won a party to their own most dangerous opinions, in contempt of the law of their prince. 69. Then Faithful began to answer, that he had only set himself against that which had set itself against him that is higher than the highest. And said he, as for disturbance I make none, being myself a man of peace. The parties that were won to us, were won by beholding our truth and innocence, and they are only turned from the worse to the better. And as to the king you talk of, since he is Beelzebub, the enemy of our Lord, I defy him and all his angels. Then proclamation was made, that he that had aught to say for their Lord the king against the prisoner at the bar, should forthwith appear, and give in their evidence. So there came in 3 witnesses, to wit, Envy, Superstition and Pickthank. 70 They were then asked, if they knew the prisoner at the bar? And what they had to say for their Lord the king against him? Then stood forth Envy, and said to this effect, My lord, I have known this man a long time, and will attest upon my oath before this honorable bench, that he is judge. Hold, give him his oath. So they swear him. Then he said, My lord, this man, notwithstanding his plausible name, is one of the vilest men in our country, he neither regardeth prince nor people. law nor custom, but doth all that he can to possess all men, with certain of his disloyal notions, which he in the general calls principles of faith and holiness. And in particular, I heard him once myself rm, that Christianity, and the customs of our town of vanity, were diametrically opposite, and could not be reconciled. By which saying, my lord, he doth at once, not only condemn all our laudable doings, but us in the doing of them. Judge. Then did the judge say unto him, Hast thou any more to say? N.V. My lord, I could say much more, only I would not be tedious to the court. Yet if need be, when the other gentlemen have given in their evidence, rather than anything shall be wanting that will dispatch him, I will enlarge my testimony against him. So he was bid stand by. Then they called Superstition, and bid him look upon the prisoner. They also asked, what he could say for their lord the king against him. Then they sware him, so he began. Super. My lord, I have no great acquaintance with this man, nor do I desire to have further knowledge of him. However, this I know, that he is a very pestilent fellow. 71 From some discourse that the other day I had with him in this town, for then talking with him, I heard him say, that our religion was not, and such by which a man could by no means please God, which saying of his, my lord, your lordship very well knows, what necessarily thence will follow, to wit, that we still do worship in vain, are yet in our sins, and finally shall be damned, and this is that which I have to say. Then was Pickthank sworn, and did say what he knew, in behalf of their lord the king against the prisoner at the bar. A. Pick. My lord, and you gentlemen all, this fellow I have known for a long time, and have heard him speak things that ought not to be spoke. For he hath railed on our noble prince Beelzebub, and hath spoken contemptible of his honorable friends, whose names are, the Lord Oldman, the Lord Carnal Delight, the Lord Luxurious, the Lord Desire of Vain Glory, my old Lord Lechery, Sir Having, Greedy, with all the rest of our nobility, and he hath said moreover, that if all men were of his mind, if possible, there is not one of these noble men should have any longer a being in this town. Besides, he hath not been afraid to rail on you, my lord, who are now appointed to be his judge, calling you an ungodly villain, with many other such like vilifying terms, with which he hath bespattered most of the gentry of our town. When this Pickthank had told his tale, the judge directed his speech to the prisoner at the bar, saying, Thou runagate 72 heretic, and traitor, hast thou heard what these honest gentlemen have witnessed against thee? Faith. May I speak a few words in my own defense? Judge. Sirrah, thou deservest to live no longer, but to be slain immediately upon the place, yet that all men may see our gentleness towards thee, let us hear what thou vile runagate hast to say. See Faith. 1. I say then in answer to what Mr. N.B. hath spoken, I never said aught but this, that what rule, or laws, or custom, or people were flat against the word of God, are diametrically opposed to Christianity. If I have said amiss in this, convince me in my error, and I am ready here before you to make my recantation. As to the second, to wit, Mr. Superstition and his charge against me, I said only this, that in the worship of God there is required a divine faith, but there can be no divine faith without a divine revelation of the will of God. Therefore whatever is thrust into the worship of God, that is not agreeable to divine revelation, cannot be done but by a human faith, which faith will not be profitable to eternal life. As to what Mr. Pickthank hath said, I say, avoiding terms, as that I am said to rail, and the like, that the prince of this town, with all the rabblement his attendants, by this gentleman named, are more fit for being in hell, than in this town and country, and so the Lord have mercy upon me. Then the judge called to the jury, who all this whilia stood by, to hear and observe Winky Face. Gentlemen of the jury, you see this man about whom so great an uproar hath been made in this town, you have also heard what these worthy gentlemen have witnessed against him, also you have heard his reply and confession. It lieth now in your breath to hang him, or save his life, but yet I think meet to instruct you in our law. There was an act made in the days of Pharaoh the Great, be servant to our prince, that, lest those of a contrary religion should multiply and grow too strong for him, their males should be thrown into the river. There was an act also made in the days of Nebuchadnezzar the Great, another OFC his servants, that whoever would not fall down and worship his golden image, should be thrown into a fiery furnace. There was also an act made in the days of Darius, that whoso for some time called upon any god but him should be cast into the lion's den. Now the substance of these laws this rebel has broken, not only in thought, which is not to be borne, but also in word and deed, which must therefore needs be intolerable. For that of Pharaoh, his law was made upon supposition, to prevent mischief, no crime yet being apparent, but here is a crime apparent. For the second and third, you see he disputeth against our religion, and for the treason he hath confessed, he deserveth to die the death. Athen went the jury out, whose names were Mr. Blindman, Mr. No Good, Mr. Malice, Mr. Lovelust, Mr. Heady, Mr. Highmind, Mr. Enmity, Mr. Liar, Mr. Cruelty, Mr. Hatelight, and Mr. Implacable, 73, who every one gave in his private verdict against him among themselves, and afterwards unanimously concluded to bring him in guilty before of the judge. And first among themselves, Mr. Blindman, the vate verdict foreman, said, I see clearly that this man is an heretic. Then said Mr. No Good, away with such a fellow from the earth. I, said Mr. Malice, for I hate the very looks of him. Then said Mr. Lovelust, I could never endure him. Nor I, said Mr. Liveloose, for he would always be condemning my way. Hang him, said Mr. Heady. A sorry scrub, said Mr. Highmind. My heart riseth against him, said Mr. Enmity. He is a rogue, said Mr. Liar. Hanging is too good for him, said Mr. Cruelty. Let's dispatch him out of the way, said Mr. Hatelight. Then said Mr. Implacable, might I have all the world given me, I could not be reconciled to him, therefore let us bring him guilty of death. And so they did, therefore he was presently condemned, to be had from the place from whence he came, and there to be put to the most cruel death that could be invented. They therefore brought him out, to do with him according to their law, and first they scourged him, then they buffeted him, then they lanced his flesh with knives, after that they stoned him with stones, then pricked him with their swords, and last of all they burned him to ashes. 8 The stake. 74 Thus came faithful to his end. Now I saw that there stood behind the multitude a chariot and a couple of horses, 75, waiting for faithful, who, so soon as his adversaries had dispatched him, was taken up into it, and straightway was carried up through the clouds, with sound of trumpet, the nearest way to the celestial gate. But as for Christian, he had some respite, and was remanded back to prison, so he there remained for a space, but he that overrules all things, having the power of their rage in his own hand, so wrought it about, that Christian for that time escaped them and went his way. And as he went he sang, saying, Well, faithful, thou hast faithfully prophesied unto thy Lord, with whom thou shalt be blessed, when faithless ones, with all their vain delight are crying out under their hellish plights, sing faithful, sing, and let thy name survive, for though they killed thee, thou art yet alive. Now I saw in my dream, that Christian went not forth alone, for there was one whose name was Hopeful, being so made by the beholding of Christian and faithful in their words and behavior, in their sufferings at the fair, who joined himself unto him, and entering into a brotherly covenant, told him, that he would be his companion. Thus one died to bear testimony to the truth, and another rises out of the ashes to be a companion with Christian in their pilgrimage. This Hopeful also told Christian, that the wreck were many more of the men in the fair that would take their time, and follow after. So I saw that quickly, after they were got out of the fair, they overtook one that was going before them, whose name was Byens, 76. So they said taught him, What countryman, sir? And how far go you this way? He told them, that he came from the town of Fair Speech, and he was going to the celestial city, but told them not his name. From Fair Speech, said Christian? Is there any good fate lives there? Byens. Yes, said Byens, I hope. Pray, sir, what may I call you? Said Christian. Byens. I am a stranger to you, and you to me. If you've be going this way, I shall be glad of your company, if not, I must be content. This town of fair speech, said Christian, I have heard of, and, as I remember, they say it's a wealthy place. By ends. Yes, I will assure you that it is, and I have very many rich kindred there. Pray, who are your kindred there, if a man may be so bold? By ends. Almost the whole town, and in particular, my lord. Turnabout, my lord Timeserver, my lord Fairspeech, from whose ancestors that town first took its name. Also Mr. Smoothman, Mr. Facing Both Ways, Mr. Anything, and the parson of our parish, Mr. Two Tongues, was my mother's own brother by father's side, and to tell you the truth, I am become a gentleman of good quality, yet my great-grandfather was but a waterman, looking one way, and rowing another, and I got most of my estate by the same occupation. Are you a married man? By ends. Yes, and my wife is a very virtuous woman, the daughter of a virtuous woman. She was my Lady Faining's daughter, therefore she came of a very honorable family, and is arrived to such a pitch of breeding, that she knows how to carry it to all, even to prince and peasant. 'Tis true, we somewhat differ in religion from those of the stricter sort, yet but in two small points. First, we never strive against wind and tide. Secondly, we are always most zealous when religion goes in his silver slippers. We love much to walk with him in the street, if the sun shines and the people applaud him. Then Christian stepped a little aside to his fellow hopeful, saying, It runs in my mind that this is one by ends of fair speech, and if it be he, we have as very a knave in our company, as dwelleth in all these parts. Then said Hopeful, Ask him, methinks he should not be ashamed of his name. So Christian came up with him again, and said, Sir, you talk as if you knew something more than all the world doth, and if I take not my mark amiss, I deem I have half a guess of you. Is not your name Mr. By ends of fair speech? By ends. This is not my name, but indeed it is a nickname that is given me by some that cannot abide me, and I must be content to bear it as a reproach, as other good men have borne theirs before me. Achr. But did you never give an occasion to men to call you by this name? B. By ends. Never, never. The worst that ever I did to give them an occasion to give me this name, was, that I had always the luck to jump in my judgment with the present way of the times, whatever it was, and my chance was to get thereby. But if things are thus cast upon me, let me count them a blessing, but let not the malicious load me therefore with reproach. Chr. I thought indeed that you were the man that I heard of, and to tell you what I think, I fear this name belongs to you more properly than you are willing we should think it doth. By ends. Well, if you will thus imagine, I cannot help it. You shall find me a fair company keeper, if you will still admit me your associate. Chr. If you will go with us, you must go against wind and tide, the which, I perceive, is against your opinion, you must also own. Religion in his rags, as well as when in his silver slippers, and stand by him too, when bound in irons, as well as when he walketh the streets with applause. By ends. You must not impose, nor lord it over my faith, leave me to my liberty, and let me go with you. Chr. Not a step further, unless you will do, in what I propound, as we. Then said By ends, I shall never desert my old principles, since they are harmless and profitable. If I may not go with you, I must do as I did before you overtook me, even go by myself, until some overtake me that will be glad of my company. Now I saw in my dream, that Christian and Hopeful forsook him and kept their distance before him. But one of them looking back saw three men following Mr. By ends, and behold, as they came up with him he made them a very low conge, 77, and they also gave him a compliment. The men's names were Mr. Hold the World, Mr. Moneylove, and Mr. Saveall, men that Mr. By ends had formerly been acquainted with, for in their minority they were schoolfellows, and were taught by one Mr. Gripeman, 78, a schoolmaster in Loughgane, which is a market town in the county of Coveting in the North. This schoolmaster taught them the art of getting, either by violence, cousinage, 79, flattery, lying, or by putting on a guise of religion, and these 4 gentlemen had attained much of the art of their master, so that they could each of them have kept such a school themselves. Well, when they had, as I said, thus saluted each other, Mr. Moneylove said to Mr. Bunyan, "Who are they upon the road before us?" For Christian and Hopeful were yet within view. Bunyan: "They are a couple of far country men, Theta after their mode are going on pilgrimage." Moneylove: "Alas, why did they not stay, that we might have had their good company, for they and we, and you, sir, I hope are all going on a pilgrimage." Bunyan: "We are so indeed, but the men before us are so rigid, and love so much their own notions and do also lightly esteem the opinions of others, that let a man be never so godly, yet if he jumps not with them in all things, they thrust him quite out of their company." Mr. Save-all: "That's bad, but we read of some, that are righteous overmuch gaiety, and such men's rigidness prevails with them to judge and condemn all but themselves. But I pray what, and how many were the things wherein you differed?" Bunyan: "Why they, after their headstrong manner, conclude that it is their duty to rush on their journey all weathers, and I am for waiting for wind and tide. They are for hazarding all for God at a clap 81, and I am for taking all advantages to secure my life and estate. They are for holding their notions though all other men be against them, but I am for religion and what, and so far as the times, and my safety will bear it. They are for religion, when in rags and contempt, but I am for him when he walks in his golden slippers in the sunshine, and with applause." Mr. Hold the World: "Aye, and hold you there still, good Mr. Bunyan. For my part, I can count him but a fool, that having the liberty to keep what he has, shall be so unwise to lose it. Let us be as wise as serpents, it's best to make hay while the sun shines." 82 You see how the bee lieth still all winter, and bestirs her only when she can have profit with pleasure. God sends sometimes rain, and sometimes sunshine, if they be such fools to go through the first, yet let us be content to take fair weather along with us. For my part, I like that religion best that will stand with the security of God's good blessings unto us, for who can imagine that is ruled by his reason, since God has bestowed upon us the good things of this life, but that he would have us keep them for his sake. Abraham and Solomon grew rich in religion. And Job says that a good man shall lay up gold as dust. 83 But he must not be such as the men before us, if they be as you have described them. Mr. Save-all: "I think that we are all agreed in this matter, and therefore there needs no more words about it." Mr. Moneylove: "No, there needs no more words about this matter indeed, for he that believes neither scripture nor reason." 84 And you see we have both on our side, neither knows his own liberty nor seeks his own safety. Mr. Bunyan: "My brethren, we are, as you see, going all on pilgrimage, and for our better diversion from things that are bad, give me leave to propound unto you this question. Suppose a man, a minister, or a tradesman, and should have an advantage lie before him to get the good blessings of this life, yet so as that he can by no means come by them except in appearance at least, he becomes extraordinary zealous in some points of religion that he meddled not with before. May he not use this means to attain this end, and yet be a right honest man?" Mr. Moneylove: "I see the bottom of your question, and with these gentlemen's good leave, I will endeavor to shape you an answer. And first to speak to your question, as it concerns a minister himself. Suppose a minister, a worthy man, possessed but of a very small benefice, and has in his eye a greater, more fat and plump by far, he has also now an opportunity of getting it, yet so as by being more studious, by preaching more frequently and zealously, and because the temper of the people requires it, by altering of some of his principles. For my part, I see no reason but a man may do this, provided he has a call. Aye, and more a great deal besides, and yet be an honest man. For why? His desire of a greater benefice is lawful, this cannot be contradicted, since 'tis set before him by providence, so then he may get it if he can, making no question for conscience' sake. Besides, his desire after that benefice makes him more studious, a more zealous preacher, and so makes him a better man, yea, makes him better improve his parts, which is according to the mind of God. Now as for his complying with the temper of his people, by dissenting, to serve them, some of his principles, this argueth, 1. That he is of a self-denying temper. 2. Of a sweet and winning deportment. 3. And so more fit for the ministerial function. I conclude then, that a minister that changes a small for a great, should not for so doing be judged as covetous, but rather since he is improved in his parts, and industry, thereby be counted as one that pursues his call, and the opportunity put into his hand to do good. And now to the second part of the question, which concerns the tradesman you mentioned. Suppose such a one to have but a poor employ in the world, but by becoming religious he may mend his market, perhaps get a rich wife, 85 or more, and far better customers to his shops. For my part, I see no reason, but that this may be lawfully done. For why? To become religious is a virtue, by what means soever a man becomes so. Nor is it unlawful to get a rich wife, or more custom to my shop. Besides, the man that gets these by becoming religious, gets that which is good of them that are good, by becoming good himself. So then here is a good wife, and good customers, and good gain, and all these by becoming religious, which is good. Therefore to become religious to get all these, is good and profitable design. This answer, thus made by this Mr. Moneylove, to Mr. Bunyan's question was highly applauded by them all, wherefore they concluded upon the whole, that it was most wholesome and advantageous. And because, as they thought, no man was able to contradict it, and because Christian and Hopeful were yet within call, they jointly agreed to assault them with the question as soon as they overtook them, and the rather, because they had opposed Mr. Bunyan's before. So they called after them, and they stopped, and stood still till they came up to them, but they concluded as they went, that not Mr. Bunyan's, but old Mr. Hold the World should propound the question to them, because as they supposed their answer to him would be without the remainder of that heat that was kindled betwixt Mr. Bunyan's and them, at their parting a little before. So they came up to each other, and after a short salutation, Mr. Hold the World propounded the question to Christian and his fellow, and bid them to answer it if they could. Chr. Then said Christian, even a babe in religion may answer 10,000 such questions. For if it be unlawful to follow Christ for loves 86 as it is John 6, how much more is it abominable to make him and religion a stalking horse 87 to get and enjoy the world? Nor do we find any other than heathens, hypocrites, devils, and witches that are of this opinion. Heathens, for when Hamor and Shechem had a mind to the daughter and cattle of Jacob, and saw there was no ways for them to come at them, but by becoming circumcised, they say to their companions, if every male of us be circumcised, as they are circumcised, shall not their cattle and their substance, and every beast of theirs be ours? Their daughters and their cattle were that which they sought to obtain, and their religion the stalking horse they made use of to come at them. Read the whole story, Genesis 34.20, 21, 22, 23. The hypocritical Pharisees were also of this religion, long prayers were their pretense, but to get widows' houses were their intent, and greater damnation was from God their judgment, Luke 20.46, 47. Judas the devil was also of this reason, he was religious for the baggy 88 that he might be possessed of what was therein, but he was lost, cast away, and the very son of perdition. Simon the which was of this religion, for he would have had the Holy Ghost that he might have got money therewith, and his sentence from Peter's mouth was according, Acts 8.19, 20, 21, 22. Neither will it out of my mind, but that man that takes up religion for the world, will throw away religion for the world, for so surely as Judas designed the world in becoming religious, so surely did he also sell religion and his master for the same. To answer the question therefore affirmatively, as I perceive you have done, and to accept of as authentic, such answer, is both heathenish, hypocritical, and devilish, and your reward will be according to your works. Then they stood staring one upon another, but had not therewith to answer Christian. Hopeful also approved of the soundness of Christian's answer, so there was a great silence among them. Mr. Bunyan and his company also staggered and kept behind, that Christian and Hopeful might outgo them. Then said Christian to his fellow, if these men cannot stand before the sentence of men, what will they do with the sentence of God? And if they are mute when dealt with by vessels of clay, what will they do when they shall be rebuked by the flames of a devouring fire? Then Christian and Hopeful outwent them again, and went till they came at a delicate plain called Ease, where they went with much content, but that plain was but narrow, so they were quickly got over it. Now the further side off that plain was a little hill called Lucre, and in that hill a silver mine, which some of them that had formerly gone that way because of the rarity of it had turned aside to see, but going too near the brim of the pit, the ground being deceitful under them, broke, and they were slain. Some also had been maimed there, and could not to their dying day be their own men again. 89. Then I saw in my dream, that a little off the road, over against the silver mine stood Demas, gentlemanlike, to call passengers to come and see, who said to Christian and his fellow, Ho, turn aside hither and I will show you a thing. 90. Chr. What thing so deserving as to turn us out of the way to see it? Democratic. Here is a silver mine, and some digging in it for treasure. If you will come with a little pains you may richly provide for yourselves. D. Hope. Then said Hopeful, let us go see. Chr. Not I, said Christian, I have heard of this place before now, and how many there have been slain, and besides, the treasure is a snare to those that seek it, for it hindereth them in their pilgrimage. Then Christian called to Demas, saying, Is not this place dangerous? Hath it not hindered many in their pilgrimage? Democratic. Not very dangerous, except to those that are careless, but withal he blushed as he spake. Fchr. Then said Christian to Hopeful, let us not stir a step, but still keep on our way. Hope. I will warrant you, when Byens comes up, if he hath the same invitation as us he will turn in thither to see. Chr. No doubt thereof, for his principles send him that way, and 100 to 1 but he dies there. Democratic. Then Demas called again, saying, But will you not come over to see? Chr. Then Christian roundly answered, saying, Demas, thou art an enemy to the right ways of the Lord of this way, and hast been already condemned for thine own turning aside, by one of his majesty's judges, and why seekest thou to bring us into the like condemnation? Besides, if we at all turn aside, our lord the king will certainly hear thereof, and will there put us to shame, or we would stand with boldness before him. Demas cried again that he also was one of their fraternity, and that if they would tarry a little, he also would walk with them. Chr. Then said Christian, What is thy name? Is it not the same by the which I have called thee? Democratic. Yes, my name is Demas, I am the son of Abraham. Chr. I know you, Gehazi was your great-grandfather, and Judas your father, and you have trod their steps. It is but a devilish prank that thou usest. Thy father was hanged for a traitor, and thou deservest no better reward. Assure thyself, that when we come to the king, we will do him word of this thy behavior. Thus they went their way. By this time Byens and his companions were come up again within sight, and they at the first beck went over to Demas. Now whether they fell into the pit by looking over the brink thereof, or whether they went down to dig, or whether they were smothered at the bottom by the damps that commonly arise, of these things, I am not certain, but this I observed, that they were never seen again in the way. Then sang Christian. Byens and Silver Demas both agree, one calls, the other runs that he may be a sharer in his lucre, so these do take up in this world, and no farther go. Now I saw, that just on the other side of this plain, the pilgrims came to a place where stood an old monument, see hard by the highway side, at the sight of which they were both concerned, because of the strangeness of the form thereof, for it seemed to them as if it had been a woman transformed into the shape of a pillar. Here therefore they stood looking and looking upon it, but could not for a time tell what they should make of the form thereof. At last Hopeful espied written above up on the head thereof, a writing in an unusual hand, but he being no scholar called to Christian, for he was learned, to see if he could pick out the meaning. So he came, and after a little laying of letters together, he found the same to be this. Remember Lot's wife. 91. So he read it to his fellow, after which they both concluded that that was the pillar of salt into which Lot's wife was turned for her looking back with a covetous heart, when she was going from Sodom for safety. Which sudden and amazing sight gave them occasion of this discourse. Chr. Ah, my brother, this is a seasonable sight. It came opportunely to us after the invitation which Demas gave us to come over to view the hill Lucre, and had we gone over as he desired us, and as thou wast inclined to do, my brother, we had for aught I know been made like this woman a spectacle for those that shall come after, to behold. Hope. I am sorry that I was so foolish, and am made to wonder that I am not now as Lot's wife, for wherein was the difference twixt her sin and mine? She only looked back, and I had a desire to go see. Let grace be adored and let me be ashamed, that ever such a thing should be in mine heart. Chr. Let us take notice of what we see here for time to come. This woman escaped one judgment, for she fell not by the destruction of Sodom, yet she was destroyed by another. As we see, she is turned into a pillar of salt. Hope. True, and she may be to us both caution and example. Caution, that we should shun sin, or a sign of what judgment will overtake such as shall not be prevented by this caution. So Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, with the 250 men that perished in their sin, did also become a sign or example to beware. But above all, I muse at one thing, to wit how Demas and his fellows can stand so confidently yonder to look for that treasure, which this woman, but for looking behind her, after, for we read not that she stepped 1 foot out of the way, was turned into a pillar of salt, specially since the judgment which overtook her, did make her an example, within sight of where they are, for they cannot choose but see her, did they but lift up their eyes. Chr. It is a thing to be wondered at, and it argueth that their hearts are grown desperate in that case, and I cannot tell who to compare them to so fitly, as to them that pick pockets in the presence of the judge, or that will cut purses under the gallows. It is said of the men of Sodom, that they were sinners exceedingly, because they were sinners before the Lord, that is in his eyesight, and notwithstanding the kindnesses that he had showed them, for the land of Sodom was now like the garden of Eden heretofore. This therefore provoked him the more to jealousy and made their plagues hot as the fire of the Lord out of heaven could make it. And it is most rationally to be concluded, that such, even such as these are, they that shall sin in the sight, yea, and that too in despite of such examples that are set continually before them to caution them to the contrary, must be partakers of severest judgments. Hope. Doubtless thou hast said the truth, but what a mercy is it, that neither thou, but especially I, am not made myself this example. This ministreth occasion to us to thank God, to fear before him, and always to remember Lot's wife. I saw then that they went on their way to a pleasant river, which David the king called the river of God, but John, the river of the water of life. Now their way lay just upon the bank of the river. Here therefore Christian and his companion walked with great delight. They drank also of the water of the river, which was pleasant and enlivening to their weary spirits. Besides, on the banks of the river, on either side, were green trees for all manner of fruit, and the leaves they eat to prevent surfeits, and other diseases that are incident to those that heat their blood by travels. On either side of the river was also a meadow curiously beautified with lilies, and it was green all the year long. In this meadow they lay down and slept, for here they might lie down safely. When they awoke, they gathered again of the water of the river, and then lay down again to sleep. Thus they did several days and nights. Then they sang, Behold ye how these crystal streams do glide, to comfort pilgrims, by the highway side. The meadows green, besides their fragrant smell, yield dainties for them, and he that can tell what pleasant fruit, yea, leaves, these trees do yield, will soon sell all 92 that he may buy this field. So when they were disposed to go on, for they were not, as yet, at their journey's end, they eat and drank, and departed. Now I beheld in my dream that they had journeyed far, but the river and the way, for a time parted at which they were not a little sorry, yet they durst not go out of the way. Now the way from the river was rough, and their feet tender by reason of their travels, so the souls of the pilgrims were much discouraged, because of the way. Wherefore still as they went on, they wished for a better way. Now a little before them there was on the left hand of the road a meadow, and a stile to go over into it, and that meadow was called Bypath Meadow. Then said Christian to his fellow, if this meadow leath along by our wayside, let's go on into it. Then he went to the stile to see, and behold, a path lay along by the way on the other side of the fence. "'Tis according to my wish," said Christian, "here is the easiest going, come good Hopeful, and let us go over." Hope. But how if this path should lead us out of the way? Chr. That's not like, said the other, look, doth it not go along by the wayside? So Hopeful, being persuaded by his fellow, went after him over the stile. When they were gone over, and were got into the path, they found it very easy for their feet, and withal, they looking before them spied a man walking as they did, and his name was Vain Confidence, so they called after him, and asked him whither that way led? He said, to the celestial gate. Look, said Christian, did I not tell you so? By this you may see we are right. So they followed, and he went before them. But behold, as night came on, and it grew very dark, so he that went behind lost the sight of him that went before. He therefore that went before, Vain Confidence by name, not seeing the way before him, fell into a deep pit, which was on purpose there made by the prince of those grounds to catch vainglorious fools withal, and was dashed in pieces with his fall. Now Christian and his fellow heard him fall. So they called to know the matter, but there was none to answer, only they heard a groaning. Then said Hopeful, where are we now? Then was his fellow silent, as mistrusting that had led him out of the way. And now it began to rain and thunder, and lighten in a very dreadful manner, and the water rose amain. Then Hopeful groaned in himself, saying, Oh, that I had kept on my way. Chr. Who could have thought that this path should have led us out of the way? Hope. I was afraid on't at the very first, and therefore gave you that gentle caution. I would have spoke plainer, but you are older than I. Chr. Good brother, be not offended, I am sorry I have brought thee out of the way, and that I have put thee into such eminent danger. Pray my brother forgive me, I did not do it of an evil intent. Hope. Be comforted my brother, for I forgive thee, and believe too, that this shall be for our good. Chr. I am glad I have with me a merciful brother, but we must not stand thus, let's try to go back again. Hope. But good brother, let me go before. Chr. No, if you please let me go first, that if there be any danger, I may be first therein, because by my means we are both gone out of the way. Hope. No, said Hopeful, you shall not go first, for your mind being troubled may lead you out of the way again. Then for their encouragement they heard the voice of one saying, Let thine heart be towards the highway, even the while that thou wentest, turn again. But by this time the waters were greatly risen, by reason of which the way of going back was very dangerous. Then I thought that it is easier going out of the way when we are in, than going in when we are out. Yet they had ventured to go back, but it was so dark, and the flood was so high, that in their going back they had like to have been drowned 9 or 10 times. Neither could they with all the skill they had get again to the stile that night. Wherefore at last, lighting under a little shelter, they sat down there until the daybreak, but being weary, they fell asleep. Now there was not far from the place where they lay, a castle called Doubting Castle, the owner whereof was Giant Despair, 93, and it was in his grounds they were now sleeping, wherefore he getting up in the morning early, and walking up and down in his fields, he caught Christian and Hopeful asleep in his grounds. Then with a grim and surly voice he bid them awake, and asked them whence they were, and what they did in his grounds? They told him they were pilgrims, and that they had lost their way. Then said the giant, You have this night trespassed on me, by trampling and lying on my ground, and therefore you must go along with me. So they were forced to go, because he was stronger than they. They also had but little to say, for they knew themselves in a fault. The giant therefore drove them before him, and put them into his castle, into a very dark dungeon, nasty and stinking to the spirit of these two men. Here then they lay from Wednesday morning till Saturday night without one bit of bread, or drop of drink or light, or any to ask how they did. They were therefore here in evil case, and were far from friends and acquaintance. Now in this place Christiana had double sorrow, because 'twas through his unadvised counsel that they were brought into this distress. Now Giant Despair had a wife and her name was Dedenkate 94. So when he was gone to bed, he told his wife what he had done, to wit, that he had taken a couple of prisoners, and cast them into his dungeon, for trespassing on his grounds. Then he asked her also what he had best to do further to them. Then she counselled him, that when he arose in the morning, he should beat them without mercy. So when he arose, he getteth him a grievous crabtree cudgel, and goes down into the dungeon to them, and there falls first to rating of them as if they were dogs, although they gave him never a word of distaste. Then he falls upon them, and beats them fearfully, in such sort that they were not able to help themselves, or to turn them upon the floor. This done he withdraws and leaves them, the reb to condole their misery and to mourn under their distress. So on that day, they spent the time in nothing but sighs and bitter lamentations. The next night she talking with her husband about them further, and understanding that they were yet alive, did advise him to counsel them to make away themselves. So when morning was come, he goes to them in a surly manner, as before, and perceives them to be very sore with the stripes that he had given them the day before. He told them, that since they were never like to come out of that place, their only way would be, forthwith to make an end of themselves, either with knife, halter, orc, poison. 95. For why, said he, should you choose life, seeing as it is attended with so much bitterness? But they desired him to let them go. With it he looked ugly upon them, and rushing to them, had doubtless made an end of them himself, but that he fell into one of his fits, for he sometimes in sunshiny weather fell into fits, and lost, for a time, the use of his hands, wherefore he withdrew and left them, as before, to consider what to do. Then did the prisoners consult between themselves, whether 'twas best to take his counsel or no, and thus they began their discourse. "Chr brother," said Christian, "what shall we do? The Lithia that we now live is miserable. For my part, I know not whether is best, to live thus, or die out of hand. My soul chooseth strangling rather than life, and the grave is more easy for me than this dungeon. Shall we be ruled by the giant? Hope. Indeed our present condition is dreadful, and death would be far more welcome to me than thus forever to abide. But yet let us consider, the Lord of the country to which we are going, hath said, Thou shalt do no murder, no not to another man's person, much more then are we forbidden to take his counsel to kill ourselves. Besides he that kills another, can but commit murder upon his body, but for one to kill himself, is to kill body and soul at once. And moreover, my brother, thou talkest of ease in the grave, but hast thou forgotten to hell whither for certain the murderers go? For no murderer hath eternal life, N.C. And let us consider again, that all the law is not in the hand of Giant Despair. Others, so far as I can understand, have been taken by him, as well as we, and yet have escaped out of his hand. Who knows, but that God that made the world, may cause that Giant Despair may die, or that, at some time or other, he may forget to lock us in, but he may in a short time have another of his fits before us, and may lose the use of his limbs, and if ever that would come to pass again, for my part, I am resolved to pluck up the heart of a man, and to try my utmost to get from under his hand. I was a fool that I did not try to do it before, but however, my brother, let's be patient, and endure a while. The time may come that may give us a happy release, but let us not be our own murderers. With these words, Hopeful at present did moderate the mind of his brother, so they continued together, in the dark, that day in their sad and doleful condition. Well, towards evening the giant goes down into the dungeon again, to see if his prisoners had taken his counsel, but when he came there, he found them alive, and truly, alive was all, for now, what for want of bread and water, and by reason of the wounds they received when he beat them, they could do little but breath. But I say, he found them alive, at which he fell into a grievous rage, and told them, that seeing they had disobeyed his counsel, it should be worse with them than if they had never been born. At this they trembled greatly, and I think that Christian fell into a swound, but coming a little to himself again they renewed their discourse about the giant's counsel, and whether yet they had best take it or no. Now Christian again seemed to be for doing it, but Hopeful made his second reply as followeth. Be Hope. My brother, said he, rememberest thou not how valiant thou hast been heretofore? Apollyon could not crush thee, nor could all that thou didst hear or see, or feel in the valley of the shadow of death. What hardship, terror and amazement hast thou already got through, and art thou now nothing but fears? Thou sayest that I am in the dungeon with thee, a far weaker man by nature than thou art. Also this giant has wounded me as well as thee, and hath also cut off the bread and water from my mouth, and with that I mourn without the light. But let's exercise a little more patience. Remember how thou playedst the man at Vanity Fair, and wast neither afraid of the chain or cage, nor yet of bloody death. Wherefore let us, at least to avoid the shame that becomes not a Christian to be found in, bear up with patience as well as we can. Now night being come again, and the giant and his wife being in bed, she asked him concerning the prisoners, and if they had taken his counsel, to which he replied, they are sturdy rogues, they choose rather to bear all hardship, than to make away themselves. Then said she, take them into the castle yard tomorrow, and show them the bones and skulls of those that thou hast already dispatched, and make them believe ere a week comes to an end, thou also wilt tear them in pieces as thou hast done their fellows before them. So when the morning was come, the giant goes to them again, and takes them into the castle yard, and shows them, as his wife had bidden him. These, said he, were pilgrims, as you are, once, and they trespassed in my grounds, as you have done, and when I thought fit, I tore them in pieces, and so within 10 days I will do you. Get you down into your den again, and with it he beat them all the way thither. They lay therefore all day on Saturday in a lamentable case, as before. Now when night was come, and when Mrs. D. Denke and her husband, the giant, were got to bed, they began to renew their discourse of their prisoners, and withal the old giant wondered that he could neither by his blows nor counsel bring them to an end. And with that his wife replied, I fear, said she, that they live in hopes that some will come to relieve them, or that they have picklocks about them, by the means of which they hope to escape. And sayest thou so, my dear, said the giant, I will therefore search them in the morning. Well, on Saturday about midnight they began to pray and continued in prayer till almost break of day. Now a little before it was day, good Christian, as one half amazed, brake out in this passionate speech, What a fool, quoth he, am I, thus to lie in a stinking dungeon when I may as well walk at liberty? I have a key in MYB bosom, called Promise 96 that will, I am persuaded, open any lock in Doubting Castle. Then said Hopeful, That's good news, good brother, pluck it out of thy bosom and try. Then Christian pulled it out of his bosom and began to try at the dungeon door, whose bolt, as he turned the key, gave back, and the door flew open with ease, and Christian and Hopeful both came out. Then he went to the outward door, that leads into the castle yard, and with his key opened that door also. After he went to the iron gate, for that must be opened too, but that lock went damnable hard, yet the key did open it. Then they thrust open the gate to make their escape with speed, but that gate as it opened made such a cracking, that it waked Giant Despair, who hastily rising to pursue the prisoners, felt his limbs to fail, for his fits took him again, so that he could by no means go after them. Then they went on, and came to the king's highway, and so were safe, because they were out of his jurisdiction. Now when they were gone over the stile, they began to contrive with themselves what they should do at that stile, to prevent those that shall come after from falling into the hansa of Giant Despair. So they consented to erect there a pillar, and to engrave upon the side thereof this sentence, Over this stile is the way to Doubting Castle, which is kept by Giant Despair, who despiseth the king of the celestial country, and seeks to destroy the holy pilgrims. Many therefore that followed after, read what was written, and escaped the danger. This done, they sang as follows. Out of the way we went, and then we found what 'twas to tread upon forbidden ground, and let them that come after have a care lest they for trespassing, his prisoners are, whose castle's Doubting, and whose name's Despair. They went then till they came to the delectable mountains, B97, which mountains belong to the Lord of the hill of which we have spoken before, so they went up to the mountains to behold the gardens and orchards, the vineyards and fountains of water, where also they drank, and washed themselves, and did freely eat of the vineyards. Now, there were on the tops of these mountains shepherds feeding their flocks, and they stood by the highway side. The pilgrims therefore went to them, and leaning upon their staves, as is common with weary pilgrims, when they stand to talk with any by the way, they asked, Whose delectable mountains are these, and whose be the sheep that feed upon them? Shep. These mountains are Emmanuel's land, and they are within sight of his city, and the sheep also are his, and he laid down his life for them. Chr. Is this the way to the celestial city? Shep. You are just in your way. Chr. How far is it thither? Shep. Too far for any, but those who shall get thither indeed. Chr. Is the way safe or dangerous? Shep. Safe for those for whom it is to be safe, but transgressors shall fall therein. Chr. Is there in this place any relief for pilgrims that are weary and faint in the way? Shep. The Lord of these mountains hath given us a charge not to be forgetful to entertain strangers, therefore the good of the place is before you. I also saw in my dream that when the shepherds perceived that they were wayfaring men, they also put questions to them, to which they made answer as in other places, as whence came you? And how got you into the way? And by what means have you so persevered therein? For but few of them that begin to come hither, do show their faces on these mountains. But when the shepherds heard their answers, being pleased therewith, they looked very lovingly upon them, and said, Welcome to the delectable mountains. The shepherds, I say, whose names were Knowledge, Experience, Watchful, and Sincere, took them by the hand, and had them to their tents, and made them partake of that which was ready at present. They said moreover, We would that you should stay here a while, to be acquainted with us, and yet more to solace yourselves with the good of these delectable mountains. Then they told them that they were content to stay, and so they went to their rest that night, because it was very late. Then I saw in my dream, that in the morning, the shepherds called up Christian and Hopeful to walk with them upon the mountains. So they went forth with them, and walked a while, having a pleasant prospect on every side. Then said the shepherds one to another, Shall we show these pilgrims some wonders? So when they had concluded to do it, they had them first to the top of an hill called Error, which was very steep on the farthest side, and bid them look down to the bottom. So Christian and Hopeful looked down, and saw at the bottom several men dashed all to pieces by a fall that they had had from the top. Then said Christian, What meaneth this? The shepherds answered, Have you not heard of them that were made to err, by hearkening to Hymenaeus and Philetus 98 as concerning the faith of the resurrection of the body? They answered, Yea. Then said the shepherds, Those that you see lie dashed in pieces at the bottom of this mountain are they, and they have continued to this day unburied, as you see, for an example to others to take heed how they clamber too high, or how they come too near the brink of this mountain. Then I saw that they had them to the top of another mountain, and the name of that is Caution, and bid them look afar off, which, when they did, they perceived, as they thought, several men walking up and down among the tombs that were there, and they perceived that the men were blind, because they stumbled sometimes upon the tombs, and because they could not get out from among them. 99 Then said Christian, What means this? The shepherds then answered, Did you not see, a little below these mountains, a stile that led into a meadow, on the left hand of this way? They answered, Yes. Then said the shepherds, From that stile there goes a path that leads directly to Doubting Castle, which is kept by Giant Despair, and these men, pointing to them among the tombs, came once on pilgrimage, as you do now, even until they came to that same stile. And because the right way was rough in that place, they chose to go out of it into that meadow, and there were taken by Giant Despair, and cast into Doubting Castle, where after they had a while been kept in the dungeon, he at last did put out their eyes, and led them among those tombs, where he has left them to wander to this very day, that the saying of the wise man might be fulfilled, Heck that wandereth out of the way of understanding, shall remain in the congregation of the dead. Then Christian and Hopeful looked upon one another, with tears gushing out, but yet said nothing to the shepherds. Then I saw in my dream, that the shepherds had them to another place in a bottom, where was a door on the side of a hill, and they opened the door, and bid them look in. They looked in therefore, and saw that within it was very dark and smoky. They also thought that they heard there a rumbling noise, as of fire, and a cry of some tormented, and that they smelt the scent of brimstone. Then said Christian, what means this? The shepherds told them, This is a byway to a hell, a way that hypocrites go in it, namely, such as sell their birthright, with Esau, such as sell their master with Judas, such as blaspheme the gospel, with Alexander, and that lie and dissemble, with Ananias and Sapphira his wife. 100. Then said Hopeful to the shepherds, I perceive that these had on them, even every one, a show of pilgrimage, as we have now, had they not? Shep. Yes, and held it a long time, too. Hope. How far might they go on in pilgrimage in their day, since they, notwithstanding, were thus miserably cast away? Shep. Some farther, and some not so far as these mountains. Then said the pilgrims one to the other, We had need to cry to the strong for strength. Shep. Aye, and you will have need to use it, when you have it too. By this time the pilgrims had a desire to go forwards, and the shepherds a desire they should, so they walked together towards the end of the mountains. Then said the shepherds one to another, Let us here show the pilgrims the gates of the celestial city, if they have skill to look through our perspective glass. 101 The pilgrims lovingly accepted the motion, so they had them to the top of an high hill, called Clear, and gave them their glass to look. Then they tried to look, but the remembrance of that last thing that the shepherds had shown them made their hands shake, by means of which impediment they could not look steadily through the glass, yet they thought they saw something like the gate, and also some of the glory of the place. Then they went away, and sang this song. Thus by the shepherds secrets are revealed, which from all other men are kept concealed. Come to the shepherds then, if you would see things deep, things hid, and that mysterious be. When they were about to depart, one of the shepherds gave them a note of the way. Another of them bid them beware of the flatterer. The third bid them take heed that they slept not upon the enchanted ground. And the fourth bid them Godspeed. So I awoke from my dream. 102. And I slept, and dreamed again, and saw the same two pilgrims going down the mountains along the highway towards the city. Now a little below these mountains on the left hand, lieth the country of Conceit, from which country there comes into the way in which the pilgrims walked, a little crooked lane. Here, therefore, they met with a very brisk lad, that came out of that country, and his name was Ignorance. So Christian asked him, from what parts he came, and whither he was going? IGN. Sir, I was born in the country that lieth off there, at Little on the left hand, and I am going to the celestial city. CHR. But how do you think to get in at the gate, for you may find some difficulty there, IGN. As other good people do, said he. CHR. But what have you to show at that gate, that the gate should be open to you? IGN. I know my Lord's will, and have been a good liver. 103 I pay every man his own, I pray, fast, pay tithes, and give alms, and have left my country for whither I am going. CHR. But thou camest not in at the wicket gate that is at the head of this way, thou camest in hither through that same crooked lane, and therefore I fear, however thou mayest think of thyself, when the reckoning day shall come, thou wilt have laid to thy charge, that thou art a thief and a robber, instead of getting admittance into the city. IGN. Gentlemen, ye be utter strangers to me, I know you not. Be content to follow the religion of your country, and I will follow the religion of mine. I hope all will be well. And as for the gate that you talk of, all the world knows that is a great way off of our country. I cannot think that any man in all our parts doth so much as know the way to it, nor need they matter whether they do or no, since we have, as you see, a fine, pleasant, green lane, that comes down from our country, the next way into the way. When Christian saw that the man was wise in his own conceit, he said to Hopeful, whisperingly, There is more hopisa of a fool than of him. And said, Moreover, when he that is a fool walketh by the way, his wisdom faileth him, and he saith to every one that he is a fool. See what, shall we talk farther with him, or outgo him at present, and so leave him to think of what he hath heard already, and then stop again for him afterwards, and see if by degrees we can do any good to him? Then said Hopeful, Let ignorance a little while now muse on what is said, and let him not refuse good counsel to embrace, lest he remain still ignorant of what's the chiefest gain. God saith, those that no understanding have, although he made them he will not save. Hope. He further added, It is not good, I think, to say so to him all at once. Let us pass him by, if you will, and talk to him anon, even as he is able to bear it. So they both went on, and ignorance he came after. Now, when they had passed him a little way, they entered into a very dark lane, where they met a man whom 7 devils had bound with 7 strong cords, and were carrying him back to the door that they saw on the side of the hill. D. Now good Christian began to tremble, and so did Hopeful his companion, yet as the devils led away the man, Christian looked to see if he knew him, and he thought it might be one turn away, that dwelt in the town of Apostasy. But he did not perfectly see his face, for he died to hang his head like a thief that is found, but being gone past, Hopeful looked after him, and espied on his back a paper with this inscription, Wanton Professor, and Damnable Apostate. Then said Christian to his fellow, Now I called to remembrance that which was told me of a thing that happened to a good man hereabout. The name of the man was Little Faith, but a good man, and he dwelt in the town of Sincere. The thing was this, at the entering in of this passage, there comes down from Broadway Gate, a lane, called Dead Man's Lane, so called because of the murders that are commonly done there. And this Little Faith going on pilgrimage, as we do now, chanced to sit down there and slept. Now there happened at that time to come down the lane from Broadway Gate 3 sturdy rogues, and their names were Faintheart, Mistrust, and Guilt, 3 brothers, and they being Little Faith where he was, came galloping up with speed. Now the good man was just awaked from his sleep, and was getting up to go on his journey. So they came up all to him, and with threatening language bid him stand. At this, Little Faith looked as white as a sheet, and had neither power to fight nor fly. Then said Faintheart, Deliver thy purse, but he making no haste to do it, for he was loath to lose his money, Mistrust ran up to him, and thrusting his hand into his pocket, pulled out thence a bag of silver. Then he cried out, Thieves, ye thieves! With that, Guilt with a great club that was in his hand struck Little Faith on the head, and with that blow felled him flat to the ground, where he lay bleeding as one that would bleed to death. All this while the thieves stood by. But at last, they hearing that some were upon the road, and fearing lest it should be one great grace, that dwells in the town of good confidence, they betook themselves to their heels and left this good man to shift for himself, who getting up, made shift to scramble on his way. This was the story. Hope. But did they take from him all that ever he had? ACHR. No, the place where his jewels were they never ransacked, so those he kept still. But, as I was told, the good man was much amicted for his loss, for the thieves got most of his spending money. That which they got not, as I said, were jewels. Also, he had a little odd money left, but scarce enough to bring him to his journey's end. Nay, if I was not misinformed, he was forced to beg as he went, to keep himself alive, for his jewels he might not sell. But beg and do what he could, he went, as we say, with many a hungry belly the most part of the rest of the way. Hope. But is it not a wonder they got not from him his certificate, by which he was to receive his admittance at the celestial gate? CHR. 'Tis a wonder, but they got not that, though they mistook not through any good cunning of his, for he, being dismayed by their coming upon him, had neither power nor skill to hide anything, so it was more by good providence, than by his endeavor that they missed of that good thing. Hope. But it must needs be a comfort to him they got not his jewels from him? CHR. It might have been great comfort to him, had he used it as he should, but they that told me the story said that he made but little use of it all the rest of the way, and that because of the dismay that he had in their taking away his money, indeed, he forgot it a great part of the rest of his journey, and besides, when at any time it came into his mind, and he began to be comforted therewith, then would fresh thoughts of his loss come again upon him, and these thoughts would swallow up all hope. Alas, poor man! This could not but be a great grief unto him. F. Chr. Grief? Aye, a grief indeed. Would it not have been so to any of us, had we been used as he, to be robbed and wounded too, and that in a strange place, as he was? It is a wonder he did not die with grief, poor heart. I was told that he scattered almost all the rest of the way with nothing but doleful and bitter complaints, telling also to all that overtook him, or that he overtook in the way as he went, where he was robbed, and how, who they were that did it, and what he had lost, how he was wounded, and that he hardly escaped with life. Hope. But 'tis a wonder that his necessity did not put him upon selling, or pawning some of his jewels, that he might have wherewith to relieve himself in his journey. Thou talkest like one upon whose head is the shella to this very day. 104 For what should he pawn them? Or to whom should he sell them? In all that country where he was robbed, his jewels were not accounted of, nor did he want that relief which could from thence be administered to him. Besides, had his jewels been missing at the gate of the celestial city, he had, and that he knew well enough, been excluded from an inheritance there, and that would have been worse to him than the appearance and villainy of 10,000 thieves. Hope. Why art thou so tart, my brother? Esau sold his birthright, and that for a mess of pottage, and that birthright was his greatest jewel. And if he, why might not little faith do so too? Esau did sell his birthright indeed, and so do Manik besides, and by so doing exclude themselves from the chief blessing, as also that caitiff did, but you must put a difference betwixt Esau and little faith, and also betwixt their estates. Esau's birthright was typical, but little faith's jewels were not so. Esau's belly was his God, but little faith's belly was not so. Esau's want lay in his fleshly appetite, little faith's did not so. Besides, Esau could see no further than to the fulfilling of his lusts. For I am at the point to die, said he, and what good will this birthright do me? But little faith, though it was his lot to have but add little faith, was by his little faith kept from such extravagances, and made to see and prize his jewels more than to sell them, as Esau did his birthright. You read not Anya where that Esau had faith, no, not so much as a little. Therefore no marvel, where the flesh only bears sway, as it will in that man where no faith is to resist, if he sells his birthright and his soul and all, and that to the devil of hell, for it is with such as it is with the ass, who in her occasion cannot be turned away. When their minds are set upon their lusts, they will have them, whatever they cost. But little faith was of another temper, his mind was on things divine, his livelihood was upon things that were spiritual, and from above, therefore to what end should he that is of such a temper sell his jewels, had there been any that would have bought them, to fill his mind with empty things? Will a man give a penny to fill his belly with hay? Or can you persuade the turtle dove to live upon carrion like the crow? Though faithless ones can for carnal lusts, pawn or mortgage, or sell what they have, and themselves outright to boot, yet they that have faith, saving faith, though but a little of it, cannot do so. Here, therefore, my brother, is thy mistake. Hope. I acknowledge it, but yet your severe reflection had almost made me angry. Chr. Why, I did but compare thee to some of the birds that are of the brisker sort, who will run to and fro in untrodden paths with the shell upon their heads, but pass by that, and consider the matter under debate, and all shall be well betwixt thee and me. Hope. But, Christian, these three fellows, I am persuaded in my heart, are but a company of cowards. Would they have run else, think you, as they did, at the noise of one that was coming on the road? Why did not little faith pluck up the greater heart? He might, methinks, have stood one brush with them, and have yielded when there had been no remedy. Chr. That they are cowards, many have said, but few have found it so in the time of trial. As for a great heart, little faith had none, and I perceive by thee, my brother, hadst thou been the man concerned, thou art but for a brush, and then to yield. And verily, since this is the height of thy stomach, 105 now they are at a distance from us, should they appear to thee as they did to him, they might put thee to second thoughts. But consider again, that they are but journeymen thieves, they serve under the king of the bottomless pit, who, if need be, will come to their aid himself, and his voice is as the roaring of a lion. I myself have been engaged asa Chris this little faith was, and I found it a terrible thing. These three villains set upon me, and I beginning like a Christian to resist, they gave but a call, and in came their master. I would, as the saying is, have given my life for a penny, but that, as God would have it, I was clothed with armor of proof. Aye, and yet, though I was so harnessed, I found it hard work to quit myself like a man. 106 No man can tell what in that combat attends us, but he that hath been in the battle himself. Hope. Well, but they ran, you see, when they did but suppose that one great grace was in the way. Chr true, they have often fled, both they and their master, when great grace hath but appeared, and no marvel, for he is the king's champion. But I trow you will put some difference between little faith and the king's champion. All the king's subjects are not his champions, nor can they, when tried, do such feats of war as he. Is it meet to think that a little child should handle Goliath as David did? Or that there should be the strength of an ox in a wren? Some are strong, some are weak, some have great faith, some have little. This man was one of the weak, and therefore he went to the walls. Hope. I would it had been great grace, for their sakes. Chr. If it had been he might have had his hands full, for I must tell you, that though great grace is excellent good at his weapons, and has, and can, so long as he keeps them at sword's point, do well enough with them, yet if they get within him, even faint heart, mistrust, or the other, it shall go hard but they will throw up his heels. 107 And when a man is down, what can he do? Whoso looks well upon great grace face, will see those scars and cuts there that shall easily give demonstration of what I say. Yeah, once I heard that he should say, and that when he was in the combat, we despaired even of life. How did these sturdy rogues and their fellows make David groan, mourn, and roar? Yeah, Heman and Hezekiah too, though champions in their days, were forced to bestir them when by these assaulted, and yet, notwithstanding, they had their coats soundly brushed by them. Peter upon a time would go try what he could do, but though some do say of him that he is the prince of the apostles, they handled him so that they made him at last afraid of a sorry girl. 108. Besides, their king is at their whistle, he is never out of hearing, and if at any time they be put to the worst, he if possibly comes in to help them, and of him it is said, the sword of him that layeth at him cannot hold, the spear, the dart, nor the habergeon. 109 He estameth iron as straw, and brass as rotten wood. The yarrow cannot make him fly, slingstones are turned with him into stubble. Darts are counted as stubble, he laugheth at the shaking of a spear. What can a man do in this case? It is true, if a man could at every turn have Job's horse, and had skill and the courage ebb to ride him, he might do notable things. For his neck is clothed with thunder, he will not be afraid as the grasshopper, the glory of his nostrils is terrible. He paweth in the valley, rejoiceth in his strength and goeth on to meet the armed men. He mocketh at fear, and is not affrighted, neither turneth he back from the sword. The quiver rattleth against him, the glittering spear and the shield. He swallows the ground with fierceness and rage, neither believes he that it is the sound of the trumpet. He says, among the trumpets, ha, ha. And he smelleth the battle afar off, the thundering of the captains, and the shoutings. But for such footmen as thee and I are, let us never desire to meet with an enemy, nor vaunt as if we could do better, when we hear of others that have been foiled, nor be tickled at the thoughts of our own manhood, for such commonly come by the worst when tried. Witness Peter, of whom I made mention before, he would swagger, he would, as his vain mind prompted him to say, do better and stand more for his master than all men, but who so foiled and run down by those villains as he? When, therefore, we hear that such robberies are done on the king's highway, two things become us to do. First, to go out harnessed, and be sure to take a shield with us, for it was for want of that he who laid so lustily at Leviathan 1:10 could not make him yield. For, indeed, if that be wanting, he fears us not at all. Therefore he that had skill hath said, above all, take this shield of faith, wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked. 'Tis good also that we desire of the king a convoy, yea that he will go with us himself. This made David rejoice when in the valley of the shadow of death, and Moses was rather for dying where he stood, than to go one step without his God. O my brother, if he will but go along with us, see what need we be afraid of 10,000s that shall set themselves against us? But without him, the proud helpers fall under the slain. I for my part have been in the fray before now, and though, through the goodness of him that is best, I am as you see alive, yet I cannot boast of any manhood. Glad shall I be if I meet with no more such brunts, though I fear we are not got beyond all danger. However, since the lion and the bear have not as yet devoured me, I hope God will also deliver us from the next uncircumcised. Philistines. Then sang Christian. Poor little faith. Hast been among the thieves? Wast robbed? Remember this, whoso believes, and get more faith, then shall you victors be over 10,000 else scarce over 3. So they went on, and ignorance followed. They went then till they came at a place where they saw a way put way itself into their way, and seemed withal to lie as straight as the way which they should go, and here they knew not which of the two to take, for both seemed straight before them, therefore here they stood still to consider. And as they were thinking about the way, behold a man black of flesh, 1:11 but covered with a very light robe, come to them, and asked them why they stood there? They answered, they were going to the celestial city, but knew not which of these ways to take. Follow me, said the man, it is thither that I am going. So they followed him in the way that but now came into the road, which by degrees turned them so far from the city that they desired to go to, that in a little time their faces were turned away from it, yet they followed him. But by and by, before they were aware, he led them both within the compass of a net, in which they were both so entangled that they knew not what to do, and with that the white robe fell off the black man's back. Then they saw where they were. Wherefore there they lay crying some time, for they could not get themselves out. Chr. Then said Christian to his fellow, now do I see myself in an error. Did not the shepherds bid us beware of the flatterer? As is the saying of the wise man, so we have found it this day, a man that flattereth his neighbor, spreadeth a net for his foot. 112. Hope. They also gave us a note of directions about the way, for our more sure finding thereof, but therein we have also forgotten to read, and have not kept ourselves from the paths of the destroyer. Here David was wiser than we, for saith he, concerning the works of men, by the word of thy lips I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer. Thus they lay bewailing themselves in the net. At last they espied a shining one coming towards them, with a whip off small cords in his hand. When he was come to the place where they were, he asked them whence they came, and what they did there. They told him that they were poor pilgrims, going to Shaun, but were led out of their way by a black man, clothed in white, who bid us, said they, follow him, for he was going thither too. Then said he with the whip, it is flatterer, a false apostle, that hath transformed himself into an angel of light. So he rent the net, and lead the men out. Then said he to them, follow me, that I may set you in your way again. So he led them back to the way which they had left to follow the flatterer. Then he asked them, saying, where did you lie the last night? They said, be with the shepherds upon the delectable mountain. He asked them then if they had not of the shepherds a note of direction for the way? They answered, yes. But did you not, said he, when you were at a stand, pluck out and read your note? They answered, no. He asked them, why? They said they forgot. He asked, moreover, if the shepherds did not bid them beware of the flatterer? They answered, yes. But we did not imagine, said they, that this fine-spoken man had been he. Then I saw in my dream that he commanded them to lie down, which when they did, he chastised them sore, Todd teach them the good way wherein they should walk, and as he chastised them, he said, As many as I love, I rebuke and chasten, be zealous, therefore, and repent. This done, he bids them to go on their way, and take good heed to the other directions of the shepherds.